Morning, everybody. Morning. If I could ask everybody to take a seat, please. If you could take a seat. Ring the bell, John, please. Ring the bell. Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to lovely Sicily. It's certainly my first time here, and it's so far it's been wonderful. Really enjoyed it. I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Steve Holden, Meta. Just honoured to be the new chair, and hope to continue all the good work of my predecessors, Mr. Dorr and the team. As many of you do know me, obviously been involved for many years now with ESCA and its predecessors and ICPC. And I'm very passionate about cable protection, power safety, and various other issues. And I hope to continue guiding to the best of my ability in a direction that everybody would like it to blossom into. I've been about 30 years in cable protection, but you're never too old to learn a new trick. So if anybody's got any new ideas or wants to share anything, please feel free to come and have a chat. That's all I'm going to say for now. Again, thank you very much. Look forward to serving you. And please feel free to pop up and say hello at coffee break or have a chat. At this point, I'd like to ask Neil, please, as our legal advisor, to step up and just give us a little reminder.
Morning, everyone. Welcome to Sicily. Those of you who don't know me, I'm Neil Bayliss. I'm the legal advisor to ESCA with a specific remit to ensure that we comply with competition law at all times. It's really important for the association that we don't trip up on this. It would have very serious consequences for everyone in this room if we did. I'd encourage you to please read the competition law guidelines, which set out the do's and don'ts. It's obviously a big risk when you have competitors in the same room that people can have discussions which step over the line. A couple of things just to draw to your attention. First is information sharing, so please don't be sharing commercially sensitive information between each other. And obviously, secondly, this isn't the place to agree cartels, so no price fixing, market sharing, bid rigging activities, please. If you want to do that, do it. Nothing to do with ESCA, please. So any questions you have, please let me know. I'll be here throughout, listening in, and I'll step up if I think anything possibly heading in the wrong direction. So hopefully you're in safe hands, but yeah, enjoy the conference. Great to see you all again. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Sicily. I'm Clive Spencer. I'm the company director and secretary. Sorry, we're a little bit late. We've had a few IT issues. Hopefully, we won't have any more. But please bear with us if we do. At this point, I'd like to introduce Alessandro Giardini, who's going to give the opening address for the plenary. So over to you, Alessandro.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests and colleagues, good morning. It is a privilege an honor for me to be here today and to address this distinguished gathering of the European Subsea Cable Association, ESCA. And I wish to extend my sincere gratitude to ESCA and to its organizing committee for inviting me and for giving me the opportunity to participate. Allow me a brief introduction. I am Alessandro Giardini, NATO rank OR9. I am an hydrographer and cartographer. And in my daily work, I serve as a technician with a pragmatic approach, focused on turning data and methodologies and tools into practical solutions to support this decision-making and operations. Today, I am here representing the Italian Hydrographic Institute, which I proudly belong. The ESCA plays a vital role in our shared maritime domain, and as all of you know, its core mission is the promotion of marine safety and the safeguarding of a submarine cable system from both natural and accidental and human hazards, particularly in European and adjacent sea. ESCA acts as a forum for the exchange of technical and legal information, coordination among operators, service providers, and governments, and foster standards, best practice, and projects dedicated to the protection and resilience of cable system. In this context, I see significant potential for cooperation between ESCA and national scientific and hydrographic institutions. From our side, we bring expertise in hydrographic surveying, geospatial analysis, bathymetry, and the management of trusted databases. We can support ESCA and its members in areas such as integrating metadata and geospatial intelligence to assist in risk assessment and cable protection, particularly at crossing and junction points and landing points. Establishing shared protocols for coordinated monitoring, reporting, and incident response, contributing to regulatory and technical framework, especially at European and national level, on matters of cable security, restricted area, and infrastructure resilience. I hope that our participation today will mark a step toward closer institutional cooperation with ESCA. And my aspiration is that we can develop joint projects, data sharing agreements, and collaborative frameworks that enhance the safety, resilience, the longevity of submarine cable system across Europe and beyond. Thank you again for this opportunity, and I look forward to the conversations and interactions during this event, and to the prospect of working together to secure our undersea networks. Thank you.
Thank you, Alessandro. Okay, in terms of the agenda and logistics, I hope you like our promotional item on the backs of your chairs. They've been around a while, but they always apparently come in useful when you get home until you wash them. No, only joking. They're good quality, and as it says, not to be used for navigational purposes. So I'd also like to thank Optimisation and their support staff for all the help they've given me in organising this plenary. It's much appreciated. It's not been easy, but I'm sure it'll be worth it this week. And we have about 120 people in attendance, which is fantastic. ESCA is certainly a growing organisation, and as Claire will present later, our membership is ever growing over the last year particularly. So in terms of the agenda, the first agenda item is I'll invite Alessandro to come up again and give a presentation on charting and dissemination of route information. And then a presentation from Isabel Yohe and Mohammed Bilal from the NOC, National Oceanography Centre, on Beginner's Guide to Mount Etna and the value of fibre sensing to improve volcanic hazards monitoring. Then Richard Hill from the Waves Group on improving subsea power cable reliability. And then just before the break, John Roddersley will give an update on liaison activities. And Claire will also give an update on comms / social media activities. Coffee break is 11, which is just outside the door. Then after the coffee break at 11:30, Johannes Thijs from the European Commission, DG Connect, on EU Cable Security Action Plan, updates from the Member State Expert Group. Alex Overstall from Amazon Web Services, Amara case study. And Dr. Anna Butchart from AB Blue Compass on deterring malicious activity from hostile state actors. And just before lunch, Subsea Cable Insurance 101 from Rob Eary of Interprotect. The lunch will be a buffet lunch in a segregated area of the restaurant where those staying at the hotel where you had breakfast. So just upstairs. Starting at 2 o'clock after lunch with the Maritime Subgroup report, including a fishing update from our new sub-chair of the MSG, Matthew Marchant. A presentation from the Canaries Islands Maritime Cluster, Michele Ivan Famika Rodriguez, followed by Ed Walker of Exodus Group on optimisation of the construction/installation phase for subsea cables, with a focus on consenting and environmental lessons learned. Anna Farley and Julie Drew Murphy from CEA Environmental on consenting risks, Benthic habitat designations. Coffee break at 3:30. Global Maritime, Matthew Lang on protection of subsea cables from external threats, including sabotage. And followed by Giuseppe Valentino from Sparkle, Italy at the crossroad of the new digital corridors of the Mediterranean basin. And then Frankie Target from the Next Generation Working Group with an update on their activities. We then have a panel discussion where we'll invite about 4, I think it's about 4, John, isn't it? 4 people? Invite 4 people to come to the front to be questioned, should we say, on this panel discussion topic, which is beneath the surface, technology governance and real-world uses of sensing technologies and subsea cables. Close around about 5:15. In terms of the networking dinner, it's a bit disappointing, really, because the weather this evening is not scheduled to be good. So rather than your dinner getting wet and cold very quickly, we've had to bring the dinner inside. So we have the dinner inside just over the opposite here, and I'll give more details later on that. But there will be a, I wouldn't say free bar. It's more of a free wine and soft drink reception. No beer, so it's just a package. So there will be unlimited wine and soft drinks before we sit down for dinner. When we do sit down for dinner, you're welcome to have beer or other things, gin and tonics if you wish. There will be wine served, of course, red and white. And I always worry when I say this, but if you do run out of a bottle of wine on the table, feel free to ask a waiter or waitress for another bottle, but obviously not too much. So tomorrow we then start at 9 o'clock with coffee again at tea at 8:30. With an ICPC update from Andy Palmer-Feldgate, who's giving the presentation on behalf of the General Manager, Ryan Wapshaw, who unfortunately can't make it. We then have another presentation from the NOC, National Oceanography Centre, from Dr. Michael Clare on long-range fibre sensing to monitor climate change tipping points. Then Dr. Camino Kavanagh from King's College London on a security review update, followed by the TRSG report from Anna Farley on behalf of the TRSG co-chairs, who unfortunately can't make it. The RPSG report, Renewables and Power Cables Subgroup report from Dr. Anya Drews. The Seabed Users Development Group from Peter Barham. followed by a presentation from Luciano Maglio from Polisavisi on the strategic role of subsea cables in the Mediterranean region. Coffee break at 11. Then a presentation from the new chairman of DKCPC, Brian Rosendale, on just an overview of the activities of DKCPC. The EC review by Steve, and followed by another update from Neil on, again, reminding about the competition guidance issues and also legal developments of interest to any ESCA members. If you have any AOB, please do let me know, and I'll add it to the agenda. In terms of date and venue of the next meeting, you are welcome to offer to host. We already have one offer, but please feel free to also make such an offer to me for the next meeting, which will be around about the second week of March next year. And we plan to close at 12:30. Unfortunately, we can't provide lunch tomorrow. The buses leave at 1 o'clock for those going on the tour, departing from here. We should arrive at the depot around about 2 o'clock, and we should leave the depot by 5 o'clock and get back by 6. There is a bit of an issue with the ship. We can't necessarily board the ship at the moment because it's undertaking loading operations. So there is a safety issue going on the ship. There may be a possibility of a smaller group going on. I think there's about 10 people that can go on. But I'll provide an update tomorrow. But unfortunately, the ship, the Teleri, is being loaded. But it will be quite interesting to see the ship being loaded, I think, for most people. And we've got the tour of the depot as well. For those planning to go direct from the depot to the airport, I've confirmed that there are taxis available for hire. So I'll give you some numbers for those that want to go direct to the airport. So as I say, if you have any AOB, I'll add it to the agenda. Okay. So the first presentation is again from Alessandro. I'll just put it up. Pardon? Yeah. No. Okay. So you need to point it here. That's it. Okay.
Good morning again. The Italian Hydrographic Institute, based in Genoa, was founded in 1872, and for more of 150 years has been the official authority in charge for hydrography and cartography in Italy. Our mission has always been the same: safety. And we provide mariners, the Navy, the country, with accurate and updated knowledge of the sea. Our institute ensures safe navigation by surveying the seabed, producing official nautical chart, and disseminated updated information to mariners. And just a small parenthesis, we are also the national reference for hydrography within the International Hydrographic Organization based in Monaco. Today, our scope also covers the monitoring and mapping of submarine cable and pipelines. Our belief is without accurate knowledge of the sea, there is no safe navigation. Within the Institute, the Geometric Office from which I belong expands our scope. We manage not only bathymetric and oceanographic data, but also geospatial information in many different databases. One of them is related to submarine cable system and pipeline. Our office is specifically responsible for collecting, managing, and analyzing geospatial and environmental data. And we integrate hydrographic service, multi-beam sonar data, satellite information, open source data, and timing data with the GIS analysis. Our database are essential for multiple stakeholders because we support the navigational safety, ensure the protection of strategic feature, and provide reliable information for defense, maritime industries, and coastal planning. As a part of our mission, we contribute to the authorization process for projects in the maritime environment, such as cable laying, as some of you know, by providing our input at the national level and for relevant waters. Well, why underwater infrastructure matters? Cable and pipelines laying on the seabed are invisible but vital and important. Submarine cable carry more than 95% of the world's digital communication, while pipelines transport energy resources that fuel our economies. Any damage, whether accidental or intentional, can have severe consequences, economic, security-related, and also geopolitical. As you may know, regarding the case study, the Red Sea, we had some problem in the slow speed of the internet connection with the Asia area. Another example, in 2022, Hunga Tunga eruption destroys the only communication cable serving the island, isolating the country for weeks. This shows how fragile yet crucial these infrastructures are. Wanted to do some statistic. Here I have an extract from a report drafted in 2021 by the International Committee for Cable Protection. This is a report that collected the incidents from 1959 to 2021. And here we can see that every year more than 100 cases of cable damage and incidents interest our cable and pipeline. Almost 41% is attributable at fishing, almost 16% at anchoring, and another 5% at a natural event. A quite large 11% is due to technical errors and components. Other incidents in areas like the Baltic, the Red Sea, and Taiwan are strongly suspected to be intentional actions, but official attributions are rare. What we can say for sure is that infrastructure are fragile and the risks are increasing. How can we protect such delicate infrastructures? One key tool is information dissemination. Remember the 57% due to the fishing and anchoring problem. We think that sharing accurate and updated data with mariners, companies, and authorities reduces the probability of accidental damage. Moreover, by sharing information with the competent authorities, it becomes possible to establish restricted areas that can protect our systems. For instance, when a ship captain can see on nautical chart the RPL of a cable or a restricted area, he can avoid anchoring in risky zones. At the same time, open data promotes cooperation and resilience. If more actors are aware of what lies in the seabed, the overall protection level rises, not only against accident, but also against deliberate threats. In sensitive cases, it is possible to perform a controlled dissemination. It means sharing information in a selective and calibrated way. It allows authorities and stakeholders to exchange only what is necessary to ensure navigation safety, but infrastructure protection. In this way, transparency is maintained where it increases safety, and the confidentiality is preserved where it reduces vulnerability. In civilian navigation, ensuring safety often requires only the geometric representation of submarine infrastructure, so the RPL or the restricted area. However, in the defense and NATO context, a deeper level of detail is essential. This includes the availability of metadata such as cable color, diameter, armor, and the number of transmission pairs within a system, and its overall capacity. These attributes are crucial to disambiguate cable at crossing points, to verify the geometry accuracy of database entries, and to identify sensitive elements, such as repeaters or junction boxes, which are potential weak points vulnerable to interception, sniffing, tapping. Even information that may seem trivial, like the start and the end points of a barrier, provide the necessary strategic information to determine where monitoring and protection is most effective. This approach is not isolated. Several international organizations support the dissemination of submarine infrastructure data. The International Cable Protection Committee fosters technical standards and cooperation. The International Telecommunication Union promotes a secure communication network at the UN level. The European Union has recently enhanced its critical infrastructure and resilience policies, including subsea assets. NATO and G7 have also highlighted the importance of better mapping, monitoring, and sharing information on undersea systems. Protection is a collective effort. In conclusion, submarine cable and pipeline are the nervous system of our world. Protecting them requires technology and, above all, cooperation and knowledge. By collecting, validating, and disseminating accurate data, institutions like the Italian Hydrographic Institute contribute directly to both national and international security. The more transparent and accessible this information is, the more resilient our infrastructures will be. I wish to express again my gratitude to the organizers, not only for inviting me in this event, but also for the opportunity to present here the national and international interests at stake. Finally, I want to thank all of you for the attention and the engagement you have shown, even beyond the formal session. I look forward to the discussion ahead, and I am confident that together we can improve the safety of our seas and of our system infrastructures. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We did have time for one question, if anyone has one question to ask. Steve?
Yes, Alessandro. Yes, Steve here. We're seeing an increasing interest, obviously, from military authorities about data, the access to data. Many of us have been in the industry a long time. For all the cables that are already out there, any bad actor already knows roughly where they are. And even if you're laying a new system, there are only so many cable ships in the world. And even if they turn off their AIS, you can still monitor it with a satellite. So is it, maybe are we overreacting to the restriction of data? Do we really need to restrict it so much?
Well, as I told before, I'm a technician. It's not my decision, okay? But I think that even if we have IS data, even if we have satellite image, it could be right not to represent a critical infrastructure in a clear way.
Yeah. So maybe restrict it to key stakeholders like fishers, port authorities for anchoring. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Okay, next presentation is from Dr. Yeo and Mohammed Bilal from the NOC.
Hello. Okay, hello everybody. Thank you very much for letting me come and talk about volcanoes. Some of you may know, most of you don't. I am actually a volcanologist. So normally when I come here, I'm moonlighting as somebody that isn't, because most of the time we're not that interested in volcanoes. But John Rottesley has very kindly given me an excuse to come and talk about Etna to all of you. So I'm going to talk about volcanoes and Etna in particular. And I'm going to link it a little bit to fibre sensing, because we've fortuitously got some Etna fibre sensing data that I can show you. So hopefully there'll be something cably in here that's of interest. I am not Professor Bilal. I'm afraid he is unable to attend, so I'm going to do my best to present his section of this as well. But obviously, bear that in mind when you ask me really difficult questions at the end. Okay, so the video that's been playing just gently in the background there is of Etna this morning. No, it's not this morning. It's not. This is June the 2nd, and this is a particular event that I'm going to touch on in this presentation and refer back to. But this one was in the news, so some of you may have seen it, and that's why I'm going to talk about it today. So before we really get started, it's pretty important, I think, that we are all very, very clear that volcanoes are the undisputed best geological phenomenon of all of them. You may have heard some nonsense from my colleague Mike Clare about turbidity currents. Nobody's watching this movie. However, volcanology is responsible for some of the best films of our time. Dante's Peak, obviously one of the best movies of the 90s. I see myself very much as a Pierce Brosnan character. The not quite as good Volcano and the unforgivable Pompeii. But I think volcanoes really capture people's imagination. So they're really, really important for a whole host of things. They are one of the main reasons we have water on this planet, for example. They have produced the continents on which we stand, the islands on which we connect our cables. And they also play quite an important role, I think, in cultural and social things as well. They really capture people's imagination. A movie I think we might be seeing in the future is this one. I have made this up. This isn't a real film. This is courtesy of AI. But I think that much like volcanoes, cable networks have also really, really started to capture the public imagination. We're starting to see much more of a narrative. So I think really, really good scientific information is really important to support both of our aims, mine as a volcanologist, yours as cable people. So hopefully I can show you a little bit of that in this presentation. I'll try not to be too flippant about volcanoes. So why do we study volcanoes? Why are they important? Well, obviously because they're really cool. I really like them. I think they're a really, really exciting place to work. They're like anybody that's been up Etna will have seen it. It's like a sort of different planet when you're on a volcano. But the primary reason we study them is because they can be quite dangerous. Volcanoes, when they erupt, produce lots of things. Ash, pyroclastic density currents, often called pyroclastic flows, lava flows, they produce noxious gases, they explode. So they can be really, really dangerous. So one of the main reasons we want to understand volcanoes is so that we can understand the hazard that they pose to communities, to infrastructure, to people. If we've got a good idea of what a volcano is doing, of its history, we can do a better job of predicting how hazardous that volcano is likely to be for other people, and also when there is maybe a little bit of volcanic unrest, whether or not that's serious and how we should evacuate people and if we need to. Volcanoes are also really important for the climate. So large volcanic eruptions can release lots and lots of gases, things like sulfur dioxide into the atmosphere. And these can cause temporary changes in the climate. They're not causing climate change at the moment. They have in the past. So there have been really huge global volcanic events that have changed the climate quite majorly in the past. But they do cause small changes over a period of several years. So understanding those effects can help us study both past climate change, but also make predictions for how volcanic eruptions are going to interact with the climate in the future. They also fertilize our soils and our oceans. So you've probably all had, and you definitely will be later by the sounds of things, having some lovely Etna wine. So Etna, the volcano itself, is really, really fertile ground. So there's lots and lots of vineyards that grow on there. So they're really, really great for sort of agriculture, arable farming, that kind of thing. And they also play quite an important role in global chemical cycling in general, which sounds very boring, but it's very important. And then finally, they provide geothermal energy and also a lot of things like metals, building materials. We were out with INGV yesterday, who are the geological survey that monitor the volcano here. And they're proudly telling us that the best cement in the world is produced from one of the quarries on Etna. So lots and lots of things come from volcanoes that you might not necessarily directly connect, but they're really, really important. This is Etna. Etna is sort of, I don't know what orientation we're in, I think over there somewhere. It's really, really close to where we are today. So ESCA's the little star up there, just at the bottom of that very, very large volcano. Now, Etna is one of the most active volcanoes in the world. It erupts all the time. This is what the top of it looks like. I hope some people have been up there, and if you have, great. If you haven't, maybe go, but not if it's erupting. But it's really, really interesting. It's got multiple summit craters, all of which have been active in the last 100 years. So it's quite complicated up there. It's quite hard to predict what's going to happen, where eruptions are going to take place. And these sort of southeastern ones have been the most active recently, and were also the site of this eruption that we're going to talk about. I said it erupts all the time. It really does erupt all the time. This is a timeline of eruptions. The darker the color, the more explosive. You can see, I mean, it hasn't started in 1880. It's just that the records before 1880, not very good. But you can see over the last 100 years, it's pretty much erupted almost continuously. But those eruptions are what we call strombolian eruptions. So they're not huge, massive, explosive volcanic eruptions. This volcano is potentially capable of those, but they haven't happened recently. They're pretty small, low explosivity eruptions. So it erupts really, really regularly. But most of those eruptions don't really pose much of a hazard or a threat to the communities that live on the volcano. And that's why we see so much agriculture. I mean, if you look at it as you fly over, quite a lot of people living on it. So they obviously have done this risk assessment themselves and decided the benefits of living there and producing wine outweigh the risk of relatively small, very regular volcanic eruptions. This volcano is also one of the best monitored volcanoes in the world. So I mentioned INGV already. This is a very, very well instrumented and monitored volcano, and I'm going to touch on that too. So June the 2nd, oh, it's great the videos are working. I've put this video in because I think it's quite a nice illustration, first of all, of this idiot who decided to run up a hill, but also of quite a major volcanic event with lots of people running away from it. This is what we're trying to avoid. We don't really want to scare tourists, especially in regions where we have lots and lots of people visiting volcanoes like Etna. I've said most of the eruptions are small. This is a small eruption, but it's obviously still potentially quite hazardous to people. Now, this is a very well-planned volcano. The route, as you can see, actually, there's a hill between where those people are moving and the sort of big cloud of ash behind them. And that means that they're actually pretty safe, although still not a great place to be when a volcano erupts. But there was an incident at Whakaari, or White Island in New Zealand, quite recently that also hit the news. Now, this was also a small event. This was a steam-driven eruption. It wasn't even magmatic, but that did kill people. So in regions where we have volcanic tourism, even very, very small, sort of little volcanic eruptions can be quite hazardous. So this one wasn't. Nobody was hurt on Etna. Everybody was fine. But had this occurred somewhere else, or had the conditions been a little bit different, then it potentially could have been a disaster. So this is another reason we want to really understand the intricacies of volcanic plumbing, of volcanic eruptions, so that we can understand not just the big eruptions, but the little ones too, even though normally they're not hazardous. So this June the 2nd event, it started off at midnight. So I said this is a very well-monitored eruption. The geologists, the volcanologists here absolutely knew there was volcanic activity on the volcano. This was not unusual. They started hearing what we call volcanic tremor. This is a really good sign that there's magma moving underneath the volcano. It's kind of like when your radiators hum as a fluid flows through them. It's sort of that kind of a signal. And it usually means you've got magma moving somewhere underneath your volcano. And if that's quite shallow, you're probably going to get some kind of an eruption. And so the eruption started about 4 o'clock in the morning. This is a picture of it taken from a camera at 5 a.m. You can see it looks quite beautiful and dramatic, but this is still quite a small eruption. This is a fire fountaining eruption. So lava's being thrown out the top, it's raining back down. It did this on and off for several hours. It also opened up a little fissure on one side of this southeastern crater. This is the one that's active in this eruption. So, and there was a lava flow that came out of that. But it wasn't a particularly big eruption. And then at 11 o'clock, this happened. And it's because what had been happening during this eruption is that the crater rim had destabilized. So the eruption wasn't particularly big, but it had been loading one side of the crater. It had been putting extra lavas on one bit. The fissure on one side had destabilized the edge of that crater a little bit. And the side of the crater collapsed. And that's what produced this pyroclastic density current that went down the side of the volcano. So it wasn't a sort of process caused necessarily directly by the eruption. It was kind of a secondary process. But pyroclastic density currents are one of the most hazardous things. These are very fast-moving clouds of hot ash and gas. So we want to understand what they're doing, where they're going. This looks like, again, quite a dramatic event, but by 8 o'clock in the evening, it all stopped. It was all over. And I think people were back up on top of the volcano a day or two later. So really, it sort of disappeared now. People aren't thinking so much about this event, but we are. I'll show you some things on that in a minute. So I've talked about predicting volcanic eruptions or forecasting volcanic eruptions. Why is this difficult? If we've got all of these instruments out there, surely we should know exactly what's going on. But it's actually really, really quite hard because all volcanoes are different. They all have different plumbing systems. They have different geochemistries. They behave in different ways. Not all volcanoes show the same precursory signals before eruptions. So this sort of set of seismograms or seismic sort of signals on the right-hand side of this slide, most of those are earthquakes. The one at the bottom is volcanic tremor that I mentioned. And you get both of those as precursors to eruptions, but we don't always see the same signals, even at the same volcano before an eruption. And the other thing that's a bit tricky is magma moves around underneath volcanoes all the time. So even if you're seeing volcanic tremor, you're not necessarily going to get a volcanic eruption. And so you don't want to evacuate, 1 million people and they'll be like, oh, never mind, you can all come back again. Because if you do that too many times, people stop listening and people stop responding to those warnings. So it's really important we try and understand which volcanoes sort of specifically display which kind of warning signals. The other thing that's different is we don't always see the same interval of time between those warning signals appearing and a volcanic eruption. So you might get volcanic tremor several weeks before an eruption. You might get it a couple of minutes before an eruption. And we don't really know what controls that because magma can move around at its own speed and wherever it really wants to go. Even if we know an eruption is going to happen, we don't really know how explosive that volcanic eruption is going to be. So it's quite hard to know, even if we could say this volcano is going to erupt here, exactly how dangerous or how hazardous that eruption is going to be. And some hazardous events, much like the June the 2nd event, aren't even really driven by a magmatic process. They're driven by something else. So we get things like phreatic eruptions, which are driven by water. We get lahars. These are mud flows that are caused by lots and lots of ash being deposited on the side of a volcano. And we get collapses, which can cause all kinds of things. Here we see a PDC. When those collapses occur underwater, we can get big tsunamis. And then other factors can make eruptions more or less explosive. I had a little chat about this actually at the beginning. But the Eyjafjallajökull eruption in Iceland that grounded all the planes in 2011, that was an eruption that we didn't expect to be particularly explosive, but it had ice lying over the top, and that ice interacted with the lava that was erupting, flashed to basically a supercritical fluid, and exploded. So it's fragmenting the lava that's erupting much, much more than one would expect if it was just the bubbles in the lava themselves doing it. So lots and lots of interacting and quite complicated processes make forecasting really, really difficult. Oh, yes, yes. How can cables help? Here we are, we're on to cables. Okay, so how can cables help us with this? Well, there are two maps on here. The one at the top is all of the volcanoes that have had an eruption in the last 10,000 years-ish. And the bottom one is the location of all of our volcano observatories. Hopefully you can see there's quite a lot more volcanoes than there are observatories. So not all volcanoes have an observatory. A volcanic observatory tends to be pretty specific to the volcano it sits on. So it's only really monitoring one or maybe a couple of volcanoes, not the whole global volcanic system, because it's just not possible. So we have lots of unmonitored volcanoes, and we particularly have lots and lots of unmonitored volcanoes in the ocean. About 2/3, we think, of the planet's volcanoes lie in the oceans. Really, really hard to monitor because the typical equipment we deploy on a volcano isn't really built to go underwater. And if you put it underwater, you can't really communicate with it. You can't see satellites, for example, underwater. So you're not communicating that data in real time. So you'll go and pick your instrument up a year later and be like, oh, there was a volcanic eruption. But that's not that useful if we're trying to understand hazards, because you don't want to know the hazards already happened after the tsunami. It's pretty apparent. So cables can be really, really useful because we have lots of cables that lie in the oceans and we can use them for sensing. However, even without sensing on them, they can be useful. So Mike and I wrote a paper earlier this year on volcanic eruptions and the Subsea Cable network, which touches on this. But even things like cable faults databases can tell us about processes that have happened on the seafloor that we might otherwise not be aware of. Now, fibre sensing takes us a step forward. It allows us to collect lots of new information in regions where traditional monitoring isn't possible. So this can include things like seismic records, so all of those different traces I showed on the last slide. So earthquakes associated with magma movement, really. They can also record key events that indicate an eruption's happening, so we can hear and delineate different explosions using fibre sensing. They can record hazardous phenomena and provide warnings, so they can hear landslides. They can monitor and measure the speed of tsunamis and the size of tsunami waves. And they can hear pyroclastic density currents. And this data, unlike most of the sensing we do on the seafloor, is available in real time, which means it's actually useful for understanding what hazards are and how they're developing. So I promised some cable data. This is mostly land-based data, but a little bit of cable data. So this is Etna volcano. The little red triangles in the middle are sort of the top of the volcano. There's a valley that goes off to the eastern side, which is where that pyroclastic density current on the 2nd of June went, but it didn't go too far down. And these blue dots are all of the monitoring stations on the volcano that have been deployed by our NGV. And in quite a lot of them, hopefully you can see that there's a big sort of red blob, particularly the ones on the right-hand side. So that's the signal of this event, this collapse, and then this pyroclastic density current traveling down the hill. Now, you don't see it in all of their stations. You see it particularly on the ones on the right-hand side, and that's because it's quite a directional signal, so we know which way it's going. They've calculated the speed of sound based on this, but that's because this was not done by a geologist, and they don't realize that's not the most interesting thing. But you can see that there's a signal associated with this event, but that signal is not just a single event. It's actually quite a sort of broad signal with lots of things going on in it. And fortuitously, there is also a cable deployed for scientific monitoring just off the volcano. So that's that orange line there. And we see the same event, and I've pulled out just 2 slides, I'll show you some more in a minute, on that cable as well. So we see that the event that is being detected by the land-based stations on the cable. So that is a first pass, really good sign. So these are only, hopefully this will play. Yeah, this is only the first about sort of 350 meters of the cable offshore. And it's just flicking through a couple of meters at a time. So each of those windows is a few meters of that cable, showing the same time period. There's lots and lots of data in here. This is completely raw. Nobody's really worked on this. There's a PhD who's going to be working on it, but this is basically unprocessed. So there's been no work really to separate out the signals in here. But you'll see there's quite a lot of things in here. And as we approach sort of channel 85, 90, you should start to see a sort of hard line straight through it, and occasionally a double line. That's that event. So that's the cable detecting that collapse of the sort of side of that crater and the resulting pyroclastic density current. And I've just pulled out one of them and zoomed in on it a little bit. And you can see that actually that signal is quite complicated. It's not just, again, one single event. There's a few things in there which are quite interesting. We don't know exactly what processes they relate to. But we are working on understanding a little bit better all the different things that have been recorded. Because quite a lot is possible using this kind of data. So this is a video of that eruption. Oops, sorry. Back so it'll play. Go back, go forward. Yeah, the bird's moving, I think it's playing. So it's not the best resolution, but it is probably the best angle for understanding what exactly is happening during this event. So you can see there's a bit of a precursory collapse, that white sort of pattern you see on the side of the volcano as it sort of slowly moves down. That's the very first bit of collapsing that's beginning to happen. And then here, there's a secondary collapse near the top, and you start to see a bigger, grayer flow shooting down the hillside, and it starts to catch up with the bottom. There's quite a lot of things going on all at one point here. We have at least one, potentially two collapses of the caldera rim. We have explosions that are happening at the volcano itself. We have the rumble of the flow as it travels down. And right here, you can see in the middle, another explosion. So there's a second explosion that happens. We think that's due to interaction with buried ice on the volcano. Now, you can't measure inside a pyroclastic density current. This will kill you. So we can't go and get in the pyroclastic density current and make all of these measurements. But we are recording quite a complicated signal. And because this is very well characterized, we're hoping that we can start to pull out some of the things the cable's actually capable of recording within this flow and get more information about what's happening inside, for example, a pyroclastic density current where we also can't measure. There's huge potential for using fiber sensing for volcanic monitoring and for understanding volcanic processes. Couple of examples of where that's been done successfully. One of them is at Etna. This was a bespoke scientific cable that was deployed quite near the crater. It records some nice explosive broadband signals. Unfortunately, it wasn't still deployed on June the 2nd, or it would be a really nice comparator to the data that we have. And also to highlight what happened in Grindavik in Iceland, where this was not a bespoke cable. This was a cable that just existed. It was there for transmitting data, but happened either fortuitously or not fortuitously, depending on your perspective, to be in the ideal place for measuring deformation associated with magma rising underneath Grindavik. And so they were able to really, really accurately predict and understand where that magma was likely to erupt, when it was likely to erupt, and actually evacuate people based on data that included data that was being derived from the cable. This was a real-time live feed. I don't know if it still is, but that was really interesting because you could basically watch the waterfall plots of the data coming in and see in real time what was happening to deformation in an area that you could also then see on the news. So that was really, really interesting and well done. So are we all going to be killed here? Probably not. So there is always a risk associated with volcanoes, but just to bring this back to Etna, I thought I'd show you some of the publicly available data sets that you can get. So these are three types of monitoring for volcanoes. These are all data sets from Etna. These were the most recent data sets at the time at which Clive demanded I hand over the presentation. So they're not from today, but some of them look back quite far. But you can go and check before you go on your tour of Etna volcano whether or not we're seeing volcanic tremor. That's this bit on the left-hand side. It's not in the red, we're probably okay. So there's some magma movement, nothing looking too serious, nothing looking too big. You can check the earthquakes. You can flick through all of the different seismic stations. Pretty small, pretty regular little earthquakes, pretty standard for a volcanic terrain. No evidence that there's going to be a major volcanic eruption quite yet. And then this chart at the bottom shows a GPS station. So the other thing volcanoes will do if they're really recharging is they'll swell up, kind of like a boil. There's no real evidence of major deformation in Etna volcano over the last few years. So for now, the evidence suggests that really probably the greatest hazard to this conference is anthropogenic activity, much like to cables. And so behave yourselves tonight, and hopefully this was interesting and a bit of an insight to Etna. And if any of you would like to go and check the data for yourself, that's the website there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Izzy. Is there any questions? Barry?
Is this about the Isle of Man?
Are there any volcanoes on the Isle of Man?
Oh, now you're off. You were on.
Hello. Barry Howarth, work for Manx Electricity, Isle of Man. Yeah. We don't have, I don't think, volcanic problems there.
Not yet, no.
Not yet. Oh, you know something I don't.
No, I think you're probably okay for the foreseeable.
My question was about cable sensing. You know, what type of equipment? Can you give us a bit more detail? Is it what temperature? What cable sensing equipment is there that's giving these types of results?
So there's all kinds. I mean, this is really my colleague Bilal's expertise, but he has built his own interrogator. So this is a bespoke fiber optic cable with a bespoke, very expensive interrogator built into the end, which gets really, really good data. But really, there are lots and lots of types of interrogator that allow us to do pretty good fibre sensing. And what I would say is that pretty much any information is better than the nothing that we currently have. So the better your interrogator, I mean, if you're able to shine an ultra-stable laser through the Atlantic, like Beppe does, for example, you can do a lot. You can measure a lot smaller signals. But even relatively basic interrogators can give you quite a lot of information that we wouldn't otherwise have. The most important data for volcanic monitoring is seismicity, really. Seismicity, so it's earthquakes. So, and they're quite big signals. So rather than trying to do, I mean, Bilal has been doing stuff looking at projectiles into the ocean and whether or not he can measure those. You need really, really good equipment to do that. But to measure an earthquake, you don't need anything too fancy. So yeah, I'm not the expert in it, but most off-the-shelf interrogators would allow you to do pretty good volcanic monitoring, really. Thank you.
Next presentation is from Richard Hill of the Waves Group.
Thank you, Clive, and thank you, Isabel. That's absolutely fantastic. It's quite a tough act to follow now. I'm going to bring you all back down to a bump into cable world. Thank you very much indeed for giving me the opportunity to speak today and to talk about one of my pet topics, which is improving subsea power cable reliability. For any of you that know power cables, it's quite a big topic, so 20 minutes is a bit of an ask, but I'll do the best I can. And I'm Richard Hill. I'm a subsea cable specialist, and I'm also a mechanical engineer, so that everything we're going to talk about today is through the eyes of a mechanical engineer. So that's the lens I've got on today. And struggling with buttons. Which one, forward or back? There we go. Okay. So this is the starting point for me, and I think there's going to be a few themes through today. Teamwork makes the dream work. We all go back to our offices, we work in small teams, but for me, I want to focus on a little bit of the broader teams that we all work in, especially groups like this, where we're opening up and seeing how multidisciplinary the whole industry is. When we start to look at the stats, I think most of us here sort of acknowledge, you look at the internet, 80% of submarine cable faults are caused by external aggression in some form. Anchoring and fishing particularly stand out. And I absolutely believe that for the telecoms network. But when you go into power, it's very different. And Catapult did a really good study called Electrode up in the UK, just on UK data. And they looked at UK HVAC wind cables only. And their data was very different. They concluded that only 8% of the faults are caused by external aggression. So if my maths is right, that means 92% of the faults are caused by other things, and they're generally design, manufacturing, and installation issues. So it's a very different sector. And when you start digging in a little bit deeper into those stats, they all come down to estimating between 40 and 70% of those faults are caused by mishandling or manufacturing events and issues. And I find that a bit worrying on the one hand. But trying to put a positive spin on that, the good news is that those things are under our control. So they're things that we can prevent. There's things we can do about that. So that's what we're going to talk a little bit about today. If it will go. Right. I'm not an insurance expert, but the insurance market is part of our client base. And I know there's another Insurance 101 coming up a bit later. But when you start to get into the numbers, they're quite frightening. Just based on volume, 40% of the car claims, that's construction all risk, the overarching insurance policy that covers the construction of a wind farm. 40% by volume of cable claims, but 80% by value of cable claims. So it's really big numbers. And when you start to dig into those a little bit, I think these are figures from Lloyd Warwick. 57 of the last big construction projects had insurance claims. The average claim was about 5 million. Inter-array cable claims are between 2 and 5. Export cable claims range from 10 to 100 million. These are really big numbers. And 2020, they were estimating about 600 million of losses to the insurance market. So they're really starting to take note. And not my joke, but Bill Murray always used to say that I never make the same mistake twice. I make it 5 or 6 times just to make sure. I think, sorry, is that better? There could be some of that going on. Picking up on, starting from the beginning, Cable Engineering 101. I think we all know the marine environment is really harsh. It's dynamic, and we're trying to put assets down that last for a long time. To do that, we need to start looking in a multidisciplinary way. We've got to align the electrical, the mechanical, the thermal, as well as the optical requirements with the physical requirements and the nature of the route, and also the installation techniques and vessels and equipment that we're going to use. And good cable engineering is an iterative process running through those different disciplines and bringing those all together to maintain that integrity for system life. And unfortunately, it takes time and it takes communication across that team, across that multidisciplinary team, to bring all those things together and align them with the cable's limitations, because all the cables have their own constraints. And unfortunately, if those processes aren't comprehensive, then faults are inevitable. And that's not saying all power cables are unreliable. There are some really good examples of some really reliable systems. But parts of the industry are not doing as well as they could be, I think. So, wanted to talk a little bit about what's really going on. And there's a range of cables in front of you. I've sort of ordered them in my mechanical view from the most robust to the most complex, from left to right. Most of us understand telecom cables. I've got a bit here. This is what's lying at the bottom of the Atlantic. It's very small, but it's a really robust, highly engineered product. It's basically a stainless steel wire rope with a tube in the middle protecting the fibers, and then some copper for power and some insulation. And that's a coaxial product, so all the stresses and strains run down the central axis. If you move into HVDC world, they're still a coaxial product, but they're getting a lot bigger. They're in the 125 to 200 mil range. Weights are going up by order of magnitude from 1 to 5 in telecom to 25 to 50. This isn't an HVDC core, this is an HVAC, but you start to see that the size of things are getting much bigger. And what starts to complicate that, in the telecoms world, you're laying one catenary out the back of a ship. In HVDC world, they're starting to bundle these together. So the next one over, you can see there are 3 cables all bundled together. So suddenly a ship is having to manage 3 cables in some form, either by strapping them together or by managing 3 catenaries separately. So the complexity is increasing. And we're working on a project at the moment where we're laying 4 cables together, all to land on the seabed in a common trench, but being laid by 2 ships operating about a month apart, one laying 3 and one laying 1 cable and trenching. So imagine trying to do all of that in an area of the North Sea where you've got a lot of marine currents moving things around. So complexity increases. And then we move into HVAC, and these are a triaxial product. And what that means is we've got 3 cores and they're twisted together along the length of the cable. And in my mechanical engineering world, that creates a spring. So we're trying to lay 3 springs. And those springs have got lots of different layers in them with lots of different materials. They haven't got this strong tensile steel wire rope, like the fibre cable. The main conductor is either copper or aluminium, which have different properties. They've got a lead layer to do the water blocking. They've got lots of screens to keep the electric stresses concentric. So the point of all this is that cables are bespoke. They're designed to meet the particular parameters that we're engineering to, and different cable designs have very significantly different handling properties. Another part of the power cable world we'll touch on, we won't talk about much, but confidentiality, it's there for a reason. Thank you, Neil, for reminding us about competition law and joints, terminations, handling, and terminology, etc. At Blythe last week, Cables 25, one of the power cable events, they are estimating 67% of the faults are in joints and terminations. Public data suggests that cable mishandling, and particularly during installation, is a major contributory factor in the sort of 40 to 70% range. And when you combine that with manufacturing, you look at 2/3 or more of the faults. But what also adds grayness to this is the definition of faults and the failure modes. Where's the line of delineation between a terrestrial joint and a subsea joint? And then what about the cables on the turbines? Are they an offshore cable or a terrestrial cable? So as a sort of discussion point, it's worth getting into the root cause of failure. Was the failure caused by the product being taken outside of its boundary conditions, or because there's a failure in the process or the materials or the manufacturing? Or for those of us that do root cause of failure, we quite often end up somewhere down the line at human error. So just trying to dig in a little bit to open the world onto what's going on, I'm going to talk a little bit about an HVAC cable fault, and relatively minor handling errors can significantly affect the internal mechanical, electrical, and thermal stresses. And I was taught this using the concept of bruises. If you bruise something early in its life, and particularly an HVAC cable, there's a really good chance that it will go pop at some point later in its life. So to try and explain that, we've talked about this triaxial product with 3 cores all twisted like springs. For the cable to be able to bend, those elements need to be able to move freely relative to each other. And that's quite hard to do when you've got armor wires around the outside, which are squashing them together. So if you can imagine, if one of those cores gets restricted, that tensile load, the share between the elements gets modified, and one of those cores might take a little bit more load than the others. And what that can do is cause lots of damage in lots of forms. For instance, if it squashes one of the screens, that changes the dielectric stresses in the poly, and that leads to accelerated aging and failure. We've talked about a lead water blocking layer. If you get a little micro crack in that, and then you subject it to some thermal loading, which all these AC power cables are doing, that small little micro crack can propagate and initiate into a full-scale crack, letting in salt water, again, leading to failure. Or maybe you squash, the 3 cores get squashed together and they flat against each other. Again, you might propagate an existing anomaly. Maybe there's some inclusions or voids in the poly, and that again leads to failure. So any one of these or any combination of these could well be going on in one of your cables if they get bruised during that installation process. So industry is very aware. I'm not going to spend long on this slide. Really pleased that ESCA issued its mechanical handling guideline last year. Please do download it. There's lots of really good stuff in it and definitions about what's going on. This summer, lots of other good stuff is coming out. The Carbon Trust have produced a guideline for defining the mechanical limits, and the GUH have produced their cable monitoring standard. So you can see I'm going to be following a theme today that is going to be throughout the day, I think. What can we do about this? And it's about monitoring, measuring, recording, and keeping. Getting to know your cable. Every cable is different. and understanding the environment it's in. For those of us that repair faults, we all know there are similarities, but when you start digging in, every single fault is slightly different. And one of the points of this is to try and understand your cable's mechanical and thermal characteristics, as well as the electrical and optical. I think the electrical cables, the power side is really well understood, maybe at the expense of the mechanical and thermal side. And then record keeping is critical, because after a fault, everyone wants to know why the fault occurred and who's liable. And that can only happen if there's proper allocation and evidentiary evidence of what caused the fault. So those installation records are really key, and they create a digital fingerprint. So whilst it might not provide a smoking gun, if you get that record, it might even rule out some sort of thing that you thought might be the cause. So fibre optic sensing, I can see, is coming up in most of the agenda items, and that's, I see, as the future for the power sector. Barry asked some questions about what type of technologies. There are lots of technologies out there. OTDR, DTS is temperature, DAS is acoustic and vibration, DSS is fibre strain sensing. ICPC have got a bulletin that explains these really, really well. And the magic to me is not any of these in isolation. It's when you put them together and over a time period, they unlock absolutely fantastic capability. My first experience of this was 2014. I was trying to pinpoint a power cable fault. We knew roughly where it was in distance from electrical testing. We couldn't see it optically on the OTDR, but we could see lots of hydrogen darkening in the fibre. So we knew there was water ingress happening. So we got the DTS in, temperature, and then we found hotspots, all these periods of water ingress. But we still didn't really know where that was in the real world. We wanted to plan a repair just coming out of a bay near a big rock outcrop. So it was really important. We got to pinpoint that. So we brought in DAS, acoustic sensing or vibration, calibrated it on the beach with a tarmac whacker plate, and then we felt the ship's props moving up and down the vessel, up and down the cable, and by lining up the vessel with the hotspot and the hydrogen, we pinpointed the fault to really good accuracy. So it's really important in developing technologies. Individually, they've all been around for a long time. Some of them have come from the sort of military and security sector, but they've most of these been around for a couple of decades now. But it's the applications that are really developing. And where do we see the future? This is something I'm quite passionate about, certainly for power cables, and to try and break the cycle of bruising cables during installation, is to put real-time monitoring of the catenary. So you're monitoring what strains the cable is experiencing as it passes through the machinery on the ship, over the chute, through its catenary in the water column, and also through the burial tool. So you get a really good fingerprint of what the cable has experienced. And then looking to the future, offshore wind is moving into deeper waters. Floating wind is the next big thing. And fatigue is the thing that they're worried about there of these cables. So with fibre optic sensing, you can start to measure the fatigue and count cycles. So if there's some lessons from this, it's get to know your cables. They really are multidisciplinary, and talk at events like these, because I think there's a huge amount of experience and knowledge in this room. So it'll be really good to try and keep those conversations going. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Okay, any questions? Steve, do you have one? Sorry. Sorry, who's got their hand up? Oh, right.
Is that all right? Yeah, thanks, Richard. Really interesting and really useful compare and contrast between telecoms and power. I think that's very helpful. You talked about the use of sensing, and to what extent, I guess you're seeing that to diagnose faults and identify things maybe before they become an issue. To what extent do you think you're seeing this being deployed for full life of system, kind of at the start, rather than say, we think we might have a problem?
So it's pretty common to use OTDR to test during laying of power cables and during telecom. What the fibre optic sensing does, it enables you to look at far more granularity. I'm aware of most of the suppliers have used it in some form or done trials with it, but I think there's commercial reasons for them offering it as a service. Certainly in some areas of the sector, I'm aware that one of the suppliers may be about to launch something in the next few months. So it's absolutely coming. But also, if you're a supplier or contractor that's responsible for the cables during that installation period, there may be some reticence to progress that technology, if you like. But there's been various trials done, both on fibre, both on HVAC, and we're pushing hard for some HVDC trials as well.
Barry Howarth again. Isle of Man, we have power cable, 100 kilometres route length that runs from Isle of Man to Blackpool. That's now been in service over 20 years. One of the questions I've got is, are you looking into, and I think you touched on it at the end, fatigue? We have an area close to Blackpool that we know the cable is lying on a rocky outcrop. It's been there for 20 years. You know, is there a way, gradual movement, whatever, is there any studies or anybody looked into that type of situation? I mean, I could have a second question if you let me, I'm interested in the accuracy you got on the fault that you described.
So fault pinpoint location, we were within a water depth in 20 meters of water. So really good. And in terms of what you're asking, absolutely. And yes, maybe we should talk after this, but there's a renewable development in the north of England, in the Pentland Firth. They're doing exactly what you are suggesting is possible. And they're actually using that as their maintenance strategy rather than spending money on insurance premiums. They are monitoring the vibration and spending the money they would have spent on insurance on going out and doing preemptive rock placement to stabilize those mobile sections. So yeah, perhaps if we can have a catch up at the end of that, that'd be useful. Yes,
Yeah,
Steve.
Richard, it's Steve, a really good presentation. And I think you highlighted extremely well that cable protection is not something that happens after the cable goes into the water. Many decades ago, when telecom fiber optics first came on the scene, they had many of the same issues that power have experienced now. And the one thing I must admit I've seen myself, and it's proven, I believe, is if you plan properly and you do good survey and you take time to lay slowly, not rush it, you will end up with a better, more protected cable. And secondly, I think in power, I think one of the issues, and it sort of brings to one of the issues that's facing the whole industry, particularly in power, was, it boomed, didn't it? And there wasn't that depth of knowledge, of experience. So some of these issues are around skilling, so which brings home one of the issues that's facing the industry, particularly telecoms, after the 15-year hiatus, that we are still short of people, marine people. It's really hard for people to go to sea. So make sure you get good marine people when you're laying your cable.
Yeah, absolutely, Steve. For me, it's about that multi-skilled approach. There are so many specialisms, but understand which skills you need for the environment you're working in, and they can really help you. Most of the problems have been solved, but they need to be engineered through. Is that a hint? Is that my time done?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Richard. Okay. Now for a liaison engagement update for ESCA, John Rossley and Claire Muir would give a social update, social media update as well.
Okay, thanks, Clive, and thanks to our presenters so far. And it's really good to see so many people here in Sicily this week. So for those who don't know me, I'm John Rossley, and I'm the Executive Director with ESCA. So a lot of the outreach and engagement that we do comes through myself and Claire and others on the Executive Committee. So I'm going to talk a bit about some of the work that's been going on since the last plenary in Edinburgh, just to give an update. And I've been told I need to be slightly more brief and to the point, so I'll try and focus on specific things and why they matter. So just to begin with, I wanted to talk a bit about, for our guests and for those prospective new members who are here today, who we are and what we do. So we aim to represent our members' diverse interests across the subsea cable sectors that we represent. So that's telecommunications, power, and cables for offshore renewables as well. So quite often we need to find the balance between our members' national interests, European interests, and the interests of the sectors as well. So our membership's about 2/3 UK-based members and about 1/3 European. But of course, many of our companies operate across UK, Europe, internationally as well. So a lot of the issues that we cover touch on a lot of members' interests. One area, and we had a very good antitrust reminder from Neil this morning, but one area that we can collude is working with governments, engaging on regulation, talking about improving matters with governments and other decision makers. So the focus since Edinburgh, since the last plenary in March, has been on growing European engagement, addressing issues which have been raised by members on specific topics, and then responding to emerging challenges as well on spatial planning, environmental licensing, and other things. So some of the key themes that we cover are looking at policy and regulation. So that can be permitting, repair capability, initiatives which are coming forward from the European Commission and from other institutions as well, to make sure that there's good industry expertise and technical knowledge built into those, so that the decisions are made don't produce absurd consequences that can disadvantage the industry as well. We also cover security and resilience. It's been a hot topic in the media and with governments, and we tend to try and give reassuring messages about resilience to others who engage on those things. And then we do various awareness outreach. We have the KISS Orca project. We have the Subsea Cable Awareness Workshop, and all sorts of other activities to help to serve our membership. And of course, workforce and skills. And Claire will talk about this a bit more because we're doing a double act this morning. We're promoting the next gen group and bringing new entrants into the industry. So then in terms of some general updates, we've had a stronger EU and NATO engagement since the last plenary. We've been engaging with the European Commission on the Action Plan and Cable Security Toolbox that we talked about last time as an update. There's also been specific topics on Irish government input, UK government, other coordination. I won't go through the whole list because I'll go into them in a little bit more detail shortly. We try to encourage streamlined and efficient policy and consenting processes to, again, make sure that there's industry technical knowledge and expertise in the things which are done there. We also try and coordinate on the resilience and security topic, and we had a very good Power Cables members meeting yesterday to talk about what our Power Cable members want ESCA to say about power cable resilience and security specifically. Then environmental topics, we look at engaging with OSPAR, environmental NGOs, other stakeholders and academic institutions. And there's all sorts of things which we do to engage with external stakeholders. So to cover some of our specific activity, many members have raised concerns over the newly implemented Maritime Area Planning Act in Ireland, which is now about 2 years old. And part of that legislation introduced the Maritime Area Regulatory Authority, which is tasked with developing offshore renewables in the EEZ and the maritime area of Ireland. Irish EEZ is, of course, a strategic location for telecommunications cables going out into the Atlantic. There's also considerations for power cables and telecoms cables crossing the Irish Sea. So it's really key that we engage with the processes and the new processes which are being implemented in Ireland now. So I won't go into too much detail because we have a presentation from Alex Overstall on a case study on MARA, but I thought I'd talk about a little bit about what ESCA is doing in response to the new regulation. So we've encouraged international engagement with governments, other governments outside of Ireland, to say that they need to engage with Ireland to understand the impact of that legislation on other national interests and European interests as well. So that builds into the work that we've been doing with the Commission on the Cable Security Action Plan as well. We held a cable awareness workshop for the Irish government down in Wexford at Mara, and we had engagement from various different departments, Department of Foreign Affairs, Office of the Taoiseach, the Department of Defence, all sorts of other bodies came to the workshop to learn a little bit more about cables. And that the main reason for that session was to just bring Mara up to speed, to let them know that there's sectors other than offshore wind which are needing consideration in these processes. So we've been engaged with the policy leads for telecoms cables in the Irish government. So of course they can then make representations to Mara as well, which is the independent regulator. So it's not a government body in itself, but they can set the policy which then Mara then has to implement in consenting decisions. And then we've had direct engagement with Mara as well. We've had various meetings to explain some of the challenges of our members. One really critical element which was raised by members was that Mara was saying that any cable repair in Irish waters would be subject to maritime usage licensing, and this caused real concern. We didn't know if that was the reality or whether it was anecdotally being said by case officers, but we thought it was serious enough to write a letter from ESCA to Mara, copying in other Irish government departments as well, to say that this represents a key challenge if there's going to be barriers put in the way of rapid repair response in Irish waters. So we have had a response to the letter, and Mara have said that they're happy to set up a meeting. But in conjunction with that, we've had engagement with the policy leads in Ireland who have said that they will be taking this up quite seriously with Mara. And so, of course, we're deferring that meeting until after those policy discussions have happened, which we're hoping will have a good outcome of exempting cable repair or pre-approvals or something which means that repair can take place without any barrier or impediment. We've also been advising on exemptions or other legislative exemptions from licensing, and geophysical, geotechnical survey, small-scale survey works is something that we've put forward as a recommendation. This would hopefully significantly improve the licensing process, and we await the outcome of that. We've also been invited to apply to be part of Mara's Stakeholder Advisory Forum, so that's something which we're progressing as well at the moment. So then moving to the European Commission, we have a colleague from the European Commission coming to present later on today. I don't think he's arrived yet, but his flight arrives before lunch, so he should be with us after lunch. And he's going to present on the EU Cable Security Action Plan and the work of the expert group in the EU, which has been working on outcomes of the white paper and the recommendations which were put forward last year and earlier this year as well. So I was invited to present at the expert group, so that was the first industry intervention, and it's worth saying the experts within the group are policy experts, they're not subsea cable experts. So again, it's really important to remain engaged with these processes to ensure that they're making the right solutions that work for industry, as well as the processes they're trying to put in place. So engaging with them, otherwise we've had stakeholder interviews with the consultants who have been putting the report together for them, and then we invited them to the plenary as well. So it's a really good opportunity while we convene industry for them to come and meet a lot of our members and other government representatives at the same time. So it'll be very good. And if you see Johannes around later on during the week, please do go and introduce yourself. We've also been engaging with the External Action Service, which is the diplomatic branch for the European Union. Alison Weston was on the agenda to present, but yesterday she unfortunately had to be called away to some other business, so she's not able to be here. But we've had meetings and more engagement with them, and we've been invited to some of the council party meetings later in the year. So there's further engagement there as well with the international outreach part of the European Union. Jumping to another topic, so IMCA, the International Marine Contractors Association, was doing some engagement in Brussels, again to do with the Cable Security Action Plan, and they wanted to talk about resilience of subsea cables and cable security. They contacted us because, of course, they're not experts on subsea cables, and asked what we would like to input, potentially into a joint statement or a joint engagement, as they had a lineup of various engagements with DG Energy, DG Connect, DG Mara, and other directorates within the European Commission. So we agreed messaging on topics of mutual interest, and that was published over the summer. So if anyone hasn't seen it, it's got some various good practices on the cable repair ecosystem, what that means for power cables, telecommunications cables, and some shared common messaging there. Other European engagement sessions, and I've got a list of events at the end of the presentation, which I won't go through in detail. There's been interest from other navies across Europe, the Belgian Navy in particular, in joining ESCA and participating. And it's worth saying that one of our new members is the Royal Navy in the UK as well. So there's good engagement there between defence, industry, governments as well. So then across the summer, there have been lots of consultations on various topics. The Irish Maritime Security Strategy was a key one. That's looking at Ireland implementing for the first time a security strategy, which also considers subsea cables and subsea infrastructure. I think it'll be no surprise that we had a lot of detail about Mara in there, as well as other policy aspects. Really to say that security isn't just about defence and technology. It's also about good regulation, good practice, understanding the resilience that industry builds into designing subsea cables. Then BEREC, the European body which convenes national regulators for telecoms, had a consultation again on security, resilience, and what that means from a telecoms regulatory perspective. And so we responded to that as well over the summer. Then there've been a few consultations, or a flurry of consultations in the UK from DEFRA, which many members here have input to, particularly on marine licensing reforms, costs, and efficiencies. So this caused some quite serious concern for some of our members who are developing in the UK, where DEFRA are considering raising the hourly rate for the marine management organisation to recover costs from £122 per hour to £155 per hour. The consultation talked about efficiencies. We understand that there's not really a corresponding plan to increase efficiency of that. So our message has really been, if you're going to charge more, it has to come with a better level of service, because I'm sure many members will not consider the processes of the MMO as especially efficient. So there's been various other regional consultations which have been raised by members, and we've responded to as well. And if anyone wants to see copies of those, then please do let me know. So quite a significant piece of work in the UK has been the Marine Delivery Route Map, which is a project from the Crown Estate, and we've talked about at various plenaries in the past. And this has been developing. We've had a small technical working group working alongside the Crown Estate to provide input. And there's a series of webinars which are being run to engage with members to explain what it is, what it does, what it isn't, and really look at the future of marine planning in the UK. So, of course, what is it? Increasing development, particularly around the coast of the UK, of offshore wind is leading to constraints on space, and that's space for all marine activities. And really, if we want to understand how routing of subsea cables won't be disadvantaged, we have to understand how much space is left, where future routes might be able to go. And the Crown Estate has been doing a significant amount of work to look at that strategic future view and future planning. It's worth saying that the Crown Estate are not the policymakers. They're forming this as a policy tool that government can then take to make decisions on marine spatial prioritisation, marine spatial planning, and other activities. But it's really important that members with activities in the UK are engaged with this piece of work. And we have colleagues from the Crown Estate here. So I would seek them out if you don't understand what this is and you need to know a little bit more. So at the beginning of the summer, or at the start of the year actually, the House of Lords launched a parliamentary inquiry on the vulnerabilities of subsea cables. And at the last plenary, we were preparing a written response to put some written evidence into the parliamentary inquiry. As a result of that, myself and some other industry colleagues were called into the committee to give oral evidence at the sessions at the beginning of the summer. And it was a really interesting, fascinating session where the committee was trying to crunch together a lot of different views, a lot of different input that they'd had, and evidence that they'd been provided. So the perspectives, I think, and the report has been published, and the perspectives from the committee and the perspectives of government, noting that the committee isn't actually the one making the decisions, they're providing advice for government to implement. And industry perspectives are not always the same. So government has to be focused on security, the potential of hostile acts and that type of activity. But they also need to understand that in the context of how the industry operates, the typical ecosystem, the day-to-day activities that the industry is dealing with. So they're not always the same perspectives, but both perspectives need to be considered. And looking at the recommendations, we'll carry on doing further work to see how that can be implemented in a productive way. And the report is available on the website. We've posted it on LinkedIn. There's various places that you can find that. So in environmental topics, we continue to engage with the OSPAR Commission. So OSPAR is the Oslo-Paris Convention, which is a convention in the Northeast Atlantic, or the OSPAR geographic area, that looks at protection of the marine environment. We have observer status as ESCA within OSPAR, and we continue to engage on various different topics. Probably the most direct is the best environmental practice document on cable lay and subsea cables more widely. Since we updated the background document, that's really undermined what the best environmental practice document says now. And so the cables task group, which we were part of, has been reformed, and that will then be looking to update the best environmental practice document along those lines. We had an AHA, Environmental Impact of Human Activities Committee meeting in Kinsale in April, where that was agreed. And so the committee will be moving forward to spring to look to update that. And we've had the technical and regulatory subgroup of ESCA working on that. There's other intersessional correspondence groups, so little task groups which sit under AHA or the Human Activities Committee. And they're on specific topic areas, so underwater noise, offshore renewables, and decommissioning as well. And there's some decommissioning and underwater noise workshops next week. And they really impact the activities that our members are operating within day to day. So again, something that we're remaining closely engaged with. It's worth noting, of course, so submarine cables are generally considered quite low impact, particularly telecoms cables, many aspects of power cables as well. But if we don't have evidence to back up what we're saying about those impacts, it can lead to use of the precautionary principle. So a more precautionary approach from regulators who might say, we don't understand what the impacts are, so we have to regulate more strongly. And so we work with other institutions, and we have Mike and Izzy here from NOC to try and build that evidence base and put that together. So if there's research ongoing and there's work going on through our various subgroups, it's really important we remain engaged with that to keep increasing that evidence base. So other stakeholders and organizations we work with, I'm running out of time a bit, so I won't go through these in a lot of detail. So we've been engaged with Wind Europe to coordinate on the offshore renewables, decommissioning and underwater noise aspect. So of course, we only represent subsea cables. Wind Europe represents turbines and other structures, but there's common messaging there about decommissioning activities and so on that we can share with OSPAR. So we're working on some joint positions on those at the moment. ESCA is a member of the International Advisory Body, which is a joint body between the International Cable Protection Committee and the International Telecommunications Union. And this is a high-profile body at UN level, which is representing subsea cable resilience or looking into subsea cable resilience. As Steve Dorr, our previous chair, was the representative to the advisory body, since he stepped down, we will be nominating a new representative, which will be Pete Jameson, who's our vice chair, who's not able to be here this week, but he'll be put forward as the next representative. Some of the other institutions we engage with, Energeo Alliance on underwater noise, so they're the seismic survey organization or trade bodies similar to ours who have similar concerns about survey activities. The Seabed User Developer Group, I won't talk about too much because we have Peter Barham here, who's the chairman, who's going to give us a presentation tomorrow. Renewable UK, we've got various common interests and we've been working together with them as well. And of course, our friends at DKCPC and the ICPC too. So we work with lots of other stakeholders and bodies around Europe and around the world. So I've got a list of events which we've participated in. I've only got a couple of minutes left, so I won't go through these in too much detail. But if you have any questions about the types of events that we're attending, the things that we've been going to, then please do catch me in one of the breaks. And so some of the future activities, just to wrap up. So next week we have the OSPAR decommissioning workshop and the ORED intersessional correspondence group. And that's taking place at the OSPAR Commission in London on the 8th and 9th of October, so that's next week. And we'll be attending, presenting and sharing views with OSPAR. We're planning for the Royal Navy Seabed Defence Conference in Gothenburg, and that's in February 2026. And we'll be holding a small cable resilience awareness workshop there for the defence agencies who will be attending. So that's really to talk about cable awareness in the context of resilience, security, and the messages from industry that need to be shared with these defence agencies to understand. So our meeting yesterday of Power Cable members will hopefully be very useful in informing what we present and say there. So next year, there'll also be the second Valencia Island Cable Resilience Symposium, which is taking place with a focus on cable repair, response, and emergency preparedness. That's on the 22nd to the 24th of April. And we're planning to hold a workshop for ESCA members and for governments and other stakeholders to do some scenario exercises focused on response, communications, put together some real-life examples, to share with governments how industry responds in the event of potentially disruptive, significant events where multiple cables might be damaged at the same time. So remain engaged with that, and there'll be more details of that session coming soon. External Action Service, the EEAS, we're participating in some of the autumn meetings which are taking place, so there'll be more engagement there with the European Union. And then we've had requests from NATO Marcom in Northwood to have some further engagement, maybe provide some sessions and organise some liaison with industry bodies as well. And with that, I will hand over to Claire to give an update on communications. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Welcome, everybody. I'm Claire. I'm ESCA's Engagement Director. I'm going to run through some of the external engagement pieces we've been doing over the past few months. So this is slightly high. I'm kind of just looking and just seeing straight towards two microphones. Don't worry, this isn't very heavy, so it's a nice wind down to your break in a couple of minutes. So nothing too intense at all. So firstly, we wanted to say a proper welcome to our new ESCA members who have joined over the course of the past 12 months. So we've got Electra, Jib Telecom, NKT, Prismian, Royal Navy, RSK, Subsea CW. Apologies, Ross, I've not got your new logo up there yet. Sorry, it's totally hot off the press. SSE Distribution, not to be confused with SSE Transmission, who are already members. Vela Infrastructure, Tetra Tech, and X-Ocean. So it's great to have you on board. We're really looking forward to having you within ESCA, joining in with the collaborative work that we all do together. Existing members, please say hello to the new people, the new faces in the room. Let them know what you've been getting up to with ESCA initiatives. Get them on board, get to know each other. So moving, any companies that are in the room that aren't currently members, if you're interested, please come and have a chat to Clive during the breaks at lunch this evening. Be really good to have you on board too. So moving on to the BT Terror event, many of you will be familiar with this event that we held in July. It's our first summer reception focusing on skills, innovation and growth. We organised this in partnership with Suboptic and the ICPC. We're really lucky to have BT host us at the BT Tower in London, which was fantastic. So not only did we have this great event, but we had amazing views to go with it. So it was attended by industry, regulators, government, stakeholders. The purpose was to highlight the growing skills gap within the sector across the whole range of different disciplines. So we created opportunities for attendees to speak to the different disciplines, be it seabed management, cable protection, installation, environmental permitting, you name it. There was somebody there covering that base. This was followed by some panel sessions, which are the photos on the top. This helped to put a spotlight on different career pathways, the weird and wonderful ways people have found themselves being in this industry. So yeah, it's just a great, really highlighted what a great area subsea cables is to work in. We want to build on this first event. Obviously, this is a message that we're going to have to keep on repeating. It's not going to fix itself overnight. So we want to build on this event and continue it into next summer too. So we've got lots and lots of content. We had a filmographer there, so we've got all sorts of little sound bites that were captured on the day. So you will have to put up with me continuing to post about this and sing the praises of everybody that attended and joined in. So thanks again to BT for hosting. We really, really appreciated that. And it was fantastic to be partnering with Suboptic and ICPC on this. So cable awareness workshops. This is an acronym that I should probably pull up. You will constantly hear us referring to it as the SCORE, so the SCAW. To recap, we ran a successful relaunch of the SCORE at the start of the year. It's aimed at new entrants to industry, as well as regulators, government, stakeholders, basically anybody who wants to have a bit of a refresh on the industry, on the sector. So all are welcome. It's the first one that we held in a hybrid manner. So I think it's really important to remind ourselves why we do these workshops. There's so much effort, time and resource that goes into them from our members. We had multiple members, as well as friends of ESCA there presenting and inputting. So the fact that so much time goes in, I think we need to really make sure that we focus on what the outcome is, that we are achieving our goals. I think the benefits of these for new starters within our membership organisations is really clearly obvious. But outside of our membership organisations, there's a real positive contribution to increasing awareness of the sector, why we do what we do, the intricacies that go behind creating subsea cables, building them, maintaining them. For example, greater awareness can aid decision-making for licensing and policymakers. So it was a really successful event. Off the back of that, we then ran the aforementioned Irish workshop in Wexford. So that was back in March. That's that top photo there. And we are in the process of planning one with Welsh Government as well. So we've got the main score. I think we should start calling it the mother of all scores. We've got that in the diary for the start of February. We're going to go back to the National Oceanography Centre. Thank you very much, Nock. It ran so well there, it just makes sense to return. We really look forward to partnering with the Crown Estate Scotland and Nock on that again. So watch this space, more information will come. Any new people within your organisations, throw them their details my way and I can add them to the mailing list. Okay, told you lots of pretty pictures, nothing heavy at all. So social media, 2 years ago we set ourselves an aim to increase our online presence. We wanted to raise awareness of ESCA and all the work that the association and its membership does. So it was anticipated that in doing this we could increase our membership, which in turn would then increase the knowledge base, the depth of the knowledge base that we have contributing towards the work of ESCA. It's evident that by the level of new members that we've got, you saw the first slide, it's on average one new member every month for the past year, which is fantastic. So it's evident that we're on the right trajectory. We've doubled our follower numbers on LinkedIn, for example, in the last 6 months. This has actually quadrupled since 4 years ago. So it is really that it's taken effect. We're on the right course. I think it's looked at impressions. I'm learning a lot about social media now. which impressions are how many times we appear in news feeds. When you open your LinkedIn account, what you see on your news feed. I think this year we've appeared hundreds of thousands of times on people's apps. So that's great. The word of ESCA is getting spread, getting around. Excuse me, sorry. So we aim for a range of content. So this is just a few snippets. We've got various blog posts. That's one of my favourites. I love a Pete Jameson blog post. He just makes something so readable, really easy going, a bit of a fangirl moment. Any events we've got coming up, meetings such as this week. Significant dates. So we've got a great post from the first transatlantic telegraph crossing. Industry development. So the work that John's doing out and about around Europe, and any major announcements. So we're doing this on behalf of our members. If anyone's got anything they'd like to have considered for posting, if there's anything you'd like to contribute towards, and then any of the topics we've got coming up, come and speak to me. We're more the merrier. So come and have a chat. Okay, now the next one. This is something I like to do. I don't know if any of you really need it in your lives or not, but if you could just humour me, that would be fantastic. So I do a little bit of a countdown of the most successful posts we've had in the last 6 months. So coming in at number 5, we've got the Next Gen ASM facility tour, which was back in July. Feedback was that it was fantastic. Frank is going to update you all on that later. But as fantastic as ASN is, I think the fashions might have had something to do with the interaction. I mean, they all look pretty fetching. Lovely stuff. The BT Terror event, we had a lot of, as I mentioned, we'd got a lot of films, a lot of sound bites. So the interactions on that was fantastic. But it appears that the people have spoken. Phil Payne, National Grid, was a bit of the unofficial poster boy. There he is talking about the importance of having the right people in the right jobs to hit all the various targets for net zero. There we go. We've got the joint committee. So as John alluded to, there were various members that joined the inquiry. We've put a range of posts out relating to this, recordings of the sessions, the report. John's put a fantastic blog post out disseminating the report, giving his thoughts. So I think this is a really good, it was also well received, and I think it's a really good sign that actually using LinkedIn to share industry developments is really handy. Just another way that we can get the news out there. And then, of course, we've got the retirement of Steve Dorr. So the well wishes are still rolling in on that one. I'm sure Steve's in his sunny bolt hole, wherever he may be, enjoying reading the comments that are coming through. And then I feel like we need a drum roll for top spot. So long-time friend and member of ESCA, now our new chair, Steve Holden, has had the most popular post. Of course. So there was a huge amount of appreciation for Steve's appointment. The likes and the messages are still rolling in. So it is likely that sometime soon Steve will be our most successful post in all of ESCA posting history. But for the moment, he plays second fiddle to everybody's favourite current hot topic, Baltic cable damage. So he's got some work to do, but I'll wrap it up there because you'll all be very thirsty. I know I am. It really, if you don't already follow us, please do. It really helps to spread the word of all the work that you're all doing. So yeah, go and have your teas, have your coffees, look us up on LinkedIn, hit the follow button, and yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Claire. We're just a little past 11, so there's a coffee break outside now until 11:30, please. Okay. Welcome back. Next presentation is from Johannes Thijs from the European Commission DG Connect. So over to you, Johannes.
Many thanks, Clive, and good morning, everyone. Very sorry to have dragged you from the coffee break, well deserved. Those chats are always the best at these types of conferences, but hopefully I make it interesting for you and also can take some questions and some interaction. First of all, thanks a lot for having invited the European Commission to the ESCA Plenary. My name is Johannes Thijs. I'm head of sector in DG Connect's unit for future connectivity systems. So DG Connect is basically the part of the European Commission that deals with digital at large, and that includes also digital infrastructures. And in this unit, I'm following submarine cables, but that's a bigger topic. As you will see, there are many departments involved, and I will zoom into some of the issues that we are currently dealing with. So let me run you through some of the latest updates. I should have asked before, and I actually will do that. Who feels that they are very familiar with the EU Cable Security Action Plan? Can I get a show of hands, please? Okay, so in case of doubt, blame John. No, John, of course, has debriefed you already, and I'm happy to kind of try to sort some more details out for you, because the action plan was adopted in February this year, and it's very broad. It has many issues, tackles many topics, and it focuses on both power and telecoms cables or data cables. I will focus more on the data cables part, and some of these issues are not are being dealt with by various services inside the European Commission. But let me run you through the main headlines, at least. So the action plan is divided into 4 big pillars, if you want, and they cover the whole resilience cycle, from prevention to detection, response, and recovery up to deterrence. I'm focusing a lot on the prevention part, as you will see in a minute. In the prevention part, you have, of course, legislation in place. Some of you might know the cybersecurity directive by the EU, the so-called NIS2 directive, that you also have to, where there are reporting obligations for operators. You also may know the Critical Entities Resilience Directive. The good news is both directives are calibrated to each other, so there should not be double reporting obligations. And normally for operators, the NIS2 directive is the more relevant one. But for member states, both directives have a big role to play. And then this is what we're focusing on in particular. Last year, the European Commission had put forward a recommendation on secure and resilient submarine data cable infrastructures. And there were a number of to-dos that were now front-loaded in the action plan. And very importantly, these to-dos should be delivered by an expert group composed of member state authorities. So it's an intergovernmental group. There's also the European Cybersecurity Agency participating, and DG Connect is chairing the group. And as John has told you, we have had several industry exchanges already with associations like ESCA, of course, and other associations, but also in the individual companies that deal with that have submarine cable business in one or the other segment of the value chain. So from repair to the technologies to deploying the cables, the vendors and manufacturers. I think by now we have a good picture, but it's still good to exchange with you directly and also hear your questions and main challenges. So the idea is of this expert group to mainly deliver on 4 key deliverables. First of all, a mapping of existing and planned infrastructures, see a bit what is there, what is being planned, get a coherent picture. Then, based on that, establish a coordinated risk assessment, and that is really broken down into threats, vulnerabilities, and dependencies. It doesn't only cover security in a narrow sense, it rather covers resilience at large. So that includes economic security, economic dependencies. So those 2 deliverables were actually close to finalizing. There's no concrete date yet, but watch this space. In the next couple of weeks, we hope to make something public on these areas. And then building on that, by the end of the year, on this we're also working already with member state representatives, is then from the analysis part, the reaction and measures part. So we want to come up with a cable security toolbox of risk mitigating measures, and then also a list of what we call cable projects of European interest. So those are some priority areas where we would like to see, which are strategic, where we would like to see more investment, and where we also would be considering to put some public support, which we, by the way, already do a lot under the European funding programs, but we would like to increase the support a bit more. The key program to keep there in mind is the Connecting Europe facility, another 540 million to come here on stream. So there will be calls launched for some public support in these areas. But so far, these things have not been decided yet. We're working with the experts to finalize them. And then, of course, I've heard some presentations this morning because I was able to tune in a bit on the way on sensing technologies and the like. That's very much on our radar as well. Whenever there is a new system in place and even upgrading existing systems, we would really like to have the latest technology deployed. That includes DAS systems and the like. So that's really something we would like to see more of, and we would like to support also Europe's capacity to build up these new technologies. I'm going a bit quicker through the other areas. As you see, it's a big piece of a big plan with many pillars. So when we talk about detection, it's about surveillance, first of all, fusing different sorts of data systems. The industry has a lot of data available, not least through the technologies that you deploy, but also governments have data available. And some of these data are not really shared between the various actors. So we would like to improve that through an idea of regional cable hubs. So bringing together some of the key actors, mainly governmental, but also trying to plug in industry. And we are working on having a first pilot hub in the Baltic Sea, not least given the incidents that happened there. But of course, once that hub is set up, so the characteristics are being determined, that model could be replicated in other sea basins. Sensors and drones are very important as well, high on our radar. I mentioned already the various technologies. There's more to be done, and drones, of course, have both sides. On the one hand, they may be a threat, as we see these days when we read the news. On the other hand, they help us also when it comes to maintenance and repair. And then for all of that, partnership with the industry, so with you, is key. And that's why we're very happy to exchange with you at conferences like these, but also at meetings in Brussels and beyond. When we talk about response and recovery, there is the question of who do we liaise with? What are the other key actors that we have to talk to? There are existing crisis response mechanisms in the EU. They are now tested every now and then with the latest incidents, see how they work, if they need to be adapted. We are talking to NATO as well, which of course in terms of security in the narrow sense is the key actor to have on the radar here. And then the question of repair also is very, very, very prominent. One key message to take away there, we know that the repair market, when we talk about data cables, works quite well with the maintenance agreements in place, but there is an issue of fleet renewal. There is an issue of, okay, this is a business as usual approach. What happens in an extraordinary scenario? Do we need some backup capacity? How do we design that capacity? Those are the questions that are being tackled there. And then finally, that's, if you want, the external relations side of this action plan is the deterrence piece, where it's about talking to our partners, making sure they share the awareness that we have built up, aligning with them, taking measures, especially in legally difficult circumstances. Shadow fleet is one example. So vessels that are in international waters, who has jurisdiction, it's not always clear, and the international maritime legal framework there also poses some challenges. UNCLOS to be mentioned here. Quickly going through the timeline. So as I said in the beginning, the action plan was adopted in February this year, and we had several meetings with the expert groups and various exchanges with the industry. Right now, we're really trying to finalize these first deliverables, so the mapping and the risk assessments part, including stress tests. So we would like to have stress test methodology there as well. And these things are connected then also to funding calls. For example, when you talk about stress tests, there will be public funding made available to actually conduct those stress tests. And those calls will be launched also rather sooner than later. So in the next couple of weeks and months, we hope that these calls will be published. And then by the end of the year, to come up with the toolbox of mitigating measures and cable projects of European interest. Last sentence, perhaps, on the cable projects of European interest. This is a bit of a long-term view we take there. You know, perhaps that the budget of the EU takes lasts for 7 years. So our current budget cycle is lasting 2 more years. But we just made a proposal in the summer for the new budget, which is now being negotiated. So it's very important to think long-term when we design these areas, so we don't throw out of the window what we have done until now and in the last couple of years, that doesn't get thrown out when the new budget is being approved. So I would probably stop here to be able to take some questions from you, but thanks a lot, and thanks again for the invitation.
Thank you, Johannes. Any questions? Chris, do you have your hand up?
Thanks, John. Thanks, Johannes. How do you propose to implement the deterrent and the sanctions in the present and long-term threat from the fishing industry?
Sorry, can you repeat the last part, just acoustically?
Yeah, how do you propose to implement the deterrent and the sanctions for the current and long-term threat presented by the fishing industry?
Yeah, that's a good one, of course, and we know that the majority of faults come really from there. So that's, I think, where your question is coming from. And I think the message that I would like to leave you with is we're not paranoid. We know very well that some of the scenarios we're talking about are really not at all what is the day-to-day business that you have been dealing with. But these scenarios may or may not get more intense. When we talk about the normal fishing industry and the existing mitigating measures in place are first of all working quite well. There are some things that may be improved, skills being one. I think it was also mentioned this morning. There's also the question then if some of the monitoring systems, the vessel identification systems, if those really are working 100%, and if the data used from those systems is used to the best extent possible. But overall, that's not the big area where we see any gaps right now. The last point, perhaps, when it comes to repair, maintenance, and repair, we do see that the current vessel fleet might need a renewal rather sooner than later, and these vessels, the investment cycles seem to be very long as well. So that's something to watch for. I hope that answers a bit your question.
Who's got it? I can't see.
Hi, I'm Sript from NKT Cables. I have a question regarding the second point you mentioned regarding the regional hubs. Can you stress a little bit upon what's the status of that right now? What is the plan, and how do you think the industry can help support reaching that goal?
Mm-hmm. So right now we're in the process of, so these regional hubs should be led by member states because they have to be located in a member state eventually. So we have, I think, now found some member states that would like to take the lead a bit in establishing this first Baltic hub. Finland is very active in that space. And we would like to develop the characteristics of what is exactly needed, what is missing, how can the various data sources be fused. I think those are the discussions that are taking place right now to see how can we design the hub that it makes sense. A very concrete example is the hub a virtual space where people sit and watch monitors, or is it just an IT system that interconnects? So there are many open questions that need to be solved. I think we are kind of having discussions with industry as well on this, but on many points or many instances in the action plan, the cooperation with the industry is mentioned. And I think once things become a bit more clear of what governments that want to take the lead, what they are willing to do, then it might be the best moment to then also bring in the industry and see how the knowledge that you have, and concretely I'm thinking about the databases you have, the information you gather on your own infrastructures, how that can be better integrated than it is the case today.
Okay, thank you. Time for one more, Steve.
Yeah, just one question. Given obviously the close proximity of the UK and the fact that we're sandwiched between the Republic of Ireland and the mainland Europe, are you, as part of this, are you actively reaching out to your sort of equivalent UK colleagues, DSIT or whatever? Yeah, you are. Okay.
Yes, the short answer is yes, and of course cables. So there are various formats in which we engage with the UK. But the key formats to mention are cyber or digital dialogues that we're having, and submarine cables is a topic that we discuss. And I mean, you're absolutely right. Even though the UK is not a member of the EU anymore, they are a key partner because almost all the transatlantic connections land there. So it would be completely, it would not be the right choice to close that eye and look somewhere else. So that's why these discussions are taking place. And, we're happy about that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Johannes. Thank you. Okay, next presentation from Alex Overstall, an island permitting case study.
Okay, can everyone hear me okay? Great, lovely. So thanks to ESCA for having me here today. Here to speak about our experiences on the new island permitting regime that's enacted by MARA, that's been in place since 2023. Just before we start, I do want to make sure that I'm clear that this is not a commentary on MARA itself, but is simply a process and an experience that we went through, and it's presented with a view to facilitating knowledge sharing between members as you go about your cable operations in the future. So I'll start by outlining a bit of the history, always helps, a little bit of the island's background on the permitting change from the foreshore license to MARA. I'll look at our maritime usage license case study, and then I'll try and draw on some lessons learned and how this might help members going forwards. So the previous legislation was the foreshore license, which regulated activities out to the 12 nautical mile limit. And these were essentially leases and licenses. Leases for occupying the seabed, so a cable, licenses for undertaking surveys and similar activities. But in 2021, and primarily to facilitate the large-scale offshore wind development that Ireland has set itself, the MAP Act was enacted. So that's the Maritime Area Planning Act. And Ireland set itself a challenge of 7 gigawatts of energy needed from renewable energy sources by 2030. So where the foreshore license was applicable to the territorial water, the MAP Act looked out and facilitated permitting to the edge of the EEZ. And that presents a couple of challenges, which I'll go into. A new body had to be established to facilitate this, and that was MARA. So MARA enacts the MAP Act, or implement the MAP Act. And they were formally set up in 2023, at which point all existing applications had to be switched across to the new process, save for a couple of nuances around there. And similar to the foreshore license, there are essentially two avenues. There's the maritime area consents, so those are the easements to apply and occupy the seabed. I won't speak about those today, but I would just flag that whereas it all was within the foreshore license previously, once a MAC is obtained now, you then have to go and get your planning permission afterwards, and that's to a different body. That's to ABP, Onboard Planola, or ACP as it's now called. Oh, jump back one. So MULs are required for essentially surveys for scientific discovery and site investigations, laying of a cable within the EEZ, and maintenance of any cable, pipeline, oil or gas carbon storage facility or structure not provided under other statutory approvals. And I'll come back to that later. But it's the MUL I'm going to go into because that is our experience. So I thought it'd be worth just having a look at the process as published on the MARA website. It's an 8-stage process for a MUL. You start with your non-statutory pre-app meeting, you submit it, you complete it, and then it's published on the website. And that's quite key for people who are worried about publicity. Then they do an environmental screening stage. You either get screened in or screened out, and I'll come back to that later. But if you get screened in, you have a public consultation phase. That's 30 days. Then they assess all of the responses that are provided to you. You get your minded to notice, which is minded to give you a license or a minded to not give you a license. Then you finally get to the decision-making stage. Okay? And at that point, everything is published online. So that's kind of high level view. I'll go into this as we experienced it in detail, but kind of why does this matter? Well, it's fairly obvious that the Irish EEZ not only impacts Ireland, but it impacts other countries as well. To get a cable across the Atlantic, there is a very small gap to avoid Irish waters, but it can impact the UK, France, Northern Ireland as well. So it is quite a big impact for the subsea telecoms cable industry. So what was our case study? Now, before I start, this was only related to telecoms, and it was a standard, industry standard cable route survey. So normal geophys, multi-beam, side scan, sub-bottom, geotech, sort of standard equipment. It does not look at anything specific on the power cable. So the total process that I'm going to walk us through took 11 months for a mole, from end to end. It is worth noting that we actually started our journey back in 2023. We had a foreshore license application in, but due to MARA being enacted in 2023 in July, we then switched across. And I would just caveat that MARA was setting up at the time of our application, and so we're kind of hoping that it ramps up in the future. But 11 months end to end. So let's have a look at the application phase. So we started with our pre-application meeting in January and a reworking of all the documents to extend into the EEZ. Kind of standard documents, really: assessment of impact to maritime usage, schedule of works methodology, Annex 4 risk assessment, and ECIA as well. Once that application is made, it's immediately made public. Here, we anticipated being screened in. So we anticipated that we were going to be required to be screened in, and we did on Natura impact statement an appropriate assessment ahead of time and provided that up front. We had hoped that that was going to mitigate some of the timelines. We then got to October, and we were told that our notice of screening had been completed, and they required our NIS to be updated. And it's worth bringing to attention that we were asked to update our NIS for two reasons, but one of them was that it was assessed that the potential impacts from our cable route study could extend to over 450 kilometers away. And as such, we were required to screen in areas and marine mammals that were outside of Ireland's jurisdiction. So it's worth considering that as you go forwards. But eventually we got to our public consultation phase in December, so about 6 months in. So we'll go through the public consultation phase. So this is a 30-day process that starts on the day of publishing the advert in the papers. There's no visibility on the responses. That all comes at the draft licensing phase. In our case, we published it just after Christmas, placing the adverts on the 11th of January. And I would just raise that the wording, and to a degree, our understanding is the size of the adverts are statutory. Certainly the wording is statutory and can't be changed. So in our case, we had a full page in the Southern Star and a half page in the Examiner. This did cause some local news cycles, which then had to be carefully managed with some careful yet fairly intensive stakeholder engagement. This was despite the fact that our application had been on the MARA website for 6 months. So it's worth considering that as members go forward. Then we get into April and the draft licensing phase. So we completed public consultation 11th Feb, progressed into draft licensing in April, where we were issued with our minded to letter, that being MARA minded to deliver us a license. And this is all publicly available, but I thought it'd be worth walking through the 17 site-specific conditions of license that we had within our license, in addition to the standard template. So we had to, for a standard telecom survey, do an ecologist walkover survey of the intertidal zone and be present during intertidal works. An MMO had to be on board both vessels and publishing of that report online. We had to go and get a subsequent underwater archaeology unit license. That in itself is a 28-day process. We were required to have a 10-kilometer deconfliction with other licenses, and we have to demonstrate how we go about that. Fishing liaison officer, community liaison officer, required to co-insure MARA and provide unlimited indemnity, including indirect loss. as well as essentially have no damage to infrastructure and fishing gear. We requested, due to some timings, 2 minor amendments into this. One was to introduce the word knowingly, to not damage infrastructure or fishing gear, so not knowingly damage it. And the request to remove the publishing MMO report on the AWS website. Both were rejected. So we had to accept the conditions of license as is. Then we get into our final license phase, but we still couldn't start works. We had the final license issued to us on the 25th of April, and we sent the notification of the start of works immediately. Then we had a statutory notice period of 2 weeks prior to commencing operations. So we had to have an FLO and a CLO in place for 2 weeks prior to starting ops. And we also had to go and get our underwater archaeology license, which we actually started ahead of time, so that didn't impact us too much. And we were finally able to commence works on the 9th of May. So now we turn our attention to compliance. So we're starting the operations at this point. Now, permit compliance is absolutely critical, and I think we all agree with the need to demonstrate compliance to licenses. But I just want to draw a couple of things to attention for the members, which is we sent the notice of starting works on the 25th of April, and we received our first compliance notice on the 28th of April. So we had to demonstrate that CLO and the FLO work had started, provide insurances, load line certificates, etc. The average compliance request turnaround at the moment that we have experienced is less than 1 week. So it's worth noting that as we go forwards. So what are the lessons learned? Quite clearly, plan early. Our lesson is to strongly think about starting that process early. There is not a statutory timeline here as far as we can tell, so planning ahead is critical. Think about what can be done to mitigate your timelines. Consider the prioritization. MARA prioritized their applications and they published this online. It's quite clear. Look at where you fall into that and consider the timeline impact accordingly. For example, national and EU systems are prioritized as well as those of national importance. We fell into that category. But as a question, where does that leave cables crossing the EEZ landing into the UK? That is an unknown. For those who worry about publicity, consider the impact of it. It does go public, everything is public, and stakeholder engagement up front and even before this process is critical. Get ready for your compliance, think ahead. It's absolutely critical that you get your ducks in order and make sure that you are ready for compliance as and when the requests come. But most importantly, and to speak to John's point earlier, think about the type of operation you're doing. As of today, we do not have a confirmation 100% from MARA that under a MAP Act, the MUL is not required for repairs. And there's some great work ongoing to try and get clarity on that process. But this was 11 months end to end. That timeline is clearly going to be very, very challenging and impact all of the businesses here, but also impact Ireland PLC as well. And while ESCA is working hard to get clarity on the submissions to both Department of Taoiseach, MARA and DEC, I think we all know that that is of critical importance to get clarity on that. So, before we go to questions, because I've whizzed through that, I would just leave with one message, which is plan early at the moment for Ireland. They are setting up their processes. It has been a steep learning curve, I think, for everyone. But if you are dealing with crossing Irish EEZs or landing in Ireland, plan early. These processes are taking some time. Are there any questions? Quite a few.
No, Nigel?
Go on, Nigel.
So many observations. I mean, this is just for survey, right? So
Yes.
The level is not proportionate to the activity, I suppose, is the overarching comment. I mean, we have had the experience of doing this, as some will know, for marine installation. So there's a level of permanency, you know, you're placing something on the seabed. So this is just for a survey. You'll have to do the same again for your installation as well. But for the survey, I mean, justifying the use of underwater archaeology it's shallow seismic, right? So the only interaction with the seabed is geotech. The underwater archaeology, the geographical spread of your assessment, you know, the 400 miles citations, I guess.
Yeah.
And also another observation and our experience as well, and you touched on it, in the process, unlike in the UK and the MMO, you don't get to see, and there's no iterative ability to review with the regulator the responses coming in, is there? So you have to wait for the statutory period. They tell you what has been received from any stakeholders and consultees. So you don't get the opportunity to work through the process as you see, and as you're allowed to see the responses coming in, right? So that's the other thing. Observations. Final, simple question. For all this, 11 months, how long did the survey take?
Good question. 4 months?
Yeah, quite a period of time, but nonetheless, a survey that was not particularly impacting to the marine biota or the space that it was undertaken in. That, I think that's the frustration, that you go through a statutory process for something that one could argue was spatially and temporally sort of limited.
Yeah, and how MARA and the MAP Act want to permit their seabed is almost one thing, but the timeline is the big one for me, and the conditions within that. There were a lot of conditions that we had to go through. We would definitely like transparency on the process, and I think ESCA has called for that, as well as an accelerated timeline, for sure.
Thanks, Alex. Andy Palmer-Felgate from Meta. You mentioned the EEZ, obviously 200 nautical miles, but I understand that Ireland has a number of extended continental shelf claims that have been submitted to the Commission on the continental shelf. And when you look at their published map called the Real Map of Ireland, they include the extended continental shelf in their map of what is under the jurisdiction of MARA. Do you know what the timelines are for those extended continental shelf claims being ratified or considered, and what impact this will have? Because it could push the boundaries way out into the Atlantic.
Yeah, great question. Simply put, no, I don't know the status of those, but what I can tell you is that we included them as a matter of precaution into our applications.
Okay, I think there was a question right at the back. I can't see who it was. Someone.
Hi, it's Lorraine Gray from Pioneer here. Thanks, Alex. So it took 11 months to get a survey permit, which is quite extraordinary. Is there any more recent projects that you know of that are quicker? Perhaps you were going through that transition phase and that's what impacted your timescales?
I don't know of any that are considerably quicker. I think and they're all published online. My understanding is that they are of a similar timeline. I think what it is fair to say is that my understanding is that no cable has been through the MAC and ABP process yet. And I think that is still fairly untested, that full end-to-end process as well. So it's not just the survey, it's looking forward to installation as well.
Okay, one last question.
Thank you. Camino Kavanagh, King's College London. How does the timeline compare to that of other EU countries?
So I think the UK is in the matter of weeks, EU. So we don't have direct experience into other EU countries. So John, I don't know if you have any visibility on that.
Well, I think it varies. A lot of countries do exempt cable route survey. So Ireland or DEC consulted us on potential exemptions from licensing, and we put forward GeoFIS Geotech cable route survey, in which case this process disappears. So it's quite problematic that it's such a lengthy process versus something that could go away and is dealt with through exemptions in other countries.
Okay, final question.
Final question. Is it because it's a new process and those that are involved in MARA just don't understand the industry? Do you think it's partly that? Because we've seen this in other non or government organisations, NGOs, where the churn of people is so vast that there's no history or understanding?
I think it's partly that. This is my personal view at this point. I think it's partly that, but also partly the way the actual map law was written is that Mara was inundated with huge amounts of applications for things that probably weren't intended to be in there. That's my personal view. And so there was this huge backlog. And I think there is a view now that actually some of this stuff has to go. And I think there have been some clarifications on the Mara website about things that maybe don't need a maritime usage license. So a little bit of that, a little bit of getting the process and the actual department stood up, and education as well.
Okay, thanks, Alice. Okay, next presentation is from Dr. Anna Butchart, maybe Blue Compass.
Does that work? Can you hear me? Right height? Cool. Super. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm Dr. Anna Butchart. I've spent the best part of the last 17, 18 years working for the British government in the diplomatic and civil service on national security issues ranging from cyber, maritime, subsea cables. I'd like to thank ESCA for having me here today in a kind of independent academic capacity. I thought it would be interesting to give a bit of the government perspective and broader understanding of the kind of hybrid threat and this theory of deterrence that governments are dealing with. So in the last couple of years, probably starting with the Ruby Mar, but particularly around the cable faults in the Baltic towards Christmas time last year, we've seen an increase of interest in governments in subsea cables, in security, and concerns around this. So, and I remember at the time that the Baltic cable faults happened, there were a few raised eyebrows in industry about the response from governments, about coming out very strongly, very insistent that it was hybrid grey zone activity, that it was the Russian threat, and industry a bit confused by this because cable faults, anchor drags happen all the time. Bit of confusion. So I thought I'd take you today out of the subsea environment for a little while to understand the way that governments see that hybrid threat and the relationships that we essentially have with these hostile states and the malicious activity that's going on. And to this theory of deterrence. So we're all familiar with deterrence as being mutually assured destruction, right? So the idea that we avoid war because we're afraid of the catastrophic consequences of nuclear weapons, right? But in recent years, that's changed. Things have slipped below the level of armed conflict, and it's now kind of hybrid malicious activity that's not quite a kinetic attack, it's not quite enough to cause a response, but it's causing disruption, it's causing economic damage, it's causing problems, and it's looking to destabilize things. So I'll take you to 2017, into the cyber domain. So May 2017, massive attack in the UK felt against the NHS. So 80 NHS institutions hit, all the computer systems locked out, 20,000 cancelled appointments, 600 GP surgeries closed. Massive impact, huge disruption across the health service. The attack started in the early morning. By 8 o'clock in the evening, a cybersecurity company had found a kill switch. All the ransomware is dead, computers back up online. What? What was the point of that? Where's the, ransomware is all about paying a ransom and things coming there. Once it's delved into and found out, it was attributed back to North Korea, probably doing it just to prove that they could and to cause the chaos and disruption there. Later on in the year, June 2017, the NotPetya ransomware attacks, massive attack against Ukraine. But it's rash, it's unstructured, and it impacts 150 different companies, all the rest of it. Most significantly felt by Maersk, global shipping conglomerate, whose entire systems went down and were only saved because of a power cut in Lagos that meant that they had an offline server that they were able to then rebuild their computer systems from. That's a very potted version of it. I know it's more complicated, but essentially it's that kind of rash actor. So they were using cyber against Ukraine to cause problems. You know, this is kind of post-invasion of Crimea, building up to the 2022 full invasion. But it had that big impact. And again, UK government attributed these attacks to the Russian military, GRU specifically, in February 2018. Which takes us into 2018, when we had the Salisbury poisonings. So this is essentially Russian spies undertaking a state-sponsored assassination using a chemical weapon on UK soil. Like, that's not okay of your government, right? And so there was a big response to that. So all the Russian diplomats were expelled, there were sanctions, big international meetings, lots of states coming together, discussing this. What does this mean? How do we come together? Calling it out, sanctions, arrest warrants, asset freezes, travel bans, sanctions, big response about it. And that's when things really, you know, certainly from the UK perspective, we really started to kind of come together with how we work with other governments to kind of start to really try to think about deterring this activity. But it's not just about attacks on infrastructure, it's not just about assassinations. There's also massive attempts to change the processes of our democracies, to impact elections, to do this. And we've seen attacks in Germany, we've seen attacks in the UK, we've seen attacks in the US. And this is this idea that they can impact hearts and minds without lifting a finger. So it's really important that we understand that these things are happening and come together to kind of call them out. But it gets worse, because we have the Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2022. And what we've seen since then is an increase in Russian state-sponsored sabotage, essentially, in the UK and across Europe. So we've seen incendiary devices sent through cargo intended to blow up airplanes, essentially, setting fire to warehouses while they're waiting to go on them. Thank goodness there was no cause there. We've seen warehouses being torched in London with Starlink satellites that were due to go out to Ukraine. We've seen a massive increase about this. Now, I've used a table here from IISS because it's one of the, you know, kind of publicly available academic things, and there is quite a lot there in the subsea and the hybrid, and I know that we as the industry are still a little unclear on that, so maybe take these figures with a pinch of salt. But the fact is, we do have arrest warrants. You know, we do have physical, proof and evidence that certain things are, you know, that these sabotage things are happening on land. So we're seeing it in cyber, we're seeing it against infrastructure, against cargo, these kind of things. So what do governments do about it? Essentially, it's a new theory of deterrence. It's what we like to call the deterrence toolkit. Sorry. So this is about states coming together to try to understand the threat first. So it's sharing of intelligence, it's intelligence diplomacy. It's really thinking about what that is. And then it's coming together to coordinate response, coordinate campaigns against this. So we did a lot of it in cyber, for example. We do public attribution. So you bring together as many countries as possible to call out this behavior at the same time. But you also do it in conjunction with sanctions, with where you've got that level of evidence, law enforcement, arrest warrants against the people specifically there, bringing countries together. And we've had some successes in this. In cyber, for example, we've seen changes of behavior in the way that the Russians use their military intelligence, in the way that they use cyber criminals, for example. We've also seen changes in the Chinese system, the way that they've changed their models and things. It slows them down. It shows them we're watching. It gets them to think twice about doing this stuff. So one of the things that you could say is, in the early days of the Ukraine war, we expected to see a lot more cyber. We knew they were positioned on systems. We knew they'd been guilty of doing this stuff in the past. We expected to see a lot more of it. We really didn't. And a lot of that has been put down to the fact that it was so solidly called out. This is not acceptable. If you do these attacks, it will have an impact on countries that you're not invading. And that is unacceptable. It will impact NATO countries. It will impact Western countries. That is unacceptable. And so, that there was an attack that impacted wind farms across Germany, but we didn't see as much as we expected to see. So that's a kind of success there. We've also started to see a kind of increased muscle memory, governments getting used to it, getting used to working together, getting used to understanding the threats and talking about it and seeing there. So let's come back to sea, understand the threat here. So we know that Russia intends to target our subsea infrastructure. We know because of Yantar, right? John Healey, January, stood up in front of the House and shared a lot of this information with the public, with industry, so that we're aware that, Russia intend to do this stuff. And so that's why governments get so tetchy, so itchy. So an awful lot of deterrence. So this deterrence toolkit that I talk about, working together, imposing sanctions, arrest warrants, all the rest of it, a huge amount of that is comms. And it used to be that communicating between states was very subtle. It was very, hush-hush. It was very nuanced. It was very careful. Take us back to the Bay of Pigs, for example, where we were on a knife edge, but it was very, very careful. We don't live in that world anymore. We live in a world of social media. We live in a world of absolutes. We live in a world of post-truth. And so, given the background of all the other activity and given the concern, you can kind of understand why, when suddenly told, oh, there's a cable fault. What's a cable fault? I don't know what a cable is. That sounds important. Must have been Russia, right? You can see the importance of calling that out strongly and doing that. And so, although unhelpful for the industry, definitely, from a business as usual response, and knowing that we have a resilient global network, and that actually the story of those cable faults was some cables were broken and there was no impact. Cables were fixed, everything carried on. But from the government perspective, it's like, well, look, it probably wasn't Russia, but it might have been Russia, so we need to call it out so that they know they can't do it. So you may or may not agree with that, but that's where we are. So bringing it now back round, having put the fear of God into all of you, what does this mean for industry, right? So yes, it is unhelpful. And I've had conversations with a lot of you about, the Baltics and the responses and all the rest of it. But I think there is definitely stuff that we need to do as the industry about working with governments to get them to really understand things. There are governments in this room who are engaged and have a lot of expertise and understanding of the cable industry, but there are an awful lot of them that really don't know. We all know government personnel changes every year or two, then we need to start by upskilling them again. So I'd just say, I'd ask for patience. Keep engaging them, keep working with them, keep explaining to them how the cable industry works. But it's not really about just that business as usual level. It's about the stuff that really, governments are very sovereign when it comes to cables. They think about the ones landing on their shores. They don't understand the importance of the global network. So talk to them about that. Explain the importance of the global network, how if it takes 6 months for me to get a license to fix a cable on one side of the world, that has an impact on your country over here. So talk to other governments, get that permitting sorted out, fix that. Explaining the impact of other things, for example. So let's look at the Red Sea. The MV Ruby Mar took, 5 months to get back up, 6 months to get back up and running because of sanctions, because of the security situation. Governments were running around. Hostile activity, the Houthis did it. no one was actually stepping in and going, we'll provide you with some security so you can go and fix that cable. Don't worry about that sanction. That sanction's not there to stop you repairing infrastructure. It's there to change behavior within the Houthi system. Talk to governments about them, get them to understand this. Do it before the bad thing happens. And then get them to understand that they need to be helping prepare for a catastrophic attack, which I think they're getting to. I think certainly, my colleague from DG Connect today talking about the EU action plan. We're seeing a lot of things. Those preparations are starting, but they can't happen without industry. They can't happen in isolation. So work together on that. And then the other thing I think is getting them to understand the cable repair industry. So, the main threat to cables on a day-to-day basis is phishing. So let's, first of all, reduce the number of cable breaks, because that then reduces the noise that the hybrid activity can take place in. But that has an impact for the cable repair industry. So what are the economics around that? How can countries support the economics to keep those cable repair ships running so that if a catastrophic event were to take place, we'd be ready? Are they working with the Navy? Are they upskilling them? If there's a war and all the cables are broken, who's going to go and fix them? It needs to be, they need to understand, they need to move there. And I do think they're getting there. Certainly the UK government are, like say, there are certain, within Europe and stuff, there are a lot of countries getting there. But you all know, you all work all over the world, that a lot of countries aren't. So I would just encourage that. So I'm going to stop there. Hopefully, I haven't said anything too controversial.
Thank you, Anna. Any questions for Anna? Oh, God, no.
Oh,
Steve?
I'll ask the question then. I've got a couple of questions, actually. One, is it too outrageous to contemplate a Western internet? We know who all these bad actors are, and they have to get plugged into the network somewhere. Maybe I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there. Is that too? Would that be sort of sanctioned because you're stopping trade and elsewhere? But I mean, that would obviously be one thing. I personally am heartened that you got this presentation. I've been worried about resourcing and people in the industry for a long time, and the fact that the skill set only resides in a limited number of marine suppliers globally, and still that is aged. The workforce is aged, and many people are going to leave in the next 5 to 10 years, hopefully, including myself. I'll sit back and retire. And I don't think any of the governments globally yet have really, really appreciated that. And so, do you really think that we are going to see like the navies of countries get involved? They would be the natural choice, wouldn't they, in providing backup personnel, and accept the fact that at the moment we have an economic model that obviously is very efficient. As working for an ex-marine supplier, I can tell you it's very efficient, and so there's going to be no extra investment without some sort of government collaboration or subsidy. So,
Very good question. So, the balkanization of the internet. Essentially, Russia already have their own systems. And there is concerns over, whether China will eventually shut itself off and have its own one instead, and then we end up with kind of 3, or whether we do. To be honest, that's not good for democracy. It's not good for trade. It's not good for anyone. And so, as part of this kind of deterrence toolkit within the cyberspace, it's something we've been trying to avoid. If you think about it just from a purely infrastructure phase, if the hostile states that want to cause us disruption aren't dependent on our infrastructure, it's going to be a much bigger target. So it's not really something that would make the world safer. It might happen. It is definitely a concern within kind of cyber circles, and Camino will probably be able to talk more about that. But yeah, it is something that happened. But I don't think it would make our cables any safer. On the on the government support and the navies and things, I think they need to. you know, and I think if they really mean all of this rhetoric around the importance of subsea cables and the growing digital economy and all of this, it needs to be done. And I mean, you know, one of the recommendations from the report from the House of Lords in the UK, you know, was exactly that. And so that was an inquiry where industry had the opportunity to talk to them, and some people sat down and thought some things and said, we need to do this. So if we can convince that inquiry that that was something we should do, you know, maybe we can convince other governments. But like you say, putting their money where their mouth is very different. But ultimately, you know, Second World War, first thing we did was cut the cables. We've got drones across Europe at the moment. Like, if anything does escalate, it serves to, you know, warrant that cables might be first. So we're going to need some help in that respect. You know, I'm not going to send a ship with a Filipino crew and one, you know, captain, all of who are civilians, into a war zone. Like, it's not going to happen. So,
thank you.
Okay, no more questions?
I have
John.
one question. So we've talked about government responses to the activities they've seen, and I'm not a defence person, but the definition of the objectives of a hybrid attack are to divert resources, to sow confusion, to share misinformation. As a slightly naughty question, do you think that that's happening within governments already? The objectives are being achieved without necessarily some of the attacks happening anyway?
so I think there's enough attacks happening in different spaces to make it a natural response, whether there's intelligence or understanding to overreact. So I think you know, that is happening. But the flip side of that is governments are now suddenly going, oh, cables exist and they're important and we should learn about them and we should do something. And oh, there's these industry groups where we can understand these things. And so I think, yes, there is diversion of resource and all kinds of difficulties going on, but it's also having a positive impact that could increase resilience and security in the future. And I think, like, you know, one of the reasons I wanted to talk to you all about that today was to encourage that greater interaction going forward to see, you know, what we can do, because hopefully the bad thing will never happen. But it'd be nice to know that we were prepared in case it does.
And if some of those resources are diverted to upskilling workforce or other supportive effects, then it's a good outcome.
Exactly, and if some of those resources are diverted towards, you know, economic support for the cable repair industry, for skills support, building more factories, all of these things, then great. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Anna. Okay, next presentation is from Bob Airy from Interprotect on Subsea Cable Insurance 101.
Good afternoon, everyone. Tough act to follow, following that thoroughly interesting presentation. Start off, I'm fully aware that I am in between you and your lunches, so the only thing that's holding that up is a 20-minute presentation about insurance. So thank you to ESCA for hosting today's event. It was nice to see from a previous presentation that we're not all going to be killed by Mount Etna, so what I'll try not to do is bore you all to death with insurance. What I wanted to do today was hopefully teach you something about the insurance industry and how it works. The fundamental principle of insurance is that the losses of the few are paid for by the many. Everyone has interactions with insurance in their day-to-day lives, car insurance, house insurance from a personal perspective. And then you may dabble in it from a commercial perspective as well. So insurance fundamentally is quite a simple principle of risk transfer to move that volatility away from balance sheets onto other people who are more versed in taking that risk. But as you'll see over the course of the presentation, insurance is quite a simple, fundamental aspect, but it's made more difficult by the people that are in it. So what I want to start off is doing is giving a bit of an introduction to Interprotect, probably because you've never heard of us. We are a startup insurance provider, and we specialize in providing insurance for subsea cables. So we are, in our view, the world's first and only dedicated insurance provider for submarine cables. We are an MGA. I'll get onto what an MGA is in a second. We can provide up to $250 million worth of capacity, so we can pay up to $250 million worth of losses. Can do, prefer not to. And then what we do is we partner with market-leading establishments to get knowledge of subsea cables from an on-the-ground perspective. You know, we do have knowledge of what we do, but it's very high level from an insurance perspective. So to get that information from people that have been on decks of vessels laying cable, people that have owned cable, is very important to what we do. So what is an MGA? What we do is we have gathered a number of insurance companies who like the idea of writing subsea cable insurance, but might not necessarily have the expertise or knowledge of how to do it. So we borrow their capacity and we underwrite on their behalf. So we have 9 global insurance companies behind us, and we're able to channel their capacity in one vehicle. So there's a bit of background on me and my colleague James, who's also here today with his hand up in the air over there. I'm not going to ask you to read all that. If you're that interested, you can go on our website. So our services, what we provide insurances for operational cables. So for your physical damage, financial damages. We also provide insurances for construction and your delay in startup and for third-party liabilities as well. Simplified, our appetite is everything that falls outside of a wind farm that is subsea cable related. So how we specialise is that we partnership with market leading engineers that I've covered previously. Capacity deployment is larger than others because we're backed by a number of different capacity providers, speed of service and long-term agreements. I'm not going to cover all of this in detail. If you do have any questions on this, grab me over lunch to talk about it. So why do we exist? Subsea cables are a funny area of insurance. They have traditionally been written by a number of different portfolios within insurance. So because it's wet, it gets sent to the marine market. Since the emergence of offshore wind farms, the renewable energy thinks an export cable, as they write export cables in the wind farms, an interconnector is a kind of similar thing, so might as well do that as well. Oil and gas underwriters have looked away from diversification away from naughty oil and gas into something a bit more greener and natural resources because of the type of clients that you deal with who own subsea cables. So why is this a problem? And this is hopefully something you'll learn, I can teach you about, is the insurance market cycle. So like a lot of cycles in financial institutions, it goes up and down. So we can start off in a hard market, and hard market meaning that prices are high, deductibles or excesses are high, coverage is low. And as that trend carries on, capital comes into the market, more insurers look at that area of insurance thinking that seems quite profitable because of the insurance premiums are so high. And that increase in competition drives profitability down, drives prices down, and then the insurance market kind of slows down into that soft market. It slows down to an extent where it becomes unprofitable, and then rinse and repeat happens again. And these market cycles can take 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. So you can't really ascertain or guess when hard markets and soft markets are going to happen. And when you've got different insurance markets having different insurance cycles at different times, it becomes quite difficult to get a level of certainty in the market. So taking that insurance market cycle and how that really applies to subsea cables and where we've seen it most recently, is that in 2019, a lot of claims began to emerge in offshore wind. I'm sure there's quite a few people in the room aware of how costly that could have potentially or has been to the insurance market. Some of the cable protection systems failing, some of the export cable damages during construction. So the market really shot up. There's a number of markets that just pulled out and said, we're not doing this anymore, it's not making us money. So in 2022, the next generation of interconnectors started to emerge with the likes of Greenlink. The first kind of privately financed interconnectors started coming to the market. So there, for the first time, started to come a bit of a number of risks that came to the market. The interconnector market has been few and far between, as well as the fibre optic market as well, in terms of the actual insurances that get brought into the insurance market. So for the first time, ever since I've known it, there was a 5-10 year pipeline of these projects that were going to happen. So as that came into effect, as we now move forward into kind of from 2024, after this hardening of the market, we're now in a kind of wait and see period of where do we go. We could see it come down, insurance premiums come down, excesses come down, coverage gets wider, or we could see it kind of double harden, if you like, and go up again if there's an increase in claims on current construction projects which are happening right now, or we could see it really come down into a soft market again, and we don't know how long that's going to go on for. So why we are in existence and what we would like to do is be that kind of flat curve against that market cycle. I think the subsea cable at the moment kind of needs some reliability when it goes to the market for insurances to know that what they are signing up for in their EPC contract is actually commercially available in the insurance market. So this is kind of getting into why insurance is a simple process but made more difficult by the people that are in it. So a traditional insurance purchase, you've got your client and your insurer. You've got someone who wants to insure something, someone that's willing to take that risk. It's a very simple chain. And then you introduce a broker into the mix. And there are many brokers around there. I used to be a broker for 15 years, and the role of a broker is basically a glorified gocompare.com. You'll send your risk to them, they'll go to the market, they'll find your quotes, and then they'll come back to you with a proposal. In some jurisdictions in the world, you need a local broker to access the insurance market, so that local broker will then go to maybe a broker in London or a broker in a regional hub. Sometimes they need a local cedent, so the local broker needs to go to the local cedent to come into London. Sometimes the local broker can go to the broker in London, and then the insurer at the tail end will have a reinsurance broker who they might offload some of their risk to. And then that reinsurance broker will go to a reinsurer. But then instead of that insurer, you have a lead insurer who fronts up the rest of the market. And then behind that lead insurer, you'll have following insurers, who following insurers could also buy reinsurance. And then you have financiers that come into the equation, and then contractors that come into the equation. Both the contractors and the financiers will come to the client to determine how the insurance is purchased when they go to the broker. And then you can add in the lender's insurance advisor and the contractor's insurance advisor. So this is when people come to us and say, why is insurance so expensive? There's a lot of mouths to feed within insurance. So when we look at a subsea cable risk, there's a lot of information that we tend to gather when we do so. It's not just a quick, here's a cable, how much is insurance? There's a lot that goes into it that we look at, what kind of cable it is, who laid it, how long it's been, what the claims history is like, how many times has a fisherman gone over that cable, how is it protected, how often are the surveys done, are you in a cable maintenance agreement? If it's construction, how is it buried, who's it buried by, where's the cable coming from, how is it being transported? So in essence, there is a lot of information that goes into what we do. It's not just a flip of a coin as to how much the insurance premium is. So who buys what insurance? So from an operational standpoint, it becomes quite simple. So if you've got a cable in the seabed, traditionally you'll purchase physical damage, so against external aggression, business interruption. Sometimes for power cable, you'll have a daily indemnity that will be insured under that, so all the outage of that cable for the repair time will be covered, and then third-party liabilities for that cover. So when you get to the construction side of it, it all comes a bit more difficult and a bit more costly. So for an owner-developer of a cable laying project, you have your construction project. So if there's a claim during or a physical damage occurrence during the construction period, that will be paid for. The delay in startup, that would be debt repayments or loss of profits. The cargo of the cable movement, Environmental liabilities against anything that if that cable is to damage the environment in 20 years' time, that is purchased at the time of construction, and third-party liabilities for any crossings. So in essence, you would like to think that would cover the whole construction insurance, but you will then go to your contractor, and your contractor will say, I need an extra X amount of millions to buy my own insurances. And what their own insurances include a deductible buy-down. They don't want to take the deductible that's afforded on the construction policy, so they will buy their deductible down to a suitable level for them, and that tends to be quite expensive. The effective part coverage is quite a topic at the moment, whether that's available in the insurance market and how that's sub-limited. So what we as an insurance market do, will limit our exposure under that. So we will put a number of millions of pounds, dollars, euros against the effective part coverage. Going above that, we're not really paying anything more because the manufacturers should really look after that themselves. So they will then buy in excess of what is provided on the owner or developer insurances. And then we've got a difference in limits. If you've got a interconnected construction project that's €1 billion, you don't need €1 billion worth of insurance, because the likely scenario of losing all that cable in one go is a catastrophic scenario. So you would probably insure the value of the cable when it's being transported to site, and then extended maintenance and discovery. We're all still with me? We're all still awake? Good. But why is insurance purchased? Now, this isn't, I need to say this isn't a criticism of the Carbon Trust, but why buy insurance if I have a CBRA carried out and adhered to? Now, very difficult job to do this, to assess how you should bury your cable, how deep you should bury your cable, and what the likeliness of an anchor strike is. Now, the idea of the cable burial risk assessment is to calculate the probability of a strike occurring, or one of the reasons it's carried out is that. But I went through one of the most recent CBRAs that we've received, noticed a few things on there, that vessel anchoring is sometimes due to a forced anchor, not taking into account anchors that just drag for hundreds of nautical miles that we've seen in quite a few instances recently. And a human factor is omitted. And in insurance, if we didn't pay claims for human error, we probably wouldn't pay very many claims at all. And then you take those into account, and then you've got that calculation for the probability of a cable strike. It emerges in a table such as this. This is, I kind of hope this is anonymized and you can't guess which project this is. But if you take surface laid cable, the way I interpret this is that you should have one loss every 6,281 years. If that's on a power cable, and you go for worst case scenario, that's going to cost you 50 million, your insurance premium, in theory, should be $7,960 per year, which sounds great, but that's not always the case. And I won't go into the quantum, but I'll go into details about claims, and I think Waves touched upon this very well earlier, so I won't dawdle on it too much, and I'm acutely aware I'm running out of time and everyone's probably quite hungry. So what do these tables show? That the claim count per project phase is generally split equally between construction and operations, but the cost per claim is substantially more during operation. And why is that? Well, the vessel's gone off site. That's your main cost of an insurance claim, is the vessel costs. So if we add that into why it is per cause, or a percentage of claims per cause, you can see that faulty workmanship, manufacturing defect, and your anchor trawler impact have the biggest number of claims that are submitted to the insurance market. But if you put that into the percentage of costs per claim per clause, it's more edged towards a manufacturing defect and your anchor trawler impact, and your faulty workmanship plays less of a part. Which goes back to why is insurance purchased? And if we can just remember that figure of cost of insurance per year of being something around $6,000, $7,000. This damage, I mean, some people are in this room probably more aware of these damages and the quantum of them than I am. So I'm going to guess at about how much they cost. I would imagine that was 2 million. I know that was about 35 million. That was I think about 20 million, 40 million, 20 million, 15 million, not sure. And one of the Taiwanese, actually not this particular cable, but there was a Taiwanese wind farm that experienced some damage to the cable, and that come in at about $75 million, mainly because the European contractor charged them 25 million of vessel mobilization costs. They didn't want to go from Europe to Taiwan. So what I wanted to do is end today with some discussion points over lunch. So, and I don't know the answer to any of these, these are just open for you to discuss, but which are more insurance related. So are cable maintenance agreements still fit for purpose? They've served a fantastic job to the fibre optic cable markets for decades, but are they still fit for purpose, and are they still a risk transfer mechanism to you? So you've got a number of aging vessels under these maintenance agreements. More and more fibre cables are being laid, so you've got more distribution of risk. And we've seen some of the cable maintenance agreements that are now accepting power cables into them. So you've got a longer repair time on there. So if you've got your fibre optic cable down and your cable maintenance agreement vessels repairing a power cable for 90 days, can become quite problematic. Vessel costs I've alluded to earlier are quite high. So will these vessel costs reduce with the next generation of cabled vessels that are due to be delivered in the next couple of years? Or will the complexity of those vessels demand that they can charge more money? Will the skill gap be filled? How do you, or even can you, repair a power cable in deep water? As we're seeing the evolution of the interconnector industry going not from country to country, but now continent to continent, going through deeper waters, is there a proven method for repairing that cable? Theoretically, yes, but it's not actually been achieved yet, as far as we're aware. So how much will that cost when that does happen? And will the frequency of sabotage events increase, or is it sensationalized media for clickbait? And will advancements in cable maintenance, cable monitoring, act as a tool for preventions to stop dark trawling? We're seeing huge technological advances in acoustic cable monitoring to determine which vessels are where at any given time. So will that act as a redundancy for vessels turning off their AIS locators, if you can still monitor which vessel it is, where it is, when you can view vessels from not only above the water via satellites, but below the water via acoustic monitoring as well. So some of the things to consider over lunch. If you don't want to have a discussion about any of them, then happy to do so.
Okay, thanks, Rob. Got time for one and maybe two questions. Greg?
Hi, Rob. Hi, Rob. Thank you for that presentation. That was really good. Thank you. I think just to speak to your point on the skills gap, and Steve was mentioning it early on, and you mentioned it yourself. Certainly, one of the costs we're seeing on cable repairs is marine warranty surveyors' intervention. And often we find that the marine warranty surveyors used these days don't have the skill set for what they are trying to achieve. And they're relaying back a lot of inquiries and challenges back to their main office, which causes delays, sometimes quite significant. And that adds a lot of cost to installs and repairs. So it's more of a point that I think you've recognized in part, but it's a double-edged sword for yourself because you want the marine warranty surveyor there, but at the same time, I would challenge, is the marine warranty surveyor saving money ultimately?
Yeah, that is a really good topic, good comment about the marine warranty surveyors. And we believe that the marine warranty surveyor should be there to help the project, not hinder it. And I've heard of projects before where there's been a surveyor on site, they're loading cable, they need to ask a question of their counterpart in London, and it's caused 2 days delay to the project at 150,000 a day. So what we as the insurance industry need to be acutely aware of, that the right person needs to be in the right place at the right time, and warranty surveyors shouldn't just be put there for the sake of it. You know, there are a lot of different marine warranty surveyors houses out there, but it's key to make sure the actual person being used for that job is the right person.
Okay, anyone else?
Yes, Just a
Okay.
quick question. To what extent does your model also cover cyber and EMP related risks?
Sorry, say again.
Your model, does it cover cyber related risks as well?
No. It's a
Do you
simple
think it
answer to
should?
that. No, it's difficult to quantify a cyber loss on the subsea cable. If we had a good data set of losses that had occurred, when they'd occurred, how often they occur, it makes it a lot easier for us to model something like that. But we haven't seen any data, not to say that it doesn't exist, but we personally haven't seen any data around cyber damages for subsea cable.
Two more questions before lunch. Just one from Barry and Johannes next. That's it.
Oh, thank you. Barry Howarth, Isle of Man interconnector. An interconnector that's been in service over 25 years, well, no, 20 years, definitely. I had insurance from the start, and I kind of disagree that that we've had all this insurance for all this time with standard brokers.
Mm.
But my question is really, if we've got a internal cable fault from manufacture, would you get us an insurance that will cover us?
Difficult one to answer. The problem is the reason why it's a difficult question to answer is that an internal fault can either be centralized in one location or it can be the length of the cable. So you know if there's a kind of a if there's a serial defect on a cable, it can happen in a number of different locations. It can be over the whole length of the cable. Whereas insurances for that element is easier purchased in something like a converter station or a power station, where a defective part is a part, not a cable that's buried in the seabed. So at the moment, no. Is it? It's okay.
Okay.
No, fair enough.
Johannes, last question before lunch.
Yes, make it short, but how do you tackle as an insurer situations where a cable cut is caused by a vessel that doesn't have a clear flag state, or where the flag state is changing and it's changing its registration? How do you tackle those situations as an insurer? Thanks.
It's a hot topic at the moment about malicious damage, state back acts, and it comes down in fine detail. It comes down to the onus of proof and where that lies within an insurance contract. So, can you prove, or who is it down to? Who has got the onus of proof to prove that that action was caused by a state-backed act, or was it an act of sabotage in general? So it's very difficult to prove that it is. So in essence, there are many vessels out there with dubious flag states that are very poorly maintained, that just drag their anchors for a number of nautical miles. I think it was on a previous presentation at the ESCA Plenary in Edinburgh. So these happen, and there is a lot of sensationalised media out there at the moment to kind of push it towards Russia or China. But I think at the moment the case in point with Esslink is that they're going after the captain of the vessel for criminal negligence. So that would be an insurance or an insurable event that would happen under a physical damage policy and not under a sabotage and terrorism policy. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Okay, thanks, Rob.
Thank you.
Okay, it's lunchtime. The buffet lunch is being served in the restaurant upstairs, main restaurant. For those staying at the hotel, it's where you had breakfast. So I'm back at 2:00, please. Okay, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed lunch. So to start the afternoon session, we we have the Maritime Subgroup report from the relatively new MSG chairman, co-chair, should I say, Matthew Marchant. So where are you, Matt? Ah, there you are. Sorry.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm up to present the Maritime Subgroup update and also to present Courtney's report, the Fisheries Advisor update. Please don't ask me any questions on that part of the slides because I didn't write them. So first, to give the Maritime Subgroup update, so we've had a few leadership changes, as Clive had just said. So Reece stepped down after a number of years as co-chair, effective a couple of weeks ago. I've taken over following the interview process, so working alongside Courtney in running the group. Come from a largely operational background, so got a range of experience managing consortium system working groups for Vodafone, and prior to that, BT. One of the key things we're planning to do, sort of as part of this change, is to try and increase efficiency with more regular meetings and developing focused subgroups to deliver on certain items for the working group. So first one, upcoming events. So following on from that one, to try and improve engagement, we're going to try and have more in-person MSG meetings. I think the general consensus is that these tend to work better, get better engagement and achieve more in terms of objectives. So we've got one of those planned for November the 26th, which Seafish have kindly offered to host at their office in Edinburgh. The primary purpose of the meeting is to hold a workshop reviewing existing workload and focus areas as we move into 2026, with the key aim to try and develop a series of subgroups to dedicate more time to moving individual packages of work on. As well as that, the meeting will follow similar format to the previous in-person MSG meetings, where we'll have both an open and a closed session to try and continue the positive relationship we've built with the various fishing bodies over the past few years. So to give an update on Kizorka, since previous plenary, Seafish have continued to attend conferences and events, including the Irish Skipper Expo in Ireland late in March. We've also got other events planned, including Danfish in Denmark, which is next week. We get reports that the Kizorka website continues to receive a good number of visits, over 16,000 in the last 12 months. And there's a little over 1,200 downloads from the site in that time as well. In the same time period, Kingfisher Bulletin System has issued almost 500,000 hazard alerts. Also, 2,500 account holders now registered, a total of over 5,000 visitors a month. There's a number of people visiting that aren't necessarily signed up. As usual, requests for any new data or data updates will be issued imminently to ensure that's included in the January release on the new USBs. So members are asked to ensure they check the data that's on the website, make sure it's accurate, any new assets are logged on there, but also any repairs since the last update are accurately recorded. As we alluded to on the previous slide, Seafish continues to deliver quarterly updates to the UK authorities, such as the MMO and the Crown Estate. We'll also issue new USBs and small-scale charts out to fisheries in January 2026. So one of the key items of work we had that was ongoing was the Fishery Liaison Best Practice Guidelines. So since the previous plenary, work has continued on the Fishery Liaison Best Practice Guidelines document, and we've got a final iteration of that issued to the various stakeholders for final approval. We're hoping the launch for that will be at the face-to-face meeting in Edinburgh. I think overall we found an incredibly positive process. Take the opportunity to thank everybody that had been involved, both from within the MSG and in the wider fisheries bodies that were involved. Once finalised, as we noted, we'd hope that all ESCA members will look to follow these best practice guidelines going forward, just to keep up the work that's gone into it. Another item of work was cable exposure notifications. So number of licensing conditions now require cable owners to publicise areas of cable exposure or shallow burial. And the MSG is looking at the best ways in which we can facilitate this for ESCA members. There'd been a potential thought that we could use the Kingfisher Bulletin, but we said that would only really result in a short-term solution. It shouldn't be used to host longer-term notifications. It kind of weakens the impact of any safety messaging. Discussion so far had centred around potentially a separate area on the Kizorka website to log known cable exposures. There was an agreement to work on a trial of this to see how it would operate in practice, get some data in there, take a look at how it operates. There's still a split feeling from within the MSG on the best way to proceed with that one. So again, it's something that we'd be looking to form a subgroup on within the working group to try and focus on that item and get something delivered. Further one was the Global Fishing Watch collaboration. So discussions have commenced with Global Fishing Watch regarding the potential agreement for ESCA members. They've offered the MSG a demonstration of their product offering and how it could potentially work for us. It's still at a very early stage at the moment. It's not really moved any further forward than that. Like with the other one, it's an item that we're going to use to establish a subgroup to start working on and hopefully drive that forward as we have done with the best practice guidelines. So jumping on to Courtney's slides now for the Fisheries Advisor update. And this is the bit where I sort of definitely don't want questions. So to give an overview, the UK secured approximately shy of 750,000 tonnes in fishing quota for 2025. It was valued at about £956 million. It's a slight decrease from 2024, so it's down about 38,000 tonnes and about 9 million in value. The UK's fishing fleet generated over 1 billion in income for the third consecutive year, and it's expected to have increased its operating profit by 26% between 2023 and 2024. DEFRA continues to prioritise sustainable catch limits, independence assessments guiding quota allocations. Additionally, the High Court of Ireland ruled that the owners of an Irish registered fishing trawler should pay the wholesale division provider broadband media just shy of 350,000 to cover the cost of repairing an undersea cable that runs between the UK and Ireland following damage. There's also been a couple of other fishing vessel and turbine interactions recently. The extent of the damage relating to those and next steps in terms of claims are yet to be investigated. As of the 31st of December 2024, Italy's Mediterranean fleet included just over 11,500 vessels, equating to just shy of 140,000 gross tonnage and 900,000 kilowatt total engine power. Over that period, the fleet size and capacity actually declined slightly, continuing a trend of gradual reduction. It's noted that Italy's focused on aligning fishing capacity with available resources, aiming to reduce overfishing and environmental impact. Efforts included decommissioning older vessels, promoting selective fishing gear, and supporting low-impact fishing practices. Enhanced use of electronic monitoring systems to track fishing activity and improved data has been apparent, all of that helping to support evidence-based decisions with respect to policies. And Italy's also provided financial aid and retraining programs for fishers affected by capacity reductions. Investments in aquaculture and diversification help maintain livelihoods. Moving on to item on the EU fisheries policy review. So the European Commission initiated this review because many of the sustainability goals were missed, particularly in the Baltic, Mediterranean and Black Seas. Climate change impacts such as shifting species distributions and disrupted spawning patterns are challenging traditional methods of management. Fleet overcapacity is also an issue, with some vessels underreporting engine power, masking their true fishing effort, and also undermining stock recovery. Data gaps, they are also hindering effective enforcement and adaptive management of these issues. So primarily, the review is exploring stronger enforcement tools, climate resilient strategies, simplified governance, and improved stakeholder engagement. Legislative proposals are expected in late 25 or early 26, which could reshape how quotas are set, how fleets are monitored, or how sustainability is enforced. Something maybe slightly more interesting than the others, an update on octopus and tuna. So on the first, surge in common octopus numbers along the southwest coast of England is reshaping local marine ecosystems and fisheries. Fishers are experiencing record catches, but also alongside significant declines in crab and lobster stocks as the knock-on impact of that. Scientists have linked the boom to recent marine heatwaves, raising concerns about long-term ecological balance and the future of native species. Since February, there's been a dramatic increase in catches, with fishers now pulling in as much as 1,000 kilos of octopus daily. There's also been an increase in bluefin tuna in UK waters. There's now 15 available licenses in the UK as of 2025, each vessel having a 3-ton allocation. Move on to the MPA consultations. So fisheries the representatives have been very busy responding to MPA consultation, proposing management measures for fishing in 42 marine protected areas in English waters. The offshore fishing order 2025 applies to 20 of those in Scotland as of the 16th of October. 5 of those 20 will have full-size restrictions where no damaging fishing methods are allowed. 13 of the sites will have zonal measures where some fishing will be permitted where compatible with local conservation goals. And the last one is the Scottish wind expansion. So the SFF called for a moratorium demanding an immediate halt to new offshore wind farm consents in Scotland. They argue that the Scottish Government's plan to install up to 40 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2040 is excessive and threatens marine ecosystems, fishing jobs, and coastal heritage. They believe that fishing grounds used for generations are at risk of being lost, with little to no credible compensation plans for those businesses that are impacted. And the SFF accuses ministers of rushing ahead without proper safeguards or consultation and states that marine plans are being tailored to fit outcomes of the ScotWind leasing round rather than following a strategic plan-led approach. The argument backs that there's been minimal engagement and various processes are rushed and lacking meaningful input from the fishing sector. That comes to the end. Any questions?
Any questions for Matt? No? No? Okay.
Got one.
Oh, Peter.
Thanks. Is this on? Okay, thanks. Hi, Pete Barham from SUDG. Really interesting, the fisheries update. I'm not sure you'll be able to answer this question.
I can try.
But I'm going to ask it anyway, which is, we've all seen the announcements about allowing fishing to continue in MPAs where it's in line with the conservation habitats. Has there been any word from anybody regarding how that might be enforced?
And as you suspected, I can't answer that question.
I
we can
don't
absolutely,
think
if
anybody
you reach
can.
out to us, we can take that one away and get an answer.
Yeah, I just wondered if, you know, through the fishing links, you'd had any communication, but thanks.
Okay. Well, you got off lightly there, Matt. Okay, the next presentation is from the Canary Islands Maritime Cluster. Michele Ivona from Eco Rodriguez. Ah, there you are. Sorry. Okay, I'll just put your presentation up.
Well, thanks, ESCA, for allowing us to be here. And first of all, don't worry, this is not going to be a boring lecture. I know it's like after lunch, so I will try to be as brief as I can. Well, we know that if submarine cables stop working tomorrow, the internet will collapse, finance will freeze, and also international communication will fall silent because around 95% of the data move through them. The Canary Islands sit right where these lifelines cross the Atlantic, and our cluster is more than a local initiative. It is a place where conversations occur among blue economy actors. And what we try to do here is we try to shape the future of both the maritime and also the digital features. So, who are we? The Canary Islands Maritime Cluster is a regional non-profit association, and it was founded in 2008 in Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. We have 17 years of experience, and we have been aiding in the development and international competitiveness of the Canary Islands blue economy sector. So we are an innovative business cluster, and also we are the managers and promoters of the Canary Islands suppliers, which is basically the first internationalization portfolio of exporting companies and also auxiliary service providers. So what we do is we have our members, which are actually more than 100 companies, and they span all the blue economy activities, ranging from ship and repair companies, renewable energy companies, consultancies, universities, financial institutions, and also, hopefully soon as well, submarine cable companies. And we are always in continuous growth. So our work, so what we do with all these companies and all this network, well, we try to connect, we try to foster collaboration, we try to foster innovation. We work in multiple regional, national, and European projects, specifically focusing on the blue economy, including submarine cables, which play a huge role, especially, for example, in the renewable energy sector. Aside from that, we also work with the logistics, maritime transportation, we work with biotechnology, etc., and aquaculture as well. So now let's dive beneath the surface. So the Canary Islands and submarine cables. Well, the Canary Islands has a privileged geographical location because it acts as a gateway to Southern Europe, but also is an intercontinental bridge with America and also Africa and also other parts of Europe. So over the recent years, there has been a growth in fiber optic projects, and this has allowed us to be increasingly connected, not only between us, but also to the world. In terms of electrical cables, they have also been deployed, and these have been tackling challenging conditions because we are volcanic islands, so we have volcanic morphology, and also we have really high depth. So it's quite difficult to lie electrical cables. Also, with ambitions with the regional and the national government, we are trying to decarbonize our territory, and there has been a growing trend in offshore renewable projects. And in fact, Gran Canaria, one of the islands, will probably have the first offshore wind floating park in Spain. And this, of course, will require submarine cables, which are key components. So just to give you an overview of the current state of telecommunication cables in the Canary Islands. So in image A is the current cables that are lined so far. And as you can see, there's many connecting the islands and also going to all these parts of Europe and to the world as well. So some of them even going to the west coast of Africa, and others even reaching to, for example, Brazil. And then on the other side are the projects that are ongoing and on the way. And for example, you can see that there will be more connections lined between the islands and also with Morocco. And there will be another cable that will be connecting, if I see well from here, Portugal to Brazil, and it will also be connected to some of the islands. So this clearly states that we are well connected despite being an isolated territory. Now, in terms of electrical cables, the story is a bit different. As I said before, because of the difficulties in our geomorphology, there's not many electrical cables at the moment. The first one connection in between islands was done between Fuerteventura and Lanzarote, the one down here in image A. And in 2023, was just enhanced with the nature positive design. And then next year, hopefully, this new cable will be operative between the island of La Gomera and Tenerife. As I mentioned before as well, offshore renewable energy, it's blooming right now in the islands, and there's a lot of support from the government. And we believe that, of course, submarine cables will play a huge role in the future because we'll have increasing floating structures, again, as well because of our high depths, and this will be increasingly important. So, well, I've talked a lot about these cables that are there, but now the infrastructure. We all know that the submarine cable industry relies on infrastructure that's adapted to the needs. So in the Canary Islands, we have an excellent geographical location, excellent quality of services, and also efficiency and cost, which are essential parameters for successful operations. So here in the image, for example, you see the port of Las Palmas, which is one of the most important ports in the island. So, oops. See now. Okay. So, as I said before, well, we have 26 commercial ports. 2 of them are international, and we receive around 7.41 million passengers per year, and also we have an average of 30.6 million tons of traffic. We are really well connected by air as well, which is really important. And also a really important characteristics that we have in our territory is that, for example, our ports, like the port of Las Palmas, it's operative 360 years out of 365 because temperatures and also the meteorological conditions tend to not be quite stable, and there are not many adverse conditions, which is highly beneficial for carrying any maritime operation. In addition, what I can mention from the port of Las Palmas, there's one of the biggest ports and the one that's most industrialized, is that it's Spain's leading hub for repairs and offshore services. It's the 4th in terms of Spanish ports. It covers the whole entire maritime value chain. And also from 2021, it has served 114 cable ships. And also, it's not there the data, but it has transshipped more than 15,000 kilometers of cable. Now, I know that in this room there might be already people that might know about this port, and also companies that might actually have benefit from the services that we give here. And what we can say is that in our ports, there are already companies that are offering these services to the submarine cable industry, and they have even developed advanced techniques for the cable winding, which allows to integrate repairs with the winding of the cable. So it allows for maximum efficiency. So it means that you will waste less time in port. So you will also spend less money being just steady in one place. In our ports, we are really used to as well operating with oil and gas standards, which normally tend to be the highest. In fact, the Canary Islands has been also a reference globally for oil and gas. And also, we have all the certifications to operate with security, including the ISPS code. So, in terms of costs, well, the Canary Islands has a really interesting fiscal condition, which is compliant with European regulation. So if we compare the corporate income tax against the European average income tax, in the Canary Islands it's just 4% compared to the 21.5% in Europe. And also our VAT is way lower. It's about 7% compared to 21.8%. If I'm going too fast, please, you can stop me. So what do we think that is of the Canary Islands in terms of the submarine cable industry? Well, we believe that because of our excellent geographical condition, also the quality of our services and the companies that are present there and the infrastructure is already present, the Canary Islands are ready to become a true hub for the submarine cable industry. And this is the work that we're trying to do also in the maritime cluster of the Canary Islands, which is pushing companies to come and operate in our territory, and also to establish symbiotic relationships with the companies that we already have present in our ports. So what we believe is that the future of global networks and the energy transition, it's here in the Canary Islands. So this is me for now. Thank you so much, and I'm open for any question.
Thank you, Michele. Any questions for Michele? No?
No question.
Well, you got off lightly as well. Okay. Thank
Yeah, I
you.
went a bit fast, but I hope that if there's any other question or someone wants to ask something, you can always catch me or any of my colleagues outside, and we are more than happy to answer anything that you want. So,
Okay, thank you. Okay, next presentation by Ed Walker from the Exodus Group. Optimisation of construction installation phase for subsea cables with a focus on consenting and environmental lessons learned. I'll just put it up.
Snappy title.
Yeah, it's long. It's a long title. I didn't know whether to say anything.
Concise. So yeah, tough act to follow from Kelly, the Canary Islands there. Really interesting presentation. Going to bring us back down to earth with places like Blythe and Bridlington, and other such delights. So yeah, thanks for the opportunity to present today. I'm Ed Walker. I work for a company called Exodus, part of Subsea Group. Yeah, the experience and the presentation is from myself and colleagues in Exodus and Subsea who have worked on the installation process for cables. I think, yeah, often there's a lot of focus on development up to the point of consent, but yeah, kind of often the case that the installation phase is given less attention. So I'm going to try and shed a bit of light on that today. So yeah, this is the structure of the session, provide a bit of background, talk about the challenge at hand, and then touch on some UK lessons learned, and then, yeah, a bit of a forward look and call for action, including to folks in the room with amazing experience, and then, yeah, finish up with time for questions at the end. Yeah, so just by way of a bit of background, the transmission system in the UK is going through a massive upgrade at the moment. There'll be a lot of you have heard about the Great Grid Upgrade, for instance. There's a huge growth of interconnectors and MPIs. NGV are in the room as well, so they'll be well aware of that. We've just been hearing earlier on about growth of offshore wind in Scotland. That brings with it all of the inter-array cables and the export cable routes and so on and so forth, both for floating and fixed. We've then got other cables, so Crown Estate are in the room, so they're obviously heavily involved in fostering CCS, carbon capture and storage, which also has various electrical cable requirements. We're doing something really quickly, but also we're trying to balance that with health and safety considerations and making sure that we've got a good culture in place around that piece. And yeah, achieving a LARP or as low as reasonably practicable and getting our LARP certification in relation to UXO, which we'll go into in a bit more detail. And then, yeah, in the center of it all, obviously all of that activity is basically around the energy trilemma. And yeah, there's no opportunity to get this wrong. We need to get it right first time. There's not really an opportunity to fail. We don't have time for that. So some of you, or many of you, will be familiar with this image. This is from the NESO, or now NESO, was National Grid ESO, Beyond 2030 map. It just kind of indicates the range of planned cable infrastructure around the UK in relation to the transmission system, but also there are some features in there that begin to link in sort of large offshore wind farms as well. So yeah, just kind of indicating that there's a heck of a lot planned. So we're doing something really complex. It's new and unprecedented in scale. Shirling a cable isn't new, but the scale of this is absolutely unprecedented. It's vast. It's risky, I think it's fair to say. We heard earlier around the insurance piece. Obviously, inherently, as we're insuring something, there's a risk there. We're doing it quickly, so that's maybe not a perfect recipe. And also, we've got a constrained supply chain. So there are folks in the room who provide vessels for cable installation projects. That's another pressure that we're realizing. So the session that I'm doing today sort of picks up at the end of this life cycle that's very simply summarized on the screen. So we've gone through kind of concept. Let's say we want to link two countries together with a transmission cable. We've gone through feasibility, looked at the route and the landfall locations. We've done an environmental assessment, perhaps, and consented the project. And now we're getting into the post-consent phase. So the challenge at hand, got a few slides on this. The first is on sort of risk. So I think there's a lot of emphasis on the earlier phases of project development. So through the route selection piece, obtaining data from the seabed to inform environmental assessment. And I think there's a perception that consent is king. And once you've got that marine license from the MMO, let's say, the foot can come off the gas a little bit and everyone can relax. I'd actually say that it's the opposite. It's harder. There's the weight of an EPC program weighing over you or weighing over the project, and yeah, the sums that are involved with sort of delaying mobilization or delaying energization are vast, and quite often, particularly in the transmission business, the developers of these projects or transmission owners are kind of held to quite very challenging timescales from Ofgem and ultimately the consumer. In terms of data, so yeah, I think there's a balance between the data for route development, where I guess it's maybe a higher level, sort of slightly simplifying it here, but a higher level, maybe slightly lower granularity, versus the data that we actually need for the installation phase, and that the EPC contractor would require. So therefore, there's a question around the levels of confidence in the seabed. So are we 100% confident in the conclusions that we've reached regarding the seabed based on kind of data that's maybe not of the best granularity? I think balancing that, yeah, achieving that balance is a hard thing, because clearly there's a cost consideration, the efficiency of the survey, how long it's actually going to take you to move up and down the coast, and vessel availability, like I mentioned, is also a challenge. Survey suppliers like generally pretty fully booked for quite foreseeable future. So proportionality is also a key piece, and selecting a survey corridor that has adequate coverage. And then the last bullet point is on shelf life of data. So I'm not going to talk in too much detail about Benthic. Julie and Anna will be pleased to hear, because they're going to cover that next. But yeah, that's an interesting point. I think the regulators challenging regularly challenging on the concept of data being out of date. Human factors, so project and regulator, personnel changes, keeping that corporate memory from all of those previous phases that we flashed up on the screen earlier. And yeah, the team that's in place for an EIA or an EAR, an environmental assessment report, versus the actual contractor and their delivery team quite often won't be the same. And there's that continual pressure, in my experience, to go back into the next project, whatever it may be. And then, yeah, Neil opened up this morning with the very useful sort of clarification on what this day is all about and what ESCA is all about, which is really important. But there's a fine line between recycling those lessons learned and knowledge in a group like this, but also adhering to the really important messages that Neil gave this morning. So yeah, recognise that's a hard balance. Also change, so things can change from the point of consent to what an EPC actually might require. So kind of to take a sort of recent example, landfall issues related to what's being included in a consent versus what actually happens in reality. EPC requirements, they can evolve over time and ultimately potentially lead to consent variations, as we'll know, with dealing with the MMO, NRW, and MD lot, etc. Like that takes time. Obviously, the license applications cost money, but it's more the kind of delay and the risk and the complexity that potentially brings. So there are lots of challenges transitioning from developing a project to actually executing it. And the focus of the next few slides is is going into some specific details on some lessons learned from a consent environmental perspective. They're intentionally sort of project anonymized, just paying heed to, again, Neil's important points this morning. Survey specification. So I think as projects progress through their life cycle, data resolution and granularity generally improves, and different survey techniques are usually sort of deployed or refined as the project progresses to the right. So in the image here, this is a very simplified version of the situation, but on the top is intended to depict quite a wide swathe with kind of let's call it medium granularity data that gives moderate confidence in what's on the seabed, and the blue dots are indicating sort of potential issues along that route. So at that point in time, based on that data, you'd probably look and think, actually, it's fairly simple to achieve an acceptable MBR and also get your RPL, your route position list within those issues. Absolutely fine, no issues. As the project progresses further in time, and you, let's say, for instance, select your narrower, higher resolution, higher granularity, better granularity survey, let's call it for the purposes of this, new issues are uncovered. And again, in this simplified example, kind of indicates that as you get more intelligence, your ability to avoid those issues is changing. So yeah, that's hard. There's not really an obvious, clear, simple, straightforward answer. Well, there might be, but you'll have to ask Phil Payne of National Grid for that. He's here from National Grid's perspective and is highly experienced in this area. So yeah, useful conversation with him later. So Western Link, this is a publicly available example. So a Scottish Power and National Grid project on the West Coast. This is an example of something that was found, as you can see on the map on the far left of the screen, through the survey process undertaken for the project. They found this U-boat, the U-85. If you give it a Google, there's an article about a sea monster which allegedly sunk this vessel, which I'm not sure about the credibility of that, but there we go. Maximizing survey value. So I think it's fairly normal in the UK at the moment to undertake UXO target investigations to help aid that gradual movement towards a LARP certification. In the example, in this example, we undertook an opportunistic use of that process to look at potential archaeological findings. So I think it's important to say that was an opportunistic thing. We would be going out to do the UXOTI campaign anyway, but we thought actually this will be a helpful thing to try and de-risk the project. Relatively minor change to the PUXO target list. Most of what we were going to be looking at on archaeology was actually aligned with what the UXO consultant wanted to look at. And also early engagement with Historic England in this case. They were really, really happy with our approach. I'm sure they would be, because we were going to potentially present some interesting funded findings for them. So archaeology can become a problem, but in this example, we sort of de-risked it early on through the use of the TIs. So yeah, this is a slide, or the next couple of slides, which I'm not going to read through. There's a ton of text there. But this is a bit of a good news story coming out of a project called Eastern Green Link 2, which landfalls at Bridlington in the south and Peterhead in the north. This is public domain, and obviously the project's consented and being installed. Through that UXOTI campaign, there was a find on the seabed, which is a windlass from a kind of 18th century boat, which probably would have looked something like that when it was on the vessel. Wasn't attached to the deck when we found it, so a very straightforward thing to avoid and put an archaeological exclusion zone or AZ around it. No major headaches there, but just quite interesting. There we go. yeah, kind of, this is just a slide showing some of the, kind of recent findings and learnings from archaeological campaigns that, again, have been done on a pretty generally opportunistic basis. So we've been going out to do some, so taking the top right image, in fact, as an example, that's a set of cores which have been undertaken during a GI campaign. And although that's being undertaken to inform, for instance, landfall engineering, they can be reviewed by an archaeologist, a qualified archaeologist, to potentially provide some interesting findings. I think they're actually pretty boring archaeologically in that example, but nonetheless. And then on the bottom right, don't know if, are there any scuba divers in the room? Hands up, any scuba divers? Surely there must be some. Yeah, there we go. We've got one or two. Yeah, so I think that's from the Gun Rocks wreck site at the Farne Islands, just off the Knivestone. So yeah, worth having a look if you're interested in your diving. So yeah, in terms of consents, insufficient marine license duration. So on the bottom left is an indicative construction program from a publicly available project in Scotland, which is pretty aspirational. Then there's the issue of extending the license, reopening up the door for examination, and also on a similar theme, underbaking the project design envelope. So yeah, in this example, not the example on the left-hand side, but in the example I'm talking about, there were sort of plough tooling restrictions, which were offered up by the team leading the consent as a quick win and something to get consent, but then actually went on to become a major headache and a program issue for this particular project. Yeah, another consents one. So one seabed methodology or restriction was offered up by the EIA consent team to, again, get a consent urgently because the pressure's on gaining consent. But then fast forward, EPC comes on board, needs to do a different methodology. It requires a marine license variation, specialist coastal processes input, and Annex 1 habitat reassessment. So yeah, basically unnecessarily complex and more time consuming than what would have been kind of a slight bit of additional effort to deal with the issue during consent. Yeah, this is another one around balancing conservatism in seabed and mobility studies versus getting the consent itself. So in terms of cable protection requirements, there's definitely a balancing act to do there. Probably going to speed through that one actually, because we've got a huge amount of time. And then yeah, linked to external protection as well. So in this example, on an offshore wind farm project in Scotland, there was basically insufficient external cable protection on the ML for the transmission assets. It was seen as a reasonable risk, so a fair punt by the consent team, but critically, no EPC input available at the time, which is not unusual at that point in the project. No independent engineering advice, a limited preliminary CBRA. So yeah, the approach to keeping to a bare minimum was seen as an easy win with MD Lot, it actually was. Defer dealing with the issue. So yeah, just something to bear in mind. So yeah, kind of gradually getting towards the end now with a couple of minutes to go. So we've heard a bit about the MMO and kind of they've got a really difficult job to do. So I'm not going to kind of bash them in this session overly, and actually just rethinking how to work with them. So yeah, we've had a number of different challenges with them during the consent process for a particular cable project, but then we've reset that relationship and moved towards being more collaborative, ring fencing their team to support the project and also working closely with the coast. And yeah, pleased to also announce that with the Global Underwater Hub and Exodus, we've sort of collaborated together to fund the MMO's attendance at an industry engagement event next week in Blythe on UXO. So yeah, drawing to an end with a minute and a half. Yeah, playing the long game with consent. So I urge like a lot of caution around these perceived quick wins on getting the consent over the line. It's yeah, genuinely not worth it, and you can lead people to have to unpick these issues months and years into the future, which probably takes more time and more money. Optimizing data and exploiting efficiency. So mentioned about the opportunistic use of UXOTIs for archaeology. That's an example. There are many others. Working with the regulator, I think acknowledging that the MMO have, for instance, have high staff turnover and a very resource constrained, trying to help them to sort of regulate our projects in the best way we can. And then, yeah, lastly, a bit of a call to arms, really, within the ESCA community. I think this would be a really interesting topic in terms of the O&M phase, or rather, sorry, the installation phase of a project, to possibly work on some new guidance, or maybe you know, at least have a forum for some more shared lessons learned. So yeah, that brings me to the end, and just leaves me to say thank you very much.
Thanks, Ed. Any questions for Ed? Steve?
Yeah, you mentioned you did some collaboration. Did you find that you were educating in terms of, like, you know, what you wanted? And yeah, okay. And so that the benefit was that, you know, hopefully going forward, a certain number of individuals will have been upskilled. So maybe it's an approach that people need to consider going forward.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that was the aim. In this particular example, just to briefly go into more detail on it, there's an event in Blythe that Global Underwater Hub are running on UXO and risk management. And there are a couple of projects on the books at the moment which are going through UXO marine licensing and adopting a low order deflagration method. And I think the MMOC, or traditionally the MMOC, UXO marine license, and think it's very noisy, very disruptive, massive impact zones, etc. So our take on this was, let's try and bring them along and have this like shared upskilling and increase their knowledge in low order methods, and that will, yeah, pay dividends hopefully pay dividends in the marine license process. So that's like 2 or 3 individuals who will come within a licensing team of 100, say. So I think like it would be great if ESCA or maybe SEDG or other forums could do this at a bigger scale with the MMO. So yeah, just obviously we all have frustrations around them, but I think bashing them's probably not going to get the best outcome.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, thanks, Ed.
Thanks very much.
Let's say, okay, next presentation from Anna Farley and Julie Drew Murphy of CA Environmental, Consenting Risks, Benthic Habitat Designations. So, okay.
I'm a good deal smaller than Ed was. Thank you very much, ESCA, for having us here today. So Julie and I are going to talk to you about the consenting risks, and particularly with relation to benthic habitat designations. So I realised as Ed started his presentation, we've obviously gone to the same school of presenting. So I'm going to set out what I'm going to tell you about to start off with. So what we're going to talk about is we're going to use the UK as a bit of a case study, but I have expanded it out to cover some other European countries a little bit later on. But the UK is where my expertise lays, so that's where we're focusing on today. We're going to kind of talk about the scene behind benthic habitat compensation, what the legislative context is, what the stakeholder concerns are, what the risks to projects are, most importantly, and why it is affecting telecommunication cables, power cables, and it's becoming an increasing demand on projects. We're going to give you a couple of solutions to de-risk your projects, to think about things, to maybe think about right from the start. And we're going to give you a couple of examples of case studies that are going on at the moment. So to set the scene, I'm hoping everybody has heard of the Habitats Directive and the Birds Directives, key pieces of European legislation. So they're transposed into UK legislation by a number of various bits of legislation. I'm not going to read them out. There's various bits depending on which part of the country you are, but basically they have the same effect. We've also got in the UK the Marine and Coastal Access Act. So under both of those legislations, so the UK Habitats Regulations and the Marine and Coastal Access Act, there is the requirement to set up designated sites. So we have a number of different types. I'm going to talk primarily about special areas of conservation today and marine conservation zones and highly protected marine areas. So these features, when they're designated for benthic components, can cover a range of habitats. So these are either listed in the Habitats Directive under the annexes there, or they're listed as part of the UK kind of action plans and things as priority habitats. I won't ask you to name all the different ones up there, but you might have heard of things like Sabellaria Reef, which is down at the bottom, seagrass meadows, oyster beds. But then you get much wider, broad-scale habitats such as estuaries, mudflats, burrowing sea pens, and things like that. So just want to keep that into context. Lots of different habitats out there. They're sensitive to different impacts. So this is a map showing all of the UK designated sites. So it is all the SACs, SPAs, MCZs. The ones in green have a benthic habitat component to them. So you can kind of see that there's a lot out there that are protecting seabed features. When you start adding in the cables, you can see that in the past, before these sites came in, cables were able to route very much in straight lines. They weren't having to take into these sites into consideration, but they're becoming increasingly constrained. If you then start to add on all of the new cables that are coming through, and this doesn't include all the new offshore wind farms that are out there that are having to find those export cable routes, you can see that all of these cable projects are going to have to face or go through a designated site or one with a benthic habitat in future. So it's something that projects do need to consider at a really early stage. So under the two types of regulations, they basically have the same implications. So you have to demonstrate that you're not going to significantly adversely affect the integrity of that site and that habitat feature, or you're not going to adversely hinder the conservation objectives of the site. So slightly different wording basically implies exactly the same thing. If you decide that you are going to have a significant impact after you've done all of your environmental assessments, you have to demonstrate that there was no feasible alternative that had a lower environmental impact to the route that you have selected. And if you can demonstrate that, you then have to demonstrate that there are imperative reasons of overriding public interest why your project should continue. If you can do that as well, then you have to provide compensation or measures of equivalent environmental benefit. And what that is doing in the UK in particular is providing like-for-like compensation. So if you're affecting a sandbank and you're going to affect 100 meters squared, you have to provide 100 meters squared of sandbank as compensation for what your impact is. So compensation and MEEB, again, very similar. There is a mitigation hierarchy that you can consider. So the example I gave about the sandbank is the top level of mitigation that they're looking for, the top level of compensation, where it's like for like in the same location. So it's within the same designated site that you're impacting. If you can't do that, then they're looking to get the same kind of ecological function, but in a different location. So that might be providing a sandbank or a reef feature in a different location outside of the designated area. If you can't do that, you're looking to try and provide the same function that you had from that reef might have provided. So whether it enhanced biodiversity or acted as a spawning ground, you're trying to provide that function in a different manner, but in the same location. And your fourth one is the same ecological function, but somewhere else. Okay, so it's lots of different options that projects have to think and consider. The most important thing to note for projects is that if you are going to have to provide compensation and MEEB, you need to make sure that it is implementable and effective prior to the effect occurring. So that is going to have a massive impact on your project and your schedules and your programs, because you've got to try and get something in place before you can install your cable. So the key stakeholder concerns, it relates primarily in benthic habitats to the use of cable protection, because they see it as a permanent loss of habitat. So this is stakeholders such as the statutory nature conservation bodies and the regulators. They're also concerned about indirect impacts, so not just that loss of habitat, but how that rock protection might affect the local area. So is it going to cause scour that will widen that footprint of impact? Or will it affect sediment transport? So will it act as a barrier so that it can't, some of the ecological function in the site breaks down, things can't move around. The other thing is that in the past, lots of projects have perhaps been developed and they've been able to say that actually, I am in a designated site, but my impact is so small that it's not going to affect the integrity of that site as a whole. But what we're finding now is because there's a lot of spatial squeeze out there, lots more projects are going through the same sites, everybody is having a small impact. And it's the last project that comes along that says, oh, I've still got a small impact. And the nature conservation bodies are coming back and saying, yes, but you've tipped the balance. And that site has now reached its threshold. And now the whole integrity of the site is affected. So we're facing a lot of cumulative impacts, and projects are having to take that into consideration. So the risks to projects. To try and get MEEB in conversation, it's quite a long process to get a project assigned and sorted out, to make sure it's implemented prior to construction. It's a much more longer, complicated determination process. And that kind of picks up the first 2 points. It's about making sure it's in place before you start constructing. The other thing you've got to think about is that if you've got an operational asset in place, some of the projects are now facing problems where they've had a designated site put over the top of their asset. And it means they're having problems securing consent to protect their cables because they're now having to try and put rock protection down in those areas. So that is causing quite, they can do a cable repair, for example, but they then can't put the rock protection down over the top to protect it. So we're looking at that future integrity issue if you're going through a designated site. So there's a couple of solutions here that we've talked about, or kind of touched on as we went through. One is about collaboration between disciplines. So it's making sure that engineering and the environmental and the consents team are talking to each other. So they're understanding why engineers like to go for a straight route through an area or want to use a particular cable protection mechanism to protect for a cable span, for example. It's making sure that everybody understands the constraints that the others are facing, what those conditions might be from the regulator, from the stakeholders, other different options that could be considered. Should you be using options appraisal to kind of assess different options that are available to come up with the best environmental and practical solution? It's about incorporating that into your survey design as well, and your cable burial risk assessments. So quite often when you're having to demonstrate that you have got the most feasible option and therefore there weren't any other alternatives, you might have to go right back to the beginning in your surveys. Did you survey enough options? Did you look at an alternative around a feature on the seabed? And it's having that demonstration and being able to cover that. Have you followed the mitigation hierarchy? So have you tried to avoid a designated site? If you can't avoid it, because there's so many of them now, have you looked to mitigate your impact on it by reducing the length of your cable through it? Or have you looked at how you might use your cable protection within that site? It's bringing your stakeholders along with you as well. So making sure that they're consulted with early, that they're part of that decision-making process. It will make your consent easier if they've understand how you've reached decisions at each point, what data is it based on, how you've arrived at those solutions. Okay, so I'm now going to pass over to Julian. She's going to give you a little bit of a European context.
Thank you, Anna. Well, it appears I'm even smaller. There. So yeah, as Anna said, I'm just going to give a little bit of a European context and how this sort of fits into and how it differs, I guess, between various different countries. So I think it's fair to say that benthic compensation is a developing field. It's something that we are experiencing, first time across various different countries. And the implementation mechanism for that, therefore does differ as well, and how that is implemented in different countries. So the various different ways that it may be implemented. So there's in-kind restoration. So that's, as Anna was saying, developing projects that are compensating for the impacts that you might be having. Other mechanisms might just include a financial contribution. So government departments are actually leading the way in terms of delivering compensation projects, and developers can therefore just provide a financial contribution to help those projects along. Or it could just be a combination of both of those things. So the UK is an example where this is now becoming, as Anna showed, it's a very busy place. So it's becoming increasingly more of a requirement on developers to provide that compensation. The Netherlands, by comparison, though, they're taking a slightly different approach, where they're looking at nature inclusive design as part of their developments. And Germany is taking more of that financial compensation, financial incentivation approach. Oh, I've gone the wrong way. So yeah, just going into a bit more detail on a couple of those. So within the Netherlands, no formal compensation has actually been required to date, but the government does mandate that as part of developments that you look to include nature inclusive design within developments, and that's to offset any potential environmental damage that could be happening as part of your development. And nature inclusive design basically looks at adding something to the design of, say, your wind farm or your cable protection that increases biodiversity alongside the benefits that it brings. So a couple of examples there. The Friesland wind farm actually established a temporary construction island while they were building the wind farm itself. That was then maintained after the construction period and has been established as a nature reserve. So that continues to exist as a nature reserve, delivering environmental compensation. Other forms of ecological enhancements incorporated into the design. So some good examples are around oyster restoration. Quite common projects include sort of oyster bed restoration projects. So within a wind farm, you could add some structures to the seabed as part of the design that would encourage oysters back to the area. Or you could do some reseeding of oysters, again, to sort of establish oysters back into the area. All of that is slightly pointless, though, if you've still got existing external pressures that are happening. So fishing, you don't want a trawler to go through that area where you've just established a nice new oyster bed. So alongside some of these measures, you have to introduce other things like exclusions on bottom trawling to protect that feature that you're encouraging back. Germany, as I said before, there's no current equivalent Benthic compensation that's provided, but what they do provide is that financial help for projects. So this is led by federal and state departments. Developers provide funds into those compensation packages, and then those government departments identify what measures should be deployed to offset any potential environmental impacts there. And then drawing that back to the UK, the delivery mechanism in the UK is slightly complex currently. So there's 3 different ways in which the UK are looking to deliver the compensation or MEEB. So there's project-led, which is kind of what it says it is. So the developer designs, identifies, funds, and then delivers compensation measures, compensation projects as part of their overall development, and they have to get consent for those measures as part of their overall development. Collaborative approaches to compensation. So this might be where developers are having an impact on the same designation, the same SAC or the MCZ. They would then come together to deliver, project or multiple projects to compensate for the collaborative impact that they're having. Or there is now a bit of a move towards the strategic measures. So the government are taking on the responsibility to come up with a package of different projects that people could invest in. And then there's something called the Marine Recovery Fund, where developers, again, a bit like the Germany example, pay into that fund, and then those projects are then delivered by government. Common types of compensation. I think the most common is site extension, and probably one of the easiest. So you have established SACs, MCZs already in place, and you go through a process of looking to extend those sites. It's a fairly long process though, because that involves, again, external government departments to sort of push forward those site extensions. Other sort of measures look to remove pressures on existing designations, so things like debris removal or removal of redundant infrastructure. The problem with those sorts of measures, there is a move away from those sorts of things because it's very challenging to get the level or the quantum of compensation that's required by those sorts of things. Other things to remove pressures by aggregate license sites, so you're taking away a pressure that's existing on a site. I've already mentioned their sort of habitat creation, so reseeding of oyster beds is quite a popular one, or seagrass, removal of fisheries, and then, as I mentioned, sort of in that Netherlands example, nature inclusive design. So just looking at a few of the examples around the UK, Hornsey Project 3 and the Sheringham Dudgeon Extension projects cross through the Cromer Shoals Marine Conservation Zone off the North Norfolk coast. They, as part of the Sheringham and Dudgeon project, they're the ones that cross directly through. They had to agree an in-principle MEEB plan as part of their overall consent application. And the Secretary of State ruled that they did actually need to provide that MEEB. So they are now in the process of providing oyster bed restoration. Hornsey Project 3, however, they chose to avoid the MCZ, and they've taken a big long route all the way around and just clip it in the bottom corner there. By doing that, they avoided having to provide compensation for that particular MCZ. However, they do cross a number of SACs in the offshore area and are having to provide in principle MEEB or compensation for those. Greenlink was a really good example of including regulators and stakeholders in the process from the start. So they had multiple cable routes. They started off with 2 cable routes, both of which were crossing different reef habitats. And through consultation and engagement with the regulator in a live manner, so they were developing the route, surveying the route, and providing live feedback to the regulator, they actually identified a further 3rd route, which is sort of in the bottom figures, which minimised interaction with reef habitat. They did have to provide some compensation, but actually the compensation was, because they were compensating for Stony Reef, the compensation was actually the rock berm that they installed there. So, but that was a really good example of how they engaged with the regulator and smoothed the process and probably the timescales associated with that. Eastern Green Link 3 and 4, as you can see, a highly constrained area. This image was taken from their non-statutory consultation, which happened earlier this year. There's not much space at all. They took the approach of surveying 2 alternative routes and engaged with the regulator to help with that decision-making process as to which route to take. They are taking the route that goes around the outside or slightly clips, minimises interaction with the particular MCZ, but are going down the route of providing that roadmap, but still at early days within that process. And then I'm going to hand back to Anna to do the final key messages.
Thank you. Julie's too small, obviously. So I hope what you've taken from the talk is that this is going to affect cable projects more and more coming forward, not just in the UK. I think UK are probably more onerous requirements at the moment than perhaps Germany or the Netherlands, which are taking that different approach. But I think across all European nations, you've still got that overriding requirements through the Habitat Directive. So the key messages still apply throughout. And it's about ensuring that you've got that collaboration. So that whether that is between your engineering teams and your environmental teams to understand those risks really early on, or whether that is with your regulator and your stakeholder to bring them along with the process that you're taking and that consideration of your alternatives. It's with your regulators as well, it's about active listening. So making sure that you are sitting there and not going, but I want to go here with my route. It's taking their views into consideration and seeing whether you can do anything about them. It's employing the mitigation hierarchy as well. So I don't think we're in that place where we can have straight line routes anymore. We are going to have to consider all of the ecological constraints as well as all the other pressures that are on projects at the moment. So it's just balancing that up and seeing whether you can avoid sites or whether you can actively consider how you're going to mitigate your impacts on them. It's about robustly considering all your options. So making sure that this is in the back of your mind right from the early stage. Can I demonstrate that this was the most feasible alternative, or should I have gone somewhere else? Am I going to be able to stand up an examination? A lot of the power cable projects in particular now are having to go through the DCO process in the UK. So the development consent order, which was primarily for, big national significant infrastructure projects in the past, and perhaps what offshore wind farms went through. So it's a little bit new for the interconnectors and the power projects, but it means that you have to stand up in a hearing and say, actually, I've got an audit trail about all my decisions. I can robustly say that this was the one with the lowest environmental impact. I can't read my last point, but I think it's about collaborating with each other as well. So there's a lot of spatial squeeze, not only in the UK, but in other countries as well. Everybody's got their marine spatial plans where cable corridors are being defined now. It's making sure that you're working with each other, working with the other developers, understanding what they're doing, how you might be able to work together with the projects. But it's also working with the local stakeholders. Say, is there a wildlife trust out there that you can support their project and perhaps provide a financial contribution to? So it's kind of thinking outside of the box and not just thinking in isolation about your individual project. I think I've got 50 seconds left if you want to ask any questions, but I hope you've taken away some useful points. Julie and I can talk about this for hours, so do come and find us later at dinner or whatever and ask any questions that you've got.
Okay. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Julie. So, we got any questions? We've got 10 minutes, so we've got time.
Hi. Hi. Peter Barham from Seabed User Developer Group. Great sort of tramp through the habitats regs, and really useful because there is some good information there for people, and the habitats regs have never been simple. They're never intended to be simple. But a couple of observations from your presentation. One is that the difference between the application of compensation in France and Germany, for example, compared to the UK, and that's always been a challenge, especially with cables. But the one that I wanted to mention specifically is that you talked about the MRF, the Marine Recovery Fund, and of course we're still waiting the final details of that. But important for ESCA and cable operators is that DEFRA and the government are absolutely adamant at the moment that the MRF will only apply to offshore wind. It won't apply yet to cables and port associated activities, and that's something which we're challenging government on. They've said in the fullness of time it will happen, but they won't give us a deadline. What that's meant is that we're heading towards a system fairly soon where there'll be strategic compensation available through the MRF for offshore wind, but not for other activities. And that will lead to a dual consenting approach. So instead of actually making life easier for developers, the government are making life more difficult.
So John might correct me here, but my understanding was that DEFRA had started to ask cable projects to put forward their projects that might want to be part of their MRF, and were willing to consider them as part of the Marine Recovery Fund.
It might be one for drinks and dinner later. But so in the consultation, they talked about the inclusion of bootstraps and associated offshore wind infrastructure in the compensation MRF requirements, but actually with no further detail on how that would be achieved. So I think it created some even more woolly areas. But yeah, an interesting topic.
Yeah, definitely one for later. A couple of glasses of wine, I think. Yeah.
Oh, couple of glasses of wine, I'd say. Right.
Thanks, John. Thanks for the presentation. I had a question about nature inclusive designs. I guess in some places they're pretty well established, and in parts of the sea, this is kind of an exploratory new place where I guess there's a fair amount of research going on, and some structures are proven, some less so, some unproven. What's your feel for how much confidence and how much data or evidence you would need before something was implemented? So it's not just a kind of a trial and then discover that maybe there's unforeseen consequences of that structure.
Yeah, it's a really good, interesting question. I think the problem we've got is that, particularly with the UK stakeholders, I'm talking primarily about the statutory nature conservation bodies, that if we provide evidence to them that perhaps there's a low impact from cable protection, for example, in a designated site, the cable industry as a whole don't have much evidence to back that up, that there will be that biological enhancement. And so it's quite difficult to say actually there is a low impact or this will do this. I know from previous ESCA plenaries and things, there's the test area up in the Baltic Sea, which is starting to, where you can deploy things to be able to start to build up that picture. So I think anything like that is really useful at the moment. I think it's about trying to, we've been talking in some of the subgroups, particularly the TRSG, about trying to bring that information, that data together. So I've plugged at other plenaries, but if you've got information that shows how your rock berms are colonized or how your cable protection is used, or if you can put a camera on the back of your vessel, I'm looking at you, Phil, in particular, and collect that data to show that the cable protection that's been there down for 10 years now looks like the rest of the seabed. As an industry, I think that's the data we need to collect so we can go to stakeholders and say, this is what we show. We're not just making it up. We've got the evidence to back that up. I don't think that quite answers your question, but I don't know if you want to.
I think the stakeholders are open to things like that, but what will go with it is, a fairly hefty monitoring regime. So, they're open for trialing of these new things as part of development, as part of a compensation package. It's just there will then be requirements that you'll have to monitor, do that Benthic monitoring year on year on year to be able to then, almost then provide that evidence in real time. So yeah, I think they're open to it, but there's still that precautionary approach from regulators about what will be provided.
Thank you.
Isabel, I'm only answering a question from you if it's not from Matt in disguise.
Not from Matt. It's not about rocks. If you are providing compensation in terms of a sandbank or a reef, how are you ensuring that are you putting that in a similar area to where you are laying your cable, and then are you then ensuring the same protection of that for the future? And then is that then subject to a future cable in that area? How are you then? Is that mitigating the risk, or is that just adding to
adding to the next
spatial
constraint?
squeeze? Yeah,
it's a really good observation. So how it is supposed to work is that the compensation area that you've defined, so your new area of reef or your new area of sandbank, forms part of the marine license in the UK. So it's part of your order limits or it's part of your boundary, and therefore it should then come up on searches for future cable projects or future other developments to say somebody already has a project in that area. I think what the problem is at the moment, and what we've found recently on a couple of projects, particularly for offshore wind, is so for the compensation principles apply for across all the different species. So it applies to birds as well for offshore wind. So you might hear about the artificial nesting structures. I can see Dan smiling there. So they're being defined and developers are putting them forward as part of their applications, but they're not, the area is still being developed as part of the consent application. So it doesn't get announced until the examination phase, perhaps, doesn't become public knowledge. So the problem we have at the moment is identifying where those compensation areas could be and how cable projects can take them into consideration as part of their projects as they move forward. So it's a bit of a grey area at the moment. It's developing in the country and it's changing. But in future, they should be kind of not designated, but you should be able to define where they are.
Okay, thank you. Is there one last question?
Yeah, hi, it's Graham Simons from National Grid Ventures. Just a question, you just mentioned there about established rock over 10 years of the establishment and the growth of marine. What's your opinion on the recovery of cables, pipes, and interconnectors at the end of the life cycle?
Yeah. Sorry, I only just heard your question, but I think you're asking about the recovery.
Yeah, the physical recovery of cables and pipes at the end of the life cycle, and
like you take it out and then you're leaving it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
wind turbines. Yeah.
So it kind of depends on the habitat that you're going through. So some habitats, the habitat will be very similar. It will have the same kind of rapid recovery. So if you're in a perhaps a sand area, then you expect that habitat to recover quite quickly once the cable has been removed, same as you would have done, same as the impact you'd have had in construction. I think the question that I struggle with personally, and it's not CEA's opinion in any way, I will say, is that if you've put rock protection down and you've enhanced the biological function, then why would you want to remove it at the end? But it is not necessarily the view of the nature bodies, statutory nature conservation bodies. They view it as that was a man-made effect, and it is different to what was there originally and should be removed. So it's interesting because it's a different approach to how the Netherlands are taking it. So the Netherlands are seeing it very much as the North Sea in their particular area used to be lots of oyster reefs, very rocky habitat, and because of anthropogenic impacts, they've then returned that to almost to a sand because they removed all of the gravel from it, from dredging or from trawling and things. So they're looking to change it back to the seabed that they had 100 years ago and enhance that biological function. The UK are taking a different approach and going for, we want to protect what is there now, and therefore we don't want any change from that. And the statutory nature conservation bodies are quite hard in their opinion on that. And that's why we're struggling with getting cable protection, consent for cable protection for cables at the moment. Yeah. Particularly in sandy areas or in benthic designated sites where it's seen as that change. Slightly easier if there's already kind of like a rocky habitat there and you're putting rock, but they're still looking for products that you could remove at decommissioning. So they're favouring things like rock bags or mattressing where you could potentially take it out. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Anna. Thanks, Julie. Okay, it's coffee break, so back at 4, please. Okay. Okay, welcome back. So to start the final session, we have a first presentation is from Matthew Lang of Global Maritime on the protection of subsea cables from external threats, including sabotage.
Thank you very much. Thank you everyone for having me here today to talk a little bit about this. I think it's going to touch on some of the themes we've talked about already today. I think some of the things that have come up from about CBRAs and other forms of cable protection. So hopefully will be interesting for you all. I won't go into too much about myself, but I've been involved in cable protection. I'm a geotechnical engineer by background, so I've been involved in cable protection for about 10 to 15 years now. I think it's quite interesting being part of this discussion today in this sort of forum. I think we've heard a lot of different opinions from different people so far today. We've had environmental just before the break there. We've had the insurance market. We've had mechanical engineers. So we've got and lots of other people as well. So I'm coming at this from a geotechnical point of view. So really looking at the soils and what we can understand from the sort of the surveys we've already talking through today. I won't go into too much about Global Maritime themselves. Hopefully you all know a little bit about us, and these slides will be made available. But we basically work worldwide on different maritime stuff, covering a wide range of different maritime sectors. And I'll be really talking about the subsea cables and integrated geoscience offering we have today. But we work across marine warranty, marine services, marine operations, and structural engineering software, hydrodynamics, that sort of stuff. So kind of a multidisciplinary maritime engineering consultancy. The clicker wants to move. There we go. So yeah, so today what I really want to talk to you is about how we protect subsea cables, how we are looking at them, and really the way we approach the protection of them. Cable barrier risk assessment being a big part of that. That we'll be looking at, that I know has been touched on a couple of times so far this morning, how we define that depth. And also what I want to do is touch on an example that we've seen recently in the world of sort of sabotage and linking that with the cable barrier risk assessment and what's actually seems to be happening there. So I don't think I need to spend too long with this room of people talking about why subsea cables are important. I think we're the people trying to push that around the industry. And I think we've seen a lot of sort of statistics today about how much damage or how much is done from certain environments in terms of fishing and anchoring and that sort of stuff, especially external threats. And when we're talking about the protection of subsea cables, especially from what we're looking at here, we're really looking at protecting from those potential external threats and potential stuff that we have moving forward. So here's some more statistics about how much it costs for repair, how much annually that cost of cable repair, and how many faults we see in fishing and anchoring and being two of the sort of key aspects. And that's what we really try and look at in the CBRA. So we want to protect these assets. We don't want them to be damaged. As much as I know there's plenty of people in here who look at cable repairs, we all hope we don't need you, but sometimes we do. So this is a sort of how we sort of approach it. Really what we want to look at is avoiding those risks. We talked about the routing aspects in the environmental talk earlier. Avoiding those routes, you can see some different constraints on that map there, and really you say the straight line doesn't always work. And really if we can't avoid those risks altogether, which for things like fishing and anchoring, which can be prevalent across wide areas, we look at a couple of different ways of protecting those assets. So the burial, and then if not, we can do some kind of external protection if the burial isn't suitable, and we look at how we can achieve, how deep we need to go and how we can achieve that. So what is the cable barrier risk assessment? Hopefully you've all got some awareness about it. I say it's been talked about a few times today, and it is all basically taken from this Carbon Trust guidance on what's there. And really what it wants to do is define a repeatable process to assess how deep we need to bury the cable to adequately protect it from the seabed. I think there was a comment, I think, in the insurance talk this morning about what isn't included, and I do think that this document is now 10 years old, and I think maybe the industry's moved on a bit, and I think there is a bit of work that can be done on this. And I think one of the shames about it is it uses a little bit of a tick box exercise, i.e. you're meant to do it and get an idea, and then how much that is used moving forward. And what we try to do, and what we think hopefully the place the industry can get to, is spending a bit more time thinking about it holistically for the cable design, and then we can really use it to our advantage as we move forward through the stage of the projects, and not just look at those issues within it. So the standard CBRA approach, if you follow the guidelines in the application mode to the letter, and really that guideline it's a guideline of how to do it, but it doesn't necessarily say how you must apply it. So you must look at the probabilistic risk, you must look at the different external threats, but how we actually apply that to the route itself, how we do the engineering around it, isn't specifically defined. So there's a couple of ways you can interpret. And historically, we have done it in a way which has been kind of linear assets, look as the cable, and really zoning it, simplifying it, not using the sort of computation power we have now, a lot of grouping of vessels and removing detail within it to try and simplify these things And that has some advantages, but it can really be quickened up nowadays with the sort of data science and information we have and what we can do geospatially from our aspects as geoscientists and development of ground models. We can do more to remove the conservatism within the models that are inherently there and start to build it forward into something which can be more usable. So the way we've sort of approached it, and I think something that is seeing a lot of benefits in different parts of the industry, is actually taking it on a geospatial approach. As I say, geoscientists really want to look at what soil types we have, we build these ground models in the lease area, export cable routes, interconnector cable routes between countries. And so we know a lot about that site, and we don't want to just take away all that information and detail to give us what we need to move forward. So really big data-driven approach, really taking advantage of modern computation, modern software, modern information we can have to apply the same guidelines that are there, but really use that to increase our understanding of the site, the granularity of the information we can interrogate and give you most information possible, and really create a flexible solution. So when the environmental team, the insurance department, thermal, electrical design people are all asking questions, it can be used in an integrated manner to really come up with the best overall design solution. So as I say, I did promise I would talk to you a bit about soil, and I don't want you all to turn off now, but this is where we start. We've heard a little bit about surveys today, and really geophys surveys, get the sub-bottom scans, geotech surveys, we want to integrate that information and create an overall ground model. So here's a look along a cable route in this instance, where we've got a lot of geotechnical samples, and we can see the sort of sub-bottom geophysical horizon, so when soil units change in the seabed, and we can integrate those together and create an overall ground model. And what we do with that is create essentially a voxel cell 3D space ground model, where essentially each of these little blocks that you can see on here, kind of like Minecraft, if any of your children are into that, each of those blocks within there contain details about the soil in that model. So for cable barrier risk assessment, we really care about it, especially anchor penetration. We care about the strength of that soil, how stiff it is. So we're looking at clay strength, relative density of sands, things like that. And we build that in, and that is how much it'll resist penetration of an anchor. But really, in this ground model, we can have any sort of parameters. So we have thermal conditions in here. We can have particle size densities for using burial assessment and whether jetting tools will work, and also a lot of other parameters that can be used as detail within this overall model. And then we take that through really into the section along the cable again, and we can look at that as a really integrated with a SU variation along the route. So you can really see quite a lot of detail in terms of what conditions we have within the parameters that we're looking at. So really taking that survey information and using it for the entire site. So when we look at that, we can bring in all of these for that CBRA approach and that same P-strike calculation at the top there for how we do a statistical assessment for emergency anchoring. We've got a voxel grid, and it's a pretty natural grid where you typically use 50 meters by 50 meters by a 0.1 meter depth parameter for each cell. So that's the cell that contains the information. And we have the AIS information. I know Ultramap here today, we providing that sort of data and put in an overall statistical assessment kind of independent of the cable route at this stage, and really start to look at it from what is the risk of an anchor being penetrated to each of these individual voxel cells to build up that statistical assessment against the primary protection requirements. And there you go. I won't go into the statistics too much for those who enjoy the mathematics, but that's really what we're looking at, and what we can do by using the overall detail of each of these points and looking at it in the detail we're talking about, removing all that zoning and binning and going through that stage, is we can understand exactly what's causing the impact to the overall risk. Is there something inherent within the data? Is there something we need to worry about? Can we digest that and go from there? And also, what incident values are we looking at? What factors can be applied to this, which is a statistical assessment based around factors. For example, PWD is around the water depth and distance from other features. Can we rather than use one single one across the entire site or in very large areas, can we be quite more advanced with how we actually apply these factors across it and take away the risk? And then this is what we end up with. So this is our WebGIS platform that kind of distills that information down and presents it out. So this is there's no issue with sharing of information here, because this is a fake wind farm that we've built. Muria Domhanda is global maritime in Irish Gaelic. So it's not a wind farm which is currently being built. And at the bottom there, you can see a run through the center line of the survey corridor. So this is, as I say, built in fully 3D space for the entire corridor, but we can extract it along a specific cable route, but we could do that for multiple cable routes. And then for that flexibility of rerouting or using it as a routing tool can really be brought in. But you can see the ground model that we've assessed that is included on the bottom panel there. Along the cable route, so you can see the different sands and those different color mechanisms. Color scale is for different soil types of different strengths. And then you can see the wiggly lines that we've got in there. So we've got a very faint pink line at the back, which seems to be jagging around a lot. And that is the output of our model, looking at it from what risk would we see as typically acceptable. So that I think the start rule of thumb within it is 10,000 years as a return period for the full cable route, or over a 50-kilometer rolling average, I believe. But that can be tweaked with consultation with insurers and developers and sort of appetite for risk. And then the slightly darker red is a 500-meter rolling average of that automatic output of the depth of lowering required to achieve that. And then the green line is our, as engineers, manual input that we use on the top right panel there, where we can put in some KP froms and twos and depths of lowering to really compute the risk and see what tweaks can do. And we can change that in real time and look at it and see what different depths of lowering in different areas of the route, how that can affect the cable. And this is looking at it from a design point of view at the moment. And then within each of those KP ranges we define, see that right panel has just changed, we can actually see the variation in risk as we go through the depth. So we can get a lot of information on how this changes. This is actually something we've developed in line with a few wind farms for the American market, where BOEM, in that instance, were really looking for reasons why their requirements from US Army Corps of Engineers weren't necessary. They were asking for sort of 5 meters burial depth or up to 5 meters burial depth in a lot of areas, which just seemed like overkill for actual the protection of the cable themselves. So we were able to put this sort of thing together and present that isn't necessary for actually just protection of the cables and some of the other things that need to be considered to try and get them reduced, because within the soil types and the tools that were on offer, there was no way they were burying to that depth. So it was either, can we accept a lower risk? Can we know more about the risk? Or the project becomes sort of non-viable. So by understanding in more detail, removing some of these conservatisms, able to prove that there's a viability to these projects has been a real strength. Here is another example with, actually this is a real one, which hopefully is slightly hidden enough, but you can see the sort of trace along there and the examples of how we're going down to different depths and what is sort of overall needed within there. And as I said at the start, we sort of build in aspects of lots of different areas of what's in that soil model. And because we start to build this up, we can really start to look at this as not just a CBRA tool, but an overall cable design platform. So this is looking at actually burial assessment along an inter-array cable here. And we can build in the sediment mobility study, so we can understand what's mobile sediments. You can see on the section through the cable there, we can see a zero line. And we can see the area above the zero line is what we're calling mobile sediments. So then we can understand, so we want to bury a certain amount and guarantee it remains buried below that zero line, that lower seabed level. So we can understand what soil units we're running through. We've built this ground model. We've got a lot of parameters within that ground model. And we can look, this is from an early stage sort of feasibility section, but what tools might be used in these different soils? And there's a lot of different aspects which go into that selection. Are we using plows everywhere? Can we use jetters, quick, cheap, nice and easy? Or do we have to turn to cutting, can move a lot slower? And where can we see some advantages? And actually, if we can build this in 3D space and we show the entire site, which obviously I would struggle to do on a project example, we might be able to find solutions where actually we can minimize the amount of more expensive, slower tools, which have worse weather windows and that sort of stuff. So we can really optimize the site and balance up the pros and cons of different aspects of the design process. So really, the 3D approach we've got, the Zebra, can add quite a lot of advantages, and really, but at the starting point and at its core, it is what is expected from the industry and really conforms to Carbon Trust guidance. It is something we're hoping to do in the future, is to maybe discuss with Carbon Trust about updates to that guidance. And I think things like this forum would be a useful thing to discuss what people who are users of it, or at any stage of the process, how that ties together. And really looking, and I think the benefits of the high amount of data, the clear visualization, the independent of the cable route, which can allow for quick iterations and really understanding of the information, can be really good. One of the other big advantages of what it is we've built that ground model. As I say, it's independent of the cable route. We apply the cable route as a design parameter. We can also use as-built information from the installation to compute the risk post-installation, and therefore use that as a solution for decisions on site. So we have the ability to compute the actual residual risk and whether we achieve target or not. So we know, let's say target burial was 1 meter, let's say we achieved 0.8 meters, there might be a requirement, I'll go back and try again, or go and we need to place rock on top of that, or whatever may be taken as a decision. With the amount of granularity of information we have, we can very quickly compute whether that's actually necessary and make the project nice, quick and easy. We've recently done this where in a prime example of a project which didn't achieve target depth, and we were able to advise the client on whether they needed to keep guard vessels there, whether they could deem up the insulation vessels, and where rock dumping was strategically required to really reduce the overall risk. So, and another project in Scotland where we've done a similar thing, where we reduced the amount of rock required to protect the cable from its initial assessment, which was done by doing this study and doing it in such a granular way. We reduced the amount of rock to around 1/3 of what was needed or initially predicted. So you can see environmental implications and other implications that can be reduced by looking at it in this level of detail. But there's one thing when we're talking about the Zebra that isn't accounted for, and it's something which has come up in a lot of topics today and very interesting discussions and on previous ones as well, and that is cable sabotage. And we can advise how deep we want to bury the cable to reduce from things that are statistically varied. But from a sabotage point of view, we can look at a maximum depth that could be achieved by anchors on the market or people trying to hurt your cables. And, you know, it's like your house. The more alarm systems have and windows you have on there, window locks you have on there, then the less likely you are to get to burgle. But if someone wants to get in, they'll find a way in. So how deep do we bury for that? There's been lots of incidents that's gone on. I know people have spoken about those already, and politicians keeping the clickbait going and really trying to push stuff up. But this is, and I've had to do a bit of a zoom in to hide it, but this is actually an example from a sabotage cable that we recently looked at. And again, on the left-hand side is a very zoomed-in version. You can see the panel of the soil types there, and that really purpley material is these sort of C1A, C1Bs that we call them, which is very, very low-strength clay. I would call this apparent, for the lack of a better term, sludge. Really soft, not going to stop anything from moving through it. You can push your hand through it without much problem, so an anchor's going to go through it. And what they found in this area where a sabotage did occur, or a apparent sabotage did occur, where the client said, we want this to be repaired and we never want this to happen again, was that actually in that area where in international waters between 60 and 80, KP 60 and KP 80, the risk of the cable being damaged from a Zebra point of view was substantially high, was a ridiculously high risk for what would be typically accepted if we were doing this in the design phase. We wouldn't advise that sort of level. And that's even, and I think the cable typically from the as-built was around 2 meters depth. That green line at the bottom that we can see, that's us just modeling what it would look like at 5 meters. And even at 5 meters depth, we've got about 1,100 year return period, i.e. you would expect to strike 1 in 1,100 years. And that's only for a 20-kilometer section of this cable. So the question remains is, was this sabotage, or was it just not adequately protected? Now, there's probably a truth in both of those to some extent, where it wasn't adequately protected, but sabotage maybe still occurred. But really, as designers of these cables, let's do the most we can to protect them in the earliest phase. And this was kind of set up to fail in a lot of ways, I would suggest, from looking back at this in a kind of case study. And again, there you can see the depth of how it varies with depth, and even at that sort of 2 meter level and shallower where we're looking at, it doesn't really increase our risk too much because of the softness of those soils with those anchor types. And I actually stole this from Peter Jameson on his last one, who did a good presentation on sabotage stuff and put this quote up. And I thought we were working on this project at the time, and I thought it was pretty apt for what we were looking at. So I thought I'd reshare it today. And yeah, and I think really from those sorts of point of view, really looking at how we engineer and monitor and do it through that design phase and be the understanding of those has to be in our thoughts. Even if we can't adequately protect from all sorts of sabotage and know what's going to happen, we can be quite good in really understanding it from the design for it and set ourselves up for success, if you like, in those early design phases and beyond. I think that's everything from me. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Matt. We've got time for one question. Steve?
Yes, the one question. I must take my Steve Holden hat on, put on my Pete Jameson hat. And as you know, we as the industry generally have been skeptical of this sabotage, because when we look at our statistics going back 40 odd years or more, there isn't really a pattern of an increase. And the most recent one we've had was just a ship's anchor just bouncing along the Red Sea. So, you know, I have to take with a pinch of salt when people say sabotage, and I say that on behalf of me and Pete, I think, you know what I mean? But I think it's important to monitor for it, and we have more technology now than we've ever had. You know, we've seen all the sensing you can do on the fibre, and I myself have seen some amazing demonstrations. Most companies are using AIS, and, you know, will readily ring up the Coast Guard, the Port Authority, or even the ship's P&I club. But even sometimes that isn't enough. So burial definitely does work, definitely works, you know what I mean? But like, I'm not sure, unless you're going to like have boats on hot standby with fast engines, I don't think it's really hard to say how you can stop it.
Exactly, and that's it. And I mean, the jury's out, and I know it's gone through legal cases and stuff about whether even that example that I'm talking about specifically there is sabotage or not. And we've done exactly that. We've looked into the IS, where it's coming from, where it's going to, what the vessel is. And, you know, it was running for quite a long distance before it got there with its apparently its anchor down, just dragging along. And it's exactly one of those cases. And when it goes through, you know, it's kind of I'm sure we've all sat in some lecture about risk at some point in our lives and had that sort of Swiss cheese model where if all the holes line up, you end up with something going wrong. And someone dragging an anchor, a very, very weak soil, a non-adequately protected cable, all of those things together has lined up for what has happened in this instance, a problem. And, you know, I think we need to learn from that and take that on to aspects of, as I say, overall in that design protection, into the as-built, into our monitoring where we do repeat bathymetries. Okay, what is our risk now? And the beauty of this model is we can run that through very quickly and understand, okay, what's our risk at these snapshots, at these junctures, or if you've got DTS with the ability to regulate that against depth of burial, how is it changing with mobility? You know, all of these things are predictive modeling. They might not be right. We need to understand them and make sure our cables are adequately protected as much as possible throughout their lifetime.
Okay, thanks, Matt.
Great, thank you.
Okay, the next presentation is from Giuseppe Valentino from Sparkle.
Good afternoon to all of you. First of all, thank you for ESCA for providing this opportunity to bring a Sparkle view on the current developments in the Mediterranean basin. I'm very happy, by the way, that ESCA has selected Sicily, Giardini, but Sicily as the place where to meet this year. This morning was not really a Sicilian weather, it was more a British or North European, but now I hope is recovering. And by the way, Sicily has been an historical gateway for submarine cables, but we are getting into that. The good news is that I have only one slide. So this should give me the comfort to be in the limited numbers of minutes that have been provided. The idea is just to show what Sparkle specifically is doing at the moment in terms of developing infrastructure in the basin. Of course, there are a number of other initiatives, but this will allow me also to touch some of the more general developments ongoing. So as you can see, what this is, of course, first of all, two seconds about Sparkle, which is not new to submarine cables. Actually, we have more than 1 century background on this industry. Our predecessor is Italcable. I see here some gray hairs, so I'm sure that at least they remember Italcable name. Italcable is a company that exactly 100 years ago, 1925, put in operation a cable from Rome to Buenos Aires, Rio de Janeiro, and New York. So this is our pedigree. Having said that, this is what Sparkle is doing currently in the Mediterranean basin. So you see it's a mix of landing infrastructure and submarine cable assets. Genova and Tel Aviv has been brand new, let me say, developments related to Blue Med that I'm going to talk to you about, while Palermo and Chania in Crete were existing facilities. In Genova, actually, we built a full landing platform, so not only a cable landing station, but also a bore pipe, which goes 1 kilometer into the sea, over the shore, and is capable to host up to 8 submarine cables. So we use 2 for the Blue Raman cable system. We have now a third party who has already landed, Unitirreno, in that infrastructure, and we can host a number of additional cables. Then there are, of course, let me say, frontal capabilities from the beach manhole to the landing station. So what the white line that you see is Blue Med. Blue Med is part of a larger project which is called Blue Raman. Blue Raman is an intercontinental cable system that we are building together with Google and Omantel that connects Genova to Mumbai. In the Mediterranean basin, we are using a number of fibers on the trunk to connect some of the locations that you see here, and this is an initiative of Sparkle, so it's not including Google and Omantel. The cable has been almost completely laid in the Med. We are missing 200 kilometers in front of Tel Aviv. Hopefully, we are in the, let me say, in the final stage also of that development. The rest of the cable is operational up to Crete with all the locations that you see. So we have, for example, connected on top of the main trunk, again, that will go to Asia, Corsica, Sardinia, and Cyprus, while Chania and Palermo are part of the trunk. So the cable is, let me say, the main driver that we have here identified is diversification. And diversification talks with the resiliency. And so one of the items that has been discussed a lot also during the works today. At the end, why you build new submarine cables? For 3 main reasons. One is scalability, to add more connectivity capabilities. The other is diversification. And sometimes you may even look for improving performances. With Blue Med, we have for sure, and Blue Raman actually, we have for sure identified the diversification as the main driver. Why? Because as you can see from the picture, we are taking a very, I would say, quite a unique route. First of all, we are not going through the Sicily Channel, where all the cables connecting east to west Mediterranean are today crossing, but we took the Messina Straits, not far from here. Second point, this cable goes through Israel, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia. the terrestrial infrastructure that you see there is already, let me say, completed and operational. So this is clearly an alternative and different route from the traditional route. No? It goes through the Red Sea, Egypt, and then to the Med. One last point about Blue Med and Blue Raman. This is a part of IMEC project. IMEC is India, Middle East, Europe corridor project. This is a high level, I would say, geopolitical project that was announced in the G20 in Delhi 2 years ago. And this has been identified, Blue Raman, as a pioneer project because this is exactly the route that IMEC is targeting. So putting the Saudi Peninsula in the middle of the connection between Asia, Middle East, and Europe. Let me spend a few words about Green Med. So it's the green light that you see there. Green Med is a new initiative. We are currently working in designing it. We count to go in operational phase in contract in force by the end of the year. Here again, we are pursuing two main, let me say, objectives. One is diversity, and one is, in this case, clearly performance. So we are going to connect again the East Mediterranean, the Levante area, including Turkey, Cyprus, and so on, with Europe taking the Adriatic, and this will be the first cable that crosses all over the Adriatic. The Adriatic is a difficult sea because it's all shallow waters. It's about 700 kilometers of shallow water. So this is going to be a very complex and expensive exercise, but we believe that in order to strengthen Italy as a gateway, so supporting its natural rule of a peninsula stretching almost in the middle of the Mediterranean, we also have to add that route. So this is the design going basically from Venice up to East Mediterranean. And the other diversified element is that we are planning to go north of Crete. Once again, there is no major cable system connecting East to West Mediterranean going north of Crete. We are taking that. At the end, if you look at the globe, these should provide and will provide a better latency. So we are also pursuing the improved performance. Of course, these are Sparkle initiatives. This is what we are doing and we are going to do in the next couple of years. There are a number of other initiatives. We believe the Med is more and more a central point of interconnection, connecting to major ocean space, which is the Indo-Pacific and the Atlantic. Thank you very much. If you have questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you very much. No questions? Oh.
Just a quick one. Is the route from Tel Aviv to Aqaba dualed, or is it just singled in terms of cable? Have you only got one cable, or you got double cable?
No, we have a double route.
Yeah,
There is a ring topology.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Okay. Now the next gen update from Frankie Target.
There you go. Hope you can hear me. Hello, everyone. So I'm presenting the update today on behalf of ESCA's Next Generation Working Group. For our new members or those who aren't members yet and our guests, we are a working group dedicated to skilling, upskilling and early career professionals and developing that in the industry. So we started 18 months ago at the Southampton Plenary, where Chloe Morris, our chair, presented the idea to the plenary, and Izzy and I immediately wanted to get involved and became her deputy chairs. And then about a year ago in the Faroe Islands, we had 40 members, and this week I'm looking to find number 80 among us, if possible. So we've developed quite a lot in the last 18 months. Thank you. So the whole working group is based off 3 main objectives. So promoting awareness, skills development, and support and mentorship. So I'm going to talk through what we've been doing since the last plenary and in the last 18 months to work on these objectives as a group. So promoting awareness. So we have various outreach subgroups within the working group, one being the schools and universities. So in primary schools, we have been collaborating with the Suboptic Diversity, Inclusion and Belonging Group to create worksheets and guided activities that anyone in the industry can take to a primary school and then lead a session on what we do as a group of people. And then in the secondary schools, we've had some members doing talks at sixth forms and colleges, creating a standardized presentation template. So again, anyone can take that resource and use it. Universities, so our members would have seen an email go around about this recently. So we've been working on quite a large-scale university outreach program with career fairs. So that's starting with a trial in the UK in autumn, where we've been kindly gifted a grant from the EC so that we can have stands, and we've made all the resources so that anyone can run a stand at a university and have everything provided to them, written by the working group, and spread the word of ESCA and the industry. So again, I think we're still looking for some volunteers for universities. There was an email that went around about that, if you could take a look. And then we also have the social media working group as well. So helping Claire to promote awareness on Instagram and LinkedIn, and creating Subsea Cable short videos to use on those platforms. So our skills development objective, so this is one that really in the last 6 months has been our biggest one. So we started the lunch and learn sessions. So they are sessions held once a month where a member of the industry will present online for 40 minutes on a specific topic, and everyone in the working group can dial in and learn. So we receive about a third to half of our members attending live at those sessions, with many watching online, offline afterwards from the recordings and using the slides. So a big thank you to Richard Hill, Courtney French, Nigel Irvine, Catherine Edwards, Lorraine Gray, Dave Sutherland, and Alistair Hall, and John Mossley for those who have done those lunch and learn sessions for us already. They've been really well received, and as always, looking for volunteers for more. We've also completed some organisational tours. So we've been kindly allowed to go visit the Brig Marine Depot, attend the Vodafone to Africa Shore End, go see the IFA 2 converter station, and recently, last month, we went to the ASN factory in Greenwich, where we saw their repeater building. And we are currently planning an upcoming tour with BT for their Ipswich data centre, and combining that with a tour at Globe Marine in Chelmsford to see their cable testing space. We've also been producing a skills booklet. So this is a booklet that you can take with you through the industry as such. So it is broken down into core competencies that we think you need as someone in this industry, everything from commercial, financial, engineering, permitting, and all the resources you need to develop those skills. And it's all sort of a fill-in tick box exercise as you develop as an early career professional. That's currently sat with the EC for review, where it will then be released to our members so that they can use it as a tool for development. And our third objective is support and mentorship. So we've been collaborating with Suboptic. So you can see us all there at the Suboptic in Lisbon earlier this year, where Chloe Morris, our chair, following winning an award at our ESCA Next Gen Awards, was sponsored by Suboptic to attend the conference. They paid for her travel, and she presented a poster with the Suboptic DIB group. We also take part in their Suboptic mentorship scheme, where all of our members can join that and be partnered with an industry expert for 12 weeks. And we've also been helping run and take part in their biennial wave event in London. We've also had collaboration with ICPC. So the bottom picture there is Anna Bladen from Briggs Marine. She also won an award at the Next Gen Awards, where they then sponsored her to attend ICPC in Montreal, again paying for her travel and for her to be there, and provided her the opportunity to present what she's best at. And currently we are planning our Next Gen Awards for 2026, which we will do in conjunction with the Submarine Cable Awareness Workshop with ESCA. And then also John Mossley has very kindly provided the opportunity for our members to shadow him at parliamentary and regulatory bodies as well. So our general progress over the last 6 months, so we've had regular Next Gen meetings, so about once every 6 to 8 weeks. We hosted a guest speaker event for the whole of ESCA virtually for International Women in Engineering Day, where we hosted Hayley Adlam from ASM. We had the Briggs Marine and ASN tour. We had the BT and ESCA summer event, which was all focused on skills and growth in the industry and how we can bridge the skills gap. So we were invited to not only take part, also help organise and give that opportunity to our members to get involved in an industry event. We kicked off the Lunch and Learns, and our members were invited to Parliamentary Day in the UK. So the top picture and the bottom picture, those members went to the Houses of Parliament in London and spoke with MPs and government bodies on the industry and how we can grow skills in the industry as well. So, and produced resources with those MPs as well. They produced a leaflet on how to address the skills gap. And then the last one is our contingency planning. So I introduced the three of us earlier on the second slide. We, and over the last 18 months, have been very privileged to be able to speak at these events, and the whole ethos of the Next Gen Working Group is that opportunity is for everyone. So we are currently working on a handover where the three of us will step back and new members of Next Gen will take the lead so that everyone can have the opportunity to have what we've been doing for the last 18 months. So any questions?
Just time. Just time for one question, because we're running a bit late. Or no questions? No?
Well, if anyone has any Next Gen members that are eligible in their companies, feel free to send them our way and we can get them involved as well. If we have any volunteers for any lunch or learns or any other sort of tours, let me know. Thank you.
Okay, so the final item is the panel discussion on beneath the surface technology governance and real-world uses of sensing technologies and subsea cables. So we need 4 chairs up here, and I think it's Felix, Simon, Mike, and Anders.
So we'll do Anders' slides first, then Mike's. Oh, for the light. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Move this way, maybe. Hmm? Yeah, I'll move this way.
This feels like an interrogation, John, with the lights shining in our eyes.
Are you okay there with the lights? Yeah. Okay. So we have had many presentations in the past about fiber sensing technologies and other sensing technologies. And we wanted to really explore the topic, some of the different angles of the topic between industry perspectives, governance perspectives, and ocean science as well today. So welcome to our panelists. I'll ask you all to introduce yourselves before you speak, rather than trying to do a poor job of introducing you. And we'll start. So Anders and Mike have 2 slides each. So we'll start with Anders' slides. If you...
Yeah, while you do that, I can introduce myself. I'm Anders Tysdal, CTO of Tampnet. We're a telecom operator with a network in the North Sea and the Gulf of Mexico, mainly. We have been protecting our cables since 25 years, but recently started using, like 4 or 5 years ago, we started using sensing technologies in quite a wide scale. So I'll try and introduce a little bit of what we've done, some real examples of how we've used those technologies. If I can get the slides.
No, it's Anders' slides. Is it there?
Yeah, so while they're looking, we have used a few, you can jump to slide number 3, I think it is. There we go. Yeah, so we have a cable protection toolbox, and sensors is one of the tools. These are the kind of things we can detect using the sensors. We split them into accidental, environmental, intentional, and operational anomalies, such as shunt faults and so on. Even turbidity currents are in there. Yeah. So you can do the next one. The ones that we are actively using in our network are permanent OTDR. Lots of people send technicians out with OTDR instruments, but we have permanently installed OTDRs on all of our fiber cable segments. We use DAS sensing, acoustic sensing. This is the small earthquake you can see on one of our cable segments. We use our in-house developed polarization sensing, which is very useful, as well as the BREWA sensing for longer term monitoring. Next one. These are some examples recently that we actually had good use for our technology. The first one is a court case a few years ago now, actually, where we demonstrated using DAS that a fisherman's trawl was actually constantly more or less in contact with the seabed. The second 2 are recent. I was on the phone with a trawler or fisher shrimp trawler that claimed to be stuck on our cable, but using the polarization sensing, we could determine that he was actually not pulling on our cable, but something else, which is very useful as well. And then the last one is monitoring our own trenching operation over one of our other cables, where we saw a lot of interesting data come through, and we could also see that our crossed cable was slightly configured differently than it was before this trencher crossed over it. And the last slide is the data management challenge that everyone with sensors will have. The data needs to be, there's 1 terabyte of data every day from the DAS, each sensor, right, and so on. So you need a good data management system to look after the data. So that's very quickly what we're doing.
Great, thanks, Anders. Well, so to give Clive a chance to find Mike's slides, maybe to kick us off, as a cable owner, have you had any challenges with governance and regulatory concerns from government, or has there been good collaboration there on sensing?
Not really. Very good collaboration. They've even given us some grants to put sensors in for protection, and we do see, however, that they are getting increasingly interested in what level of detail we can observe things. And we had a company wanting to use our cable for sensing, and they got refused by the government basically because of some of the sensitive things that they could potentially look at. So,
yeah. And I suppose we're moving on to Mike's environmental perspective. But again, Anders, have you had any requests or desire for collaboration from ocean scientists or others wanting to use the data for environmental monitoring?
Definitely. So we are using the seismologists looking at our data. There's we've been asked to listen for whales using dust data in the US, and in the some other sounds of life at sea from other environments. So it's there's a lot of interest actually. So we can see a lot of things when you combine the sensors into a common data pool. So it's very interesting.
Can't find it.
No, it's absolutely fine, John. So I'm Mike Clare. I'm a researcher at the National Oceanography Centre in Southampton in the UK, and also act as the Marine Scientific Advisor to the International Cable Protection Committee. So I will tell you what I was going to show you, but I've also got a talk tomorrow morning. So this is just a good trailer to make sure you're here bright and early after the wine. So I guess to some extent, the ocean covers 71% of the surface of our planet. And some people would say that we actually know less about what the deep sea looks like than we do of the surface of Mars. And because of our challenges in monitoring and mapping those sorts of areas. Izzy talked in her presentation about the number of volcanoes that lie underneath the sea and how challenging they are to monitor them. So the ability to have a tool or a technique or a series of techniques that allows us to make measurements across the deep sea, from coast to deep sea and across the entirety of oceans is really exciting. And I think the advent of fiber optic sensing in a range of different forms, whether it's relatively short range, 10 to maybe a couple 100 kilometers of distributed acoustic sensing, or new approaches that really kind of do between repeater span integrated measurements using things like state of polarization and interferometry, is on a month-by-month basis actually at the moment changing our ability to be able to measure and monitor the deep sea. And whether that's detecting deep sea currents, whether it's monitoring changes in climate, a kind of excruciating detail now, monitoring hazards like earthquakes that could be tsunamigenic or volcanoes that could threaten coastal communities in places where we don't have good monitoring networks. It's remarkable. The ability now to use cables and tampnet as an example, I think that's been used for detecting cetacean, so hearing whales and dolphins, and on the slide you would be hearing right now the noise of a blue whale. That's, if you know what a blue whale sounds like, that's exactly what it sounds like. But and I won't attempt any other whales because I think that's I don't know those accents. But we're now able to discriminate the sex and the different sounds of different whales. So listening to ocean soundscapes, being able to monitor them is exciting. But this is nothing new. We've been using, but this industry has been using voltage fluctuations since the 1870s to try and determine changes in seafloor temperatures from telegraph cables. In the 1950s, cables currents that were induced by seafloor currents were used to identify deep sea currents in the Florida Straits. It's just now distributed temperature sensing, acoustic sensing, state of polarization, interferometry are coming. But we have a lot of acronyms. We have a lot of challenges with understanding what is meant by fiber sensing. Simon's inherited this as a challenge for the ICPC working group of what do we mean by cable sensing? What's the difference between smart cables or smart repeaters versus different sensing types? And this is changing on a day-by-day basis. It's an exciting space, but it's an increasingly complicated space, even in just semantics.
Thanks, Mike. And very well done with no slides as well. So I'll come back down the line. So I'll come to you, Felix, next. So we did have Alison Weston from the EU was planned to be on the panel, so Felix has very kindly volunteered to step in. So be gentle with any questions. Felix, if you'd introduce yourself and maybe give a perspective from a government perspective of the way that you're thinking about these types of technologies now.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully everyone can hear me. My name is Felix. I'm a senior policy advisor in the Department for Science, Innovation and Technology. So we are the department in the UK government that is responsible for setting the policy and legislative agenda in relation to telecoms cables. View in government, view from DSIT, it's clearly a top priority for us. You know, we are somewhat late to the party, but we are fully aware of just how the opportunities that this poses, the risks as well. We don't need to go. We're all very aware of the risk, but the opportunities are really important to us as well, not just in a scientific perspective, and although that is very important, but also from our perspective, and I come from a security perspective, there are lots of opportunities in that space as well. So we're very aware of that, and it is an important priority for us. What is our approach? I think I would probably draw a comparison to artificial intelligence. You know, we are very aware that this technology is happening regardless, and we in government want to impose only the most common sense guardrails to protect our security interests. But ultimately, the opportunities that it poses are ones that we want to exploit as much as we want to mitigate the risk. So we want to take as light a touch approach because we don't quite know what potential it has, and we want to see that potential borne out. But we also want to have a role, and so the stage that we are at is an early one, and we're working very closely with my DESNES colleagues and colleagues in MOD to develop what might regulation look like in this space. And so I'm here as much as anything in a listening capacity to understand what the concerns might be from industry and gather ideas, because we are at a very early stage. Two things I'd say on working with government, just very quickly. I think transparency is important. We're really interested to know where this technology is being deployed. That's the kind of priority for us at the moment, but also we very much impress on private owners, private providers thinking of installing or have installed sensor technology, is to really think about security as much as possible. So that's it. That's all. I'll leave it there. But hopefully that's clear and hope that's helpful. Happy to take any questions.
Great. Thanks, Felix. I'll come Simon next. Maybe you can introduce yourself and give a combined industry perspective as well in your role in ICPC.
I'm Simon Webster. I work for NEC, and I also chair the Sensing Working Group, as Mike mentioned, in the ICPC. I think it's a working group that's got quite a lot of members in it, and really reflects the interest in the technology and the deployment of sensing in the last couple of years, really. Overall, I guess the majority of members of this working group would caution against any mandatory use of sensing on cables. In other words, they would caution against that being part of either permit conditions or being imposed by a government. The simple reason is that it's a commercial industry, and cable owners, or at least the majority of cable owners that I've spoken to, really don't have a great deal of interest in monitoring for reasons other than the protection of their own assets. So in many cases, the technology takes capacity out of the system, depending on the technology deployed. Could be a fibre pair, or could be a single fibre, or it could be capacity, and that's has an economic and commercial knock-on effect. So I think the overall message would be very careful when mandating the use of sensing technologies on submarine cables.
Thanks, Simon. So I'll open to the floor, so I will come to in a minute. If people put their hands up, then I'll come back to you, and I'll be roaming around. So anyone who's got something to add or include, then please do challenge, question, and pose things to our panelists as well. But I'll come back to you, Mike. So UNEP WCMC and the ICPC published a report earlier this year, which really sounded very excited about the potential for fibre sensing and the use for environmental monitoring and the types of activities that could be done there. And they had direct challenges or calls to action for ocean scientists, for industry, and for policymakers as well. How do you see that balancing with some of the concerns and worries from industry on securitization, over-regulation, or excessive measures from a governance perspective?
Yeah, well, I think it comes back to Felix's point and also Simon's point on communication, education, and awareness. It's really understanding why people are doing this, what they might want to gain from it, and make sure that we don't end up with competing interests, that we end up with complementary interests in approaches. I think there's a number of potential challenges. So I think, first of all, as Felix said, understanding the opportunities is really important. Coming back to Simon's point, I think re-emphasizing that point, that the primary point of cable sensing, as was outlined in one presentation at least this morning, is for cable protection or fault detection or for monitoring the health of the system. The reason that we can use between repeater span type monitoring is because of the high loss loopback function that exists within repeaters, and that was never designed from a cable monitoring or an environmental monitoring perspective. I think trying to understand what people are going to use data for is particularly important as well, and how they're going to be using those data. And there needs to be, I think, some level of confidence and comfort, whether it's an operator, an owner, or from a governmental perspective of how data are going to be used. And I think this requires a collaborative approach of it's not necessarily handing all the data over, but if we're going to use the data for tsunami early warning system, for example, or we want to monitor temperature changes or something that might need a very quick response, maybe it's about screening those data, it's identifying specific signals that we know exist, and then seeing that as an output from the data. So I think there's quite a lot of work, and it requires research, it requires collaboration and sharing of data, which might be behind NDAs initially before we can start to make use of these data in a more open way. I think the UNEP WCMC report is very good. I think it points at kind of an optimistic view about how one could use those data. I think we need pragmatic optimism, and that requires people talking and sharing ideas.
And so maybe coming to Anders, you've already been collaborating with scientists and using this data for environmental purposes. Are there any lessons that can be learned on how to consider that regulation, the governance processes, and do you have any concerns about that as a cable owner?
Well, yeah, I think that we are expecting more and more regulation to come in. We've taken the approach of not asking too much, really, before we have started some of these initiatives. Just doing it from a research standpoint and seeing what we can do and what we can figure out. But there are signs already that certain, especially on the dust data, that certain agencies want to maybe get involved in looking at what we filter, how we filter different frequencies that we shouldn't look at, and so on and so forth. So I think there is a definite increased attention from the government on the security side of things, and we have to, the last slide I showed was about how you manage the data, and national control of certain sensing data may become an issue. So you can't choose a sensing provider that puts your data or the data into a cloud environment necessarily. You have to make sure that it stays in country, and different sort of cybersecurity considerations and stuff like that is going to be important for anyone that wants to put any sensors on their systems.
And so Felix, I won't expect you to speak on behalf of all governments, but maybe you can share some government type thinking about how you might consider regulating without disadvantaging day-to-day activities, or some of the concerns which Simon was talking about. How might government start to think about approaching that, or maybe is happening already?
Yeah, sure. So I think, like I said before, we would not want to impose any sort of stringent requirements or anything. We would really want to create light touch guardrails so that it's used in a secure way. I think we're at a very early stage, and I'd be keen to hear like what the primary concerns are. But I think just first of all, just knowing where it is being deployed, that's number one, because that at this stage our knowledge is fairly patchy. But number two is just making sure that there are appropriate controls being placed on what could be potentially sensitive data that is being collected by these undersea sensors, and having common sense controls over how that data is stored and who it's shared with is going to be very important. But to be honest, I couldn't say more than that at this stage.
I think to follow up on that, personally, I would imagine that many cable owners are interested in managing their cable, and creation of an interface between the cable owner and its assets and any third party, such as a scientific academic institution or a government institution, would be a good way to sort of separate the functionality and relieve the cable owner of the requirement to manage all this stuff, including the data. Probably wouldn't want to touch the data, and let alone process it. So a sensible way of getting the sensor on the system in a way that doesn't interfere too much with the day-to-day operation of the cable. I think that would be acceptable to many.
Yeah, and I think it's really important, just because we've gone beyond proof of concept, knowing that we can detect different phenomena. We can do that sort of work. I think that on a project by project basis, or consortium by consortium basis, this is being done. But I think projects like the EU Submerse project are particularly important, that are not just demonstrate the technology works and what you can detect, but talk about actually how the data should or could be handled, how it can be partitioned where there's commercially sensitive or other sensitive aspects of those data, to work out how the data can be meaningfully used and set up a workflow that also works for different jurisdictions as well. And that seems to be one of the challenges, is it works here, it doesn't work there, and trying to find a way to navigate that like in a coherent way is important.
Just wanted to give an illustration of how sort of this has worked in practice. You may be aware that there's a piece of legislation called the National Security and Investment Act 2021, which now gives the government the power to block or impose conditions on any transaction involving the acquisition of entity or assets, which may have an effect on national security in the UK. It's incredibly broadly drafted. Some deals have to be notified, and if you don't notify, it's a criminal offence, but it could apply to any deal. So earlier this year, I had an interesting matter I was working on, I won't name names, it involved the acquisition of an interconnector. We notified it because an interconnector was deemed to be one of the mandatory sectors. And suffice to say, we had a very interesting discussion with the government on that. The cable was effectively proposed to have DAS fitted, and the view of the MOD and the Navy in particular was that this would allow us to hear and identify vessels passing over the cable, in particular certain very sensitive submarine vessels. And this led to us having a pretty intensive negotiation on the conditions that were going to be imposed on the use of DAS on that particular cable. The starting position was you can't use DAS at all, which is pretty striking. We pushed back on that, said we had to. That was accepted, but we then had some quite detailed conditions imposed on the use of DAS, which really limited what it was going to be used for, really just the minimum required to be able to identify a fault post that fault occurring, not just continuous taking the data and do what you like with it. So I think any opportunity that so the MOD gets to intervene, and obviously it only can intervene when there's a change of control, so it doesn't affect existing cables. But if anyone acquires a cable with DAS fitted or proposes to have a cable laid with DAS, may find themselves having interesting discussions with the investment screening unit. Interestingly, government generally, ISU generally, was very much on the side of the cable owner, saying, we want to be commercial about this. We don't want to stop you investing in the UK economy. Please do this acquisition. We want this cable to be built. But the military were not keen at all, to put it that way. So anyway, it's a really interesting area. So that's just the legal perspective. on that.
Well, it is, and I think it points to a number of concerns that we all have for totally different reasons here for complementary or conflicting use of data. A concern I have scientifically, I don't think we ever anticipate that there would be a mandate or that all the 1.8 million kilometers of fiber optic cable will be turned into scientific sensors. But there are key cables in key areas which would be really useful. There's operators that are willing and keen to provide access to those and to provide real-time scientific data, which could be societally as well as economically beneficial and is inherent to cable protection for other reasons. So I think we're having discussions with the MOD. I mean, the STL are actively funding all sorts of projects around fiber sensing, and the same from the US and various other perspectives. So I think that the education, I think one of the things that's been most valuable, and it's not just because he's sat next to me, but is identifying champions within government. And I think DCIT have done a really good job of actually working out lots of people have vested interest or potential interest in these areas. DEFRA being another who are interested in potentially saying, can we monitor fishing bans within marine protected areas using fiber optic cables? That would also have benefit for cable protection. If you're monitoring that kind of efficacy of an MPA fishing ban. But everybody needs to understand what everybody wants to get out of this, and that if you limit it and restrict it to a specific application, then you're going to limit the opportunities that exist, not just because we're a little bit curious about the ocean, but maybe it fundamentally has another knock-on effect. So I think government champions and finding people there and within industry to fly the flag for this and understand if you do this, then X would be a problem is crucial. And sharing those case studies, I think, is very important.
Yeah, and that's absolutely right, and why conferences or plenaries like this are so helpful. Obviously, we're here, DCIT's here, DESNAS is here, the Navy is now, the British Navy is now a member as well, and so we want to take that coordinated approach, and we're all very much cognizant of the different risks and opportunities. I say to your point, Neil, there will always be some incredibly sensitive areas around the UK where, which are largely unique, I would say, and so that it will not necessarily be the case for all instances. Yeah, all departments are very much aware of the risks, but also want to be very much behind the opportunities that there are.
It's interesting that different parts of government would want to enable or potentially want to block fibre sensing for different reasons. And maybe it's a question for Neil, if it's not unfair to put you on the spot. But dual uses of cables, can that, from a legal perspective, change the consideration of typical regulation, not necessarily just blocking for military or defence purposes? But if environmental scientists want to use that data, does that then create any challenges or grey areas or legal uncertainties?
Well, dual use is an interesting area, isn't it? Because that applies to export controls, a whole different areas of law which sort of look at dual use, but shared data use. Well, I think you risk just falling into the box where suddenly you're deemed to be high risk. So you've got this technology which was innocently introduced to identify cable breaks, and then suddenly, one part of government identifies it's actually being very useful for someone who's not particularly friendly to the UK to use it for adverse purposes, and undoubtedly it could be if you wanted to, but obviously that's not what it's there for. But that doesn't mean someone couldn't use it for that. So yeah, I think we just have to be aware of this universe of applications and technology going A, in directions you weren't necessarily intending it to go, and B, obviously the application of AI means that you could take a minuscule amount of data and do amazing things with it, and that's also obviously moving forward at an incredible pace. So I wouldn't want to predict what DAS could do in 5 years' time, but certainly a lot more than it can do now, and everyone, I think, is aware of that in government.
Yeah, it's great talk. Just one for Anders. All the monitoring that you're doing, is it taking fibre pairs away, or is it integrated into your SLTE?
Currently it's taking fibre pairs away, but I have lots of spare pairs, so that's okay. You can do it. Both DAS and other technologies can be used on active fibre pairs by shifting the bands that you use. Polarization sensing inherently needs well, you can do a dedicated laser as well, but it's usually using the traffic that's already running. It's It's taking up some fiber pairs, yes. But I think that most, even the repeated cable, because my cables are mostly unrepeated, but we are putting a dust sensor on our active cable system in the US as well, shifted out to the first repeater, because that's the most actively fished area. So it is useful for both unrepeated and repeated, or amplified, I should say, systems.
Yeah, I was going to. That was one of my questions. Is that have you got lots of fibre? Because obviously, if you've got a repeated system, you might not have as many fibres to donate, so to speak.
No, but you can shift the sensing on a different band.
Thank you.
I'll come to the back, but while I do, Simon, as ICPC in the Sensing Cables Working Group, what are some of the outputs that are being put together to share with governments or policymakers or whoever? Is it technology-based or policy-based or legal or regulatory?
We're currently working on a white paper which has not made the progress I would like, but the intention is really to address that to policymakers, giving them a quick introduction to the various technologies, how they can be used, what are the consequences of their use, and so on, and an idea of the kind of capital costs involved, with the intention that, and recognizing that policymakers do move jobs quite regularly. So we're trying to produce a pretty easy to read paper as a kind of a briefing paper for largely for policymakers, but also for anybody else. But that's the intention.
I just wanted to. It's Chris Sturgeon, Red Penguin, for those who don't know. Really a nod to the power cable colleagues who are here, and the advantages of DAS for long distance interconnectors and HVDC systems, where it's an external unit, the fiber unit, and the significant importance has already been demonstrated in using DAS for fault location, which obviously deteriorates with distance in terms of accuracy. So I think it has massive advantages within the HVDC environment to have that capability for accurate fault location.
And I don't know if in the audience any power cable owners want to speak about this a little bit, but we had a workshop organised by DCIT, supported by DESNES in the UK and other UK government departments, to bring industry who are using DAS and fibre sensing technologies together with government departments to talk about what they're using it for and how they're using it. So there was a big divergence of views between telecoms cables and power cables, and the power cable owners said, we're looking to monitor the health of our cables over time, any degradation, reduce our insurance premiums. And there was a far more direct, I suppose, rationale there for the things that they were doing. We had about 10 different cable owners who were using it to good effect for those purposes already.
Yeah, no, just as you were talking about power cables, I think that we are looking after a power cable for a customer as well, using sensors. And one of the interesting polarization sensing applications is to see that a cable has actually moved, because dust goes into saturation very, very quickly. So you can have an interaction with a cable that is not really harmful. It's very small, but dust still gives you a big alarm, and everything goes into the red, while polarization sensing is less sensitive but it can tell you that if there's a permanent change in the polarization after the event has happened, you know that your cable has been both physically touched and moved slightly, which is very valuable. So that maybe merits a survey to go and take a look at what's actually happened. So my shrimp trawler examples also illustrate that you can actually be relatively confident that something did not touch your cable after a DAS event, maybe that gave alarms on the DAS but not on the polarization. So the fusion of all these different technologies, I think, will be very important in the future.
Excellent. So we're at 5:30, so I think we're reaching the end. So I'll maybe come for a final thought from each of our panelists, and it's maybe a bit of a cheeky question, but is increased regulation inevitable? Are there going to be problems caused by this? Who owns the narrative and what happens next? In maybe 1 or 2 sentences from your perspective. So I'll go Simon first.
Thanks, John. I suspect that regulation is coming. I hope it's a light touch, and I hope it doesn't impede the operations of cable owners, nor does it act as a brake on the market for submarine cables and cable capacity.
Yeah, I second that, and we're already seeing it to a certain extent, but I also would like to continue the research and development on this to be even better, get an even better situational awareness, real time, what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think we're definitely looking at it. It's going to assure you, light touch is the order of the day, but it's definitely something that we want to focus on more. There's a huge amount of opportunity with understanding what's going on more on the seabed, but there's also major UK companies that are pioneering in this space, and we don't want to hold them back in any way. So yeah.
What's the inevitable death taxes and more regulation? Is that it? I think. I mean, yes, it's coming. I think that's probably the way it is, and it's unavoidable. So I think making sure it's informed, it's as light touch as possible. It's appropriate. It's pragmatic. It's everything you could kind of hope for. And I think that only comes from education. It comes from setting expectations for scientists, for policymakers across industry, understand what the potential challenges and conflicts are, and trying to navigate them. So I think fora like this, but going beyond this, to have these cross-government, industry, academic, these cross-sectoral discussions is absolutely crucial. So I think the fact that there are discussions happening at ESCA, at ICPC, is important, but needs to break out and make sure that these are being had with as many different stakeholders and involved parties as possible.
Brilliant, thank you all. And I noticed that nobody seized control of the narrative and said it was theirs. You're all far too polite, so it'll be interesting to see how the conversation evolves. But a round of applause for our panelists. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're a little bit over. Apologies for that. So tonight, depending on which website you go on, it's either going to sort of have showers at a certain time, or it's going to be no chance of rain, or 20% or 40%. So even though it was really nice when we went out for coffee break sort of a little while ago, apparently it won't continue like that. But as I say, it depends which website you go on. So that doesn't stop us during the drinks reception at 7, which we held where you had coffee. That's where the alcohol will be situated. But there's nothing stopping you going in the garden if it's not raining. So continue your networking in the garden. In terms of the room, it's as I said in the email yesterday, it's called the Nettuno, Nettuno, and it's basically diagonally down there at the bottom. What I'll do is I'll move the banner stands to outside the door so it's easily seen. And it will be as I said, I think there's tables of 8, and some wine will be offered and continue to be offered. And then if you don't like wine during the dinner, you can order beers as well. But in terms of the drinks package, it's between 7 and 8:15. There's no beer, just wine and soft drinks, red, white wine. So I think it's been a fantastic day. But ESCA's photographer wishes to take a picture of us for LinkedIn purposes. If hopefully no one minds having their face shown on LinkedIn. So if we could congregate where we near the steps outside, you know, where you had coffee and you went on to outside. There's some steps out there, and Claire will do the deed of taking their lovely faces. So, but thanks again. It's been a good day, and tomorrow we start at 9 again, and we also have the tour commencing at 2 o'clock. So 1 o'clock. Sorry, we'll arrive at 2 o'clock. Yeah. So thanks again, and we'll see you outside. Thank you.